Hey guys. This is part 13 of What If Naruto Was the Heir of the Senju clan. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and don't forget to check the author in the description. Let's start. Chapter 36 Family. Konohagakure. 1 week after the events in the Konoha Council chambers, a certain blonde-haired Senju was sitting atop the Hokage monument on the Yondaime Hokage's head, looking down at the village. This had become a common occurrence for Naruto ever since the incident with the Akatsuki. He had come to this spot at the beginning and end of every day so that he could be alone for a while and think on past events, specifically the council's recent move to enact the Clan Restoration Act, placing both Sasuke and him under it. And if that wasn't enough, he also had to deal with his recent engagement with Gaara's sister, Temari of Suna. He had only agreed to the arrangement to ensure peace for Konoha and prevent another war from breaking out, resulting in more lives being lost. What would you do in my place, Dad? Naruto sighed, as he glanced down at the carving at his father's on the cliffside. Sitting atop of his father's image was his favorite spot on the monument, since in a way it made him feel connected to his father, despite never knowing him. He had of course heard plenty of stories about him from Jiraiya, his mother, Kushina, and a few from Kakashi. But still the young boy yearned for more, wishing he could speak to him and getting his advice on things. Sighing again, Naruto looked down at the village that his family founded. How can I expect to become Hokage and protect this village, when I can't even protect myself? At the same time Naruto heard the whining of a small animal, and felt something rub against his leg. Looking down, Naruto saw Kuramaru rubbing against his leg, and staring up with a sad face. Seeing the small pup, Naruto smiled down sadly and began to gently scratch his right ear, knowing that the small dog had realized that something was bothering him and was trying its best to comfort him. Thanks, boy, but I'll be alright. But Kuramaru didn't believe him and continued to try and comfort him. Turning his attention away from the pup, Naruto stared back at the village below and thought back to what happened with Itachi in the Genjutsu. Even now the memories of the event were still fresh, and he would still have flashbacks of what happened in the illusion when slept. Damn it, what's wrong with me? Naruto said to himself before noticing his right hand was shaking when he thought back to Itachi. Why do I keep shaking at the mere thought of him? Why can't I move on? Even though his body had recovered from his battle with the two Akatsuki members, Naruto's mental state had not, specifically his confidence. Every time he took his sword or kunai in hand, he felt his hand shake, and whenever he sparred with Yamato or his mother, he found himself hesitating and doubting himself, something that he had never done before. This became ever more evident in a training session with Team 8, where he sparred off with Shino. During the match, an image of Itachi staring coldly at him replaced Shino for a brief moment, causing the young blonde to freeze in fear. This then allowed the young Abirame to capture him in one of his bug jutsu, allowing him to win the match. And if that wasn't enough, Naruto had nightmares of his time in Itachi's Genjutsu, watching his family being killed off one by one in different manner, unable to do anything to stop it. Even though Naruto knew that it had only been an illusion, and that his mother and others were fine, the images still haunted him, as it had felt so real. He had never felt so helpless in his entire life, and it worried him, since what if next time it wasn't illusion? After the invasion, everyone had commented on how strong he was. A small part of him even began to believe them and that he could protect his family and friends from his enemies. But after his fight with Kisame and Itachi, Naruto realized that he was still too weak to protect those he cared about from those who would come after him. Thinking back to Itachi again, Naruto could not help but shiver slightly. Even though Itachi was not that much older than him, the difference between the two of them was vast, like a chasm. When they fought, not once had he been able to land a solid hit on the former Uchiha Heir, who just stared down at him with the same blank look, as if he wasn't even a challenge to him. But what Naruto remembered most about Itachi was his empty eyes, void of any emotion whatsoever. Yet at the same time, held an intensity that he had never seen before in anyone, making it seem as if he could look into the depths of a person's very soul. As Naruto thought more on the matter, he was suddenly waked from his musing by a familiar voice. Naruto, are you alright? Turning to the voice, Naruto saw his teacher Yamato walking towards him. Oh hey Yamato-sensei, greeted Naruto, while smiling weakly at his teacher. I'm fine, just thinking on some things. After serving in Konoha's ANBU division for many years, Yamato developed a knack for when people were lying or hiding something. Naruto was no exception in this case, since the young blonde was easy enough to read, since he wore his emotions on his sleeves. Like many others, Yamato had seen the change in Naruto after the Akatsuki incident. Gone was the lively young blonde, brimming with confidence and determination. He had now been replaced by a hesitant young boy, who seemed unsure of himself. Naruto, the Fire Daimyo's congregation will be arriving soon, you need to get ready. With his mother now about to officially become the new Godame Hokage tomorrow, the Fire Daimyo himself and his family were due to arrive at the village for the inauguration ceremony. As the son to the new Hokage, Naruto was expected to greet the royal family with his mother, when they arrived at the village. Sighing again, Naruto nodded and got up from his spot on the Yandame's head and accompanied Yamato down the monument to greet the royal family. Elsewhere in the Hokage mansion, the new Godame Hokage Tsunade was busy going over the Konoha charter, reading every word carefully and going over every law in the village. Hoping to find some sort of loophole she could use that would allow her to get her son out of the Clan Restoration Act, which her grandfather set up. But despite her best efforts, she had yet to find anything that could help her, at least not without removing the law altogether or creating a new law to counter and remove it. Both of which were impossible without a majority favor from the council. Sighing angrily, Tsunade cursed her grandfather and granduncle for the millionth time, her grandfather for creating the CRA Act, and her granduncle for creating the council. After becoming the Naidame Hokage, Tsunade's granduncle formed the Konoha Council. On paper the council existed to solely help the Hokage govern the village and to make sure all decisions are made with the best interest of Konoha and its inhabitants in mind. It also allowed the major shinobi clans and civilian population to have a voice in the ruling of the village. But what wasn't widely known was that the council also acted as a counterbalance for the Hokage. Fearing that one day a Hokage in the future may abuse his or her authority over the village, the Naidame gave the council certain powers to counter the Hokage and ensure the village's survival and make sure that people's rights were upheld and no family or clan was favored more or was persecuted by others. Although the Hokage had final say in most matters involving the village, the council had the power to overrule the Hokage in incidents that threatened the safety of the village, where the Hokage was unwilling or incapable of dealing with them effectively. But they could only do this, so long as the majority of the council was in favor of it. The council also had the power to select a new Hokage if required, but would have to be confirmed by the Jonin Council. Like the Hokage, the council also had the power to create or change laws in the village, but would need the Hokage's final approval to be accepted. Just as the Hokage would need their approval to make any changes to the Konoha Charter. They even had the power to remove a Hokage from his or her position, but only if the Hokage was found unfit, corrupt or compromised, and even then there would need to be proof and the majority of the council would have to be in agreement before they could act. But in return the Hokage had the power to remove a member of the council from their position if he or she had evidence that proved that the member was undermining the Hokage's authority, or had committed crimes against Konoha. Shortly after Tsunade heard a knock on the door, where after responding with an "Enter," she saw her former apprentice, now assistant, Shizen enter the room. "Tsunade-sama, the Fire Daimyo and his entourage are nearing the village, they should be here shortly." "Thank you Shizen, I will be down shortly," replied Hokage. Seeing how tired her former teacher was, Shizen decided to speak. "Has there been any progress in removing Naruto from the Clan Restoration Act?" "None," Tsunade replied irritatedly, lifting herself out of her chair. "That perverted grandfather of mine made the condition for the Clan Restoration Act specifically clear. With Naruchan having Mokutan and as the last member of our clan, who is capable of reproducing, he falls under the act." "What about Yamato-san?" asked Shizen. "He has Mokutan and would be capable of having children himself?" The Sandaime tried to argue that when the council first brought up the act, but since Yamato is not a member of our clan, and only has Mokutan from Orochimaru's experiments, he is not considered an option. The council also argued that Yamato's Mokutan is much weaker in comparison to my grandfather, while Naruto's has the potential to be significantly stronger, which makes the council believe that Naruto is the best candidate. "What about the Fire Daimyo? Surely he would help you?" the younger medic asked, who was certain that the elderly daimyo would help her master, given how she helped save his son. But to the dark-haired woman's disappointment, Tsunade shook her head. "Unfortunately he can't, in accordance with the agreement with the previous Fire Daimyo and my grandfather. The Fire Daimyo can only intervene on matters that affect him or Hai no Kuni, Fire Country. He cannot intervene on internal matters of Konoha. But he is the Fire Daimyo," stated Shizen. "True, But Konoha was given a certain amount of freedom, and unless a law in the village directly clashes with one of the High no Kuni's laws, or if a certain event in Konoha threatens to destabilize the country or his power, he cannot do anything about it, and the Clan Restoration Act is an internal matter and is arguably in the interest of Konoha. But you haven't given up then? No. The voluptuous woman replied. It'll just take longer than originally I thought. Nodding to her master, Shizune followed her out of the room, where they made their way out of the Hokage mansion to greet the Fire Daimyo and his family. At Konoha's main gate, after making their way down from the mansion, Tsunade and Shizune met with Yamato, Naruto, and Kuramaru. Seeing her son, Tsunade smiled and greeted him, which he returned, although the two women could tell it was forced and that he was still dealing with the issues of his confrontation with Akatsuki. Before either of them could talk to Naruto, they heard a shout from one of the shinobi guarding the gate. The Daimyo-sama's entourage is here. Enter. Bleach OST, Kingdom Treasure Stamp. Turning, the Konoha party saw the Fire Daimyo's entourage marching slowly towards them. At the head of the entourage were 50 mounted soldiers, dressed in bright red armor carrying spears and banners with the symbol of High no Kuni and the royal family on them. Behind them were several more bannermen on foot, who, like some of the mounted soldiers, carried the royal standards of High no Kuni and the royal family. Marching behind the bannermen were the musicians playing drums, flutes, and other instruments. Behind them were 100 palace soldiers from the daimyo court, dressed in bright red uniforms, carrying spears. Directly behind them was another 100 soldiers dressed in blood-red armor, not unlike a samurai, but somewhat different. Seeing the curious look on Naruto's face, Yamato explained to Naruto that these men were of the Fire Daimyo's royal army, called the Crimson Guard, which numbered of about 10,000 strong men. Although they could not use chakra like samurai and shinobi, they were well regarded for their prowess in battle and for being fierce fighters, especially from the last war. Following after the Crimson Guard, were 10 High no Kuni samurai from the Palace Guard, who in turn were followed by several palanquins, which carried the royal family. Behind the palanquins were 10 more High no Kuni samurai and another 100 palace soldiers, who were then followed by the baggage train and another 50 mounted soldiers. After a few more minutes, the royal entourage reached the main gate and came to a stop. Bleach OST, Kingdom Treasure Stamp. Once the royal entourage came to a stop, the Fire Daimyo, his wife and their granddaughter Princess Rurikayo got out from their palanquins and slowly walked over the Konoha party. As they made their way over to the Konoha party, they were accompanied by Rurikayo's guards Kenryu and Enryu and 4 other men, who Naruto would later learn were members of the newly reformed Shugenin Junichi, 12 Gentlemen Guardian Ninja. When the royal family reached the Konoha party, Naruto suddenly heard a female voice cry, "Naruto-kun!" before he was nearly knocked to the ground by a blonde blur, which groped him. Once he had steadied himself, Naruto saw that the blonde blur was Rurikayo, who proceeded to pound her fist into his chest. "Idiot, moron, jerk, fool! Did you not realize how worried you made us?" cried the blonde princess before she kicked him hard in the shin, causing the blonde boy to yell in pain. "We were worried and wanted to stay until you woke, but Sofu insisted that we return to the capital, saying it was unsafe to remain in Konoha after the attack. I'm sorry, Rurikayo-chan, I didn't mean to make you worry, it's just that I couldn't stand by and not help when we were being OW," cried Naruto as he tried to explain himself, but was kicked hard in the shin again by the angry princess. "Can you please stop kicking me already?" Before the blonde girl could respond, Madame Shurjimi suddenly spoke. "Rurikayo-chan, a princess does not act in such a manner, now leave the poor boy alone. He was doing what he believed was right." After the light scolding from her grandmother, Rurikayo mumbled out a small apology and moved back next to her grandparents, who just smiled down at the girl. No sooner had Rurikayo returned to their side, Madame Shurjimi turned to Naruto and smiled kindly at him. "We are very pleased to see that you are well, Naruto-san. Poor Rurikayo-chan was frantic when she heard what happened to you after the attack, and we literally had to drag her back to the capital." "Oba-sama!" cried a now thoroughly embarrassed Rurikayo, who was now turning a shade of red that rivaled tomatoes. At the same time, several amused chuckles could be heard coming from both the Konoha party and the Fire Daimyo's entourage. Fortunately though for the princess, their attention was soon turned away from her and to the soon-to-become Godame Hokage, who stepped forward to speak to the Fire Daimyo. "Daimyo-sama, on behalf of the people of our village, I would like to welcome you back to Konoha, and assure you that your safety and the safety of your family is our top priority." "Thank you, Tsunade-san, or should I say Hokage-sama," said the old daimyo with a small smile. We are very pleased to be back in Konoha. Nodding to the fire daimyo, Tsunade then spoke again. I'm sure after your long journey you and your family must be tired. Perhaps you and your family would like to rest for a while. Yes, believe that would be an excellent idea, since the journey was rather exhausting, especially after being cramped up in that small space all day. Nodding again to the old daimyo, Tsunade was about to lead the royal entourage to the daimyo's private residence in the village. But before she could, her attention was suddenly drawn back to Rurikayo, who suddenly spoke up. Aji-sama, if it is all right, could Naruto-kun accompany us back to residence? We would like to talk to him, for we have many questions for him. Of course, if that is all right with Tsunade-san? Yes, of course, Daimyo-sama, replied Tsunade, who was a little annoyed by it, since she had wanted to speak to her son, but had decided to let it go, especially since she could not refuse the fire daimyo. With the matter now settled, Tsunade then proceeded to lead the royal family and their entourage into the village, where they were greeted by a large number of cheering civilian and shinobi, who were eager to welcome their nation's ruler. Shortly after the fire daimyo and his entourage arrived at the village, a lone figure wearing a long purple hooded cloak and a red hanya mask entered the village, and slowly made its way to the Hokage's residence. The Hokage's mansion. After leading the royal family to their private residence, Shizen and Tsunade made their way back to the Hokage mansion to finish up some work that was left to do before the ceremony. Moment after entering the Hokage's office, Shizen and Tsunade were surprised to find 3 ANBU, who had been guarding the office, on the floor and unconscious. Before either Kunoichi could react to the sight of 3 of Konoha's elite ANBU lying on the floor, their attention turned to the person sitting in the Hokage's chair, which was turned away from them, and was facing the window overlooking the village. I apologize for the mess, but your people here were a tad overzealous in their duties when I entered your office without an appointment, explained the unknown person who continued to look out the window. I of course tried to tell them that you would not mind and that I would wait here until you returned. But they were rather insistent that they detain me, which was of course unacceptable and led to this sadly. Who are you? Tsunade asked, narrowing her eyes at the intruder, who had yet to turn around and face them. At the same time, Shizen took out a set of saban needles and moved herself in front of her master, fearing that the person was an assassin, who had come to kill Tsunade before she could become Hokage. I must admit, when I had heard that you were going to become the new Godame Hokage of Konoha, I was surprised. You were quite vocal about not wanting to be Hokage, and when you left you even declared that you would never return to Konoha, continued the unknown person, ignoring Tsunade's question and Shizen's actions. But still it was nothing compared to when I had heard that you had a son. Who the hell are you? Tsunade demanded, losing her patience, which was never a good thing. Oh come now Tsunade-sama, don't tell me you've forgotten me already. I'll admit it's been a couple of years, but I would have thought you would at least recognize my voice? Before the soon-to-be Hokage could respond, the person turned the chair around to face the 2 Kunoichi. No sooner had she done this, the eyes of both women widened in recognition and disbelief. You! Seeing the shocked looks on the 2 women's faces, the person just smiled and nodded. It's been a long time Tsunade-sama, Shizen-san. Later at the Fire Daimyo's private residence, sitting outside in the garden porch of the Fire Daimyo's residence, Naruto was busy filling in Rurikayo on what happened during the invasion, as the young princess was eager to hear what happened. Standing not far from them were Kenryu and Enryu, who were watching the 2 young pre-adolescents. Both men smiled as they watched over their charge, since they had seen how worried the young fire princess had been for Naruto after the recent invasion, and were glad to see her laugh and smile again. Sitting next to the 2 was Kurimaru, who was chewing on a small soup bone he had been given earlier. When Naruto first introduced the small pup to Rurikayo, the fire princess let out a high-pitched squeal over how cute he was, terrifying the poor pup. But before he could run away from the blonde princess, Rurikayo grabbed hold of him and proceeded to hug/squeeze the poor animal in a manner that eerily reminded Naruto of her grandmother Madame Shirjimi, when it came to her pet cat Tora. Fortunately though for Kurimaru, Naruto was able to calm Rurikayo down and had her let go of the half-wolf, saving the small pup's life, and after much coaxing and reassuring, Kurimaru began to warm up to the fire princess, but only after Naruto made her promise never do that again. When Naruto recounted the events of the invasion, the young fire princess proved to be a very good audience, where she never interrupted him and gasped at all the right moments. When he finished, Rurikayo stared at him in awe and a slight bee of reverence. Oh wow, I can't believe you actually did all that, even after all those battles you fought in the Chunin exam? You really are amazing, Naruto-kun. Not really, mumbled Naruto. I just got lucky. Lucky? Repeated Rurikayo in surprise. How can you just be lucky? You're one of the strongest people I know. Trust me, there are a lot of other people stronger than me. In fact, when compared to them, I'm nothing. Naruto replied as he stared down at his teacup and at his own reflection in the tea. As he continued to stare, his reflection slowly turned into images of Kisame, Orochimaru, and finally Itachi. At which point, Naruto's teacup began to crack before shattering after being held too tightly. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Cried Rurikayo, when she saw the teacup shatter and the tea spill all over his pants. Yeah, I'm alright, I must have just held the cup too tightly, Naruto said with a weak smile as he wiped away the tea from his pants. Unconvinced by Naruto's answer, and seeing that there was something bothering him, Rurikayo was about to ask him again, but before she could even speak a word, Naruto grabbed hold of her and pulled her into the middle of the garden. Naruto, what are you doing? Just stay close to me, Naruto ordered as he moved the fire princess behind him and stared at the hooded figure in front of them, standing where they had just been sitting a moment ago. Seeing the intruder, Rurikayo was about to call out to her guards for help, but when she turned to them, she saw both Kenryu and Enryu laying on the ground, seemingly knocked out by the intruder. Whoever this person is, they're good. I couldn't even see, let alone sense them until it was almost too late, Naruto thought. He had only caught a glimpse of a blur when the intruder knocked out Kenryu and moved on to Enryu. And it was only thanks to listening to his instincts and his sharp reflexes that he was able to move Rurikayo and himself out of the way when the intruder attacked. At the same time, Kuramaru, who only moments had been happily chewing his soup bone, now leaped over to his master and stood next to him, growling at the intruder, ready to protect Rurikayo. Not bad, you have good reactions, not to mention good instincts, the intruder remarked in a muffled voice, while slowly walking towards Naruto and Rurikayo. Who are you? Demanded Naruto, while at the same time analyzing his opponent. The intruder wore a long purple hooded cloak that covered his entire body and wore a red mask in the shape of a hanya, covering his face. Who I am is of little importance. All I want is the princess. If you step aside now and allow me to take her, I will not harm you. Not a chance, Naruto retorted as he moved Rurikayo further behind him, while at the same time thinking. Damn it, where the hell are the rest of the guards? Aren't they supposed to protect the fire daimyo? And his family? Don't tell me he took them out before coming after Rurikayo-chan? Hearing Naruto's response, the intruder just smirked behind his mask. In fact, the masked intruder seemed pleased by the young boy's action. How sweet, and people say chivalry is dead, but I'm afraid you're out of your depth here, young man. Heh, we'll see about that, retorted Naruto as he activated his chain earring, unwilling to take any chances with Rurikayo's life, and at the same time, prepared to draw his katana from his back. But before he could even half-draw his katana, the masked intruder disappeared in a blur, and reappeared right behind him before Naruto could even realize what had just happened. He was sent flying across the large garden and slammed right into the small outer wall that surrounded the garden, causing a large dent in it. Remarkably though, thanks to his mother's training, Naruto was able to remain conscious. Oh, damn it, that hurt. I haven't been hit that hard since Ka-chan's bombardment training. Whoever this guy is, not only is he fast, but he's strong too. Slowly, Naruto lifted his head up and turned to the masked intruder, who was now holding a 2-meter-long Shiraseiya-style nodachi, consisting of a simple long brown sheath and handle. Where the fuck did that come out of? Naruto thought, as he tried to figure out where the intruder had been hiding the massive long sword. With Naruto now dealt with, the intruder quickly grabbed hold of Rurikayo with his one remaining free arm, and lifted the blonde princess up onto his shoulder. Seeing his master hurt and the princess captured, Kuramaru wasted no time and jumped into action and attempted to bite the kidnapper's arm. But instead bit the masked intruder's sword sheath, who had seen the small pup jump into the air and moved his sheathed sword to block the pup's bite. Once Kuramaru had bitten the sword sheath, the kidnapper then swung his sword around and threw the half-wolf cub into a small pond in the garden. Kuramaru! Let us go, you fen! Screamed Rurikayo as she kicked and punched her opponent, who just ignored her attempts at fighting back, like they were nothing. Naruto-kun, help us! I suggest you stay down and not follow us, otherwise I might not be as kind to you again, said the masked figure before disappearing in a blur with Rurikayo. Rurikayo-chan, no! Naruto cried, before lifting himself up and taking off after the two, with Rurikayo and the intruder dash. Let's us go! Let's us go! Do you not hear us? Cried Rurikayo as she banged her fist against the masked intruder's back, who was still carrying her over his shoulder and racing through the forest outside Konoha. I'm afraid I cannot do that, the masked intruder replied, who suddenly stopped in small clearing in the forest and lifted the blonde princess gently down onto the ground. When Naruto-kun finds us, he will make you pay for kidnapping us and hurting Kuramaru. That is if he does come for you, replied the masked intruder. He will come for us, you can be sure of that, Rurikayo retorted angrily, glaring at her kidnapper. Hearing Rurikayo's retort, the masked intruder chuckled in amusement. Hey, you're still as willful as ever, little Rurikayo. Surprised by the masked intruder's comment, the young fire princess stared at her kidnapper with suspicion. Who are you? How do you know of us? Smirking again, the masked figure slowly lowered his hood and removed his mask, allowing Rurikayo to see his face, causing the blonde girl's eyes to widen in surprise. Shortly after leaving the fire daimyo's private residence, Naruto lost sight of Rurikayo and her kidnapper. He couldn't even track them, since the intruder left no tracks to follow, proving that not only was this person strong and fast, but was also skilled at cover his tracks. Fortunately though, Naruto was not without tricks of his own, and used his Chakura no Purusu, Chakra Pulse, technique to track the two of them. After a few minutes of racing through the forest outside the village, Naruto finally caught up to masked intruder, but to his surprise was without the Rurikayo. What took you so long? The intruder joked. Where's Rurikayo-chan? Oh my, now where did I put her? I swear I put her here somewhere, said the masked intruder in a rather dramatic manner, pretending to look around for her. I swear I would lose my head at times if it wasn't attached to me. Cut the crap, alright, where did you hide her? Demanded Naruto, who could feel his temper rising. Tisk, tisk, spoke the masked intruder, while waging his figure, as if scolding an infant. You should really learn to watch your language, not to mention your temper. Who the hell are you? I told you before, who I am is of little importance, answered the intruder. The fact of the matter is, I have the princess, and if you want her back, we're going to play a little game. What sort of game? Naruto asked, while raising his right eyebrow, since he didn't like the sound of it. Nothing big, just you and me one-on-one. If you win, I'll tell you where the princess is, and if you win? Naruto asked, but almost immediately regretted asking when he heard the masked intruder chuckle darkly. You die. No sooner had the kidnapper said this, Naruto fell in a defensive taijutsu stance. But to his surprise the intruder did not move. In fact, it seemed as if the kidnapper was waiting for him. This was your plan all along, wasn't it? Naruto asked. You weren't after Rurikayo-chan, it was me you wanted. You just used her to lure me outside the village, so make sure that no one came to help. Perhaps, or maybe I just wanted to have a little fun, before taking the princess away, answered the kidnapper in amusement. Worried about how strong the kidnapper really was, the young Senju heir decided to avoid making the first move and took a defensive stand. Seeing this, the kidnapper frowned slightly. From what I have heard, the boy is normally an aggressive type fighter, who prefers to make the first move. But instead he seems more cautious and is taking a defensive style stance. I guess his encounter with Uchiha Itachi really shook something in him. Come now, if you don't act now, you'll never find out what happened to the princess, taunted the masked intruder. Knowing he needed to do something, Naruto decided to make the first move, and took out several kunai from his pouch and threw them at the intruder. Unafraid of the flying projectiles, the intruder titled his body slightly, narrowly avoiding two of the kunai, and then deflected the third with his sheathed sword. Before Naruto could even register what had happened, the intruder appeared right in front of him and attempted to slash him with his sheathed blade. But thanks to the intensive training under his mother's bombardment training, Naruto was able to avoid the crippling blow in time, if only narrowly. The intruder then continued with his assault, unleashing a series of fast-moving slashes, leaving Naruto little opportunity to strike back. Shit, how can he swing that huge-ass sword around so fast, and with so little effort? As he continued to avoid the masked intruder's slashes, Naruto couldn't help but be reminded of his encounter with the Akatsuki, specifically Kisame, who, like his opponent, could wield his massive sword without any ill effect. But before Blonde Boy could remark further on the similarities of the two sword users, Naruto was forced to halt his line of thought when he was forced to move his head to dodge a fatal sword stab, which had enough force behind it to go right through his skull. Realizing the danger he was in, Naruto jumped back in an attempt to put some distance between himself and his opponent. after which he began to form hand seals for a Doton ninjutsu attack, but before he could even form his second hand seal for the jutsu, the kidnapper disappeared again and reappeared right behind him. "Too slow," spoke the masked swordsman before he hit Naruto in the back with a powerful swing from his sheathed sword, sending the blonde boy crashing face first into a large tree at the opposite end of the clearing. Struggling to get back onto his feet, Naruto slowly turned to face the masked figure, who had yet to move. "Too fast, I couldn't even follow him. If he had unsheathed his sword in that moment, he would have cut me in two." Wiping away the blood that was now falling from his forehead, Naruto preformed a single hand seal and thought, "Suetun, Teppadama, water style, gunshot," before spitting out several dozen large globs of water from his mouth. Wasting no time, the masked swordsman charged straight at Naruto, dodging each of Naruto's attacks by inches, with inhuman-like grace, and without once losing momentum. With only seconds to act, Naruto tried to create an earth wall between himself and his opponent. But before the wall could be fully formed, the masked swordsman swung his sheathed sword down and destroyed the wall with one swift stroke, forcing Naruto to jump up into the trees and then propel himself of the tree to the other end of the clearing to avoid any further attacks. After landing back on the ground, Naruto preformed 3 more quick hand seals and slammed both his hands on the ground, yelled, "Mokuton, Mokushaku, would release, wooden tentacles." When Naruto had finished, several dozen wooden tentacles burst out of the ground and raced towards the hooded intruder. "Oh, so the rumors are true, you really do have the same Mokuton powers of the Shodai Hokage," commented the kidnapper when he saw the approaching wooden tentacles. Unafraid of Naruto's attack, the masked swordsman lifted his sheathed sword up, jumped into the air to avoid the tentacles, just as they were about to envelope him. "That won't work," Naruto shouted as he had his wooden tentacles follow after the masked swordsman, who had landed on top of a large tree nearby. Seeing the tentacles moving toward him, the hooded stranger smirked behind his mask and lifted his sword up, and waited for the wooden tentacles to come closer. Just as the tentacles were atop of him, the stranger leaped forward, and in one quick motion destroyed all of Naruto's wooden tentacles. "Impossible," shouted Naruto, not believing that this unknown person had destroyed all his wooden tentacles with such ease, and without even once drawing his sword. "Just who the hell is this guy?" "Not bad," commented the masked swordsman as he turned to Naruto. "But still, I'm far from impressed. I honestly expected more from you, given what I have heard about you from your mother." "Why, you know my mom?" "Of course, in fact I had a rather interesting talk with her and her student Shizen earlier on." When Naruto heard this, the blonde boy's eyes widened in fear, before his face quickly contorted into a look of rage. "If you've done anything to hurt my mother or Shizune, you'll pay." "Heh, bold words, but if you lack the strength to back them up, that is all they are." "What did you do to them? Tell me!" Naruto shouted angrily. "I'll tell you, but only if you beat me," replied the masked swordsman, who then lifted his sheathed sword up again. "Looks like I'm getting to him, but he's not quite there yet." "That's fine by me," yelled Naruto as he jumped into the air and lifted leg up and shouted, "Satenkyaku, heavenly foot of pain!" Familiar with this move, the masked swordsman quickly jumped back into the air to avoid the deadly kick, which hit the ground, creating a large crater and destroying much of the clearing, causing several nearby trees to collapse. Seeing that his opponent had avoided his attack, Naruto quickly chased after him into the forestry and attempted a straightforward punch to the face. But the masked swordsman gracefully sidestepped the punch by spinning around on his heel around Naruto, hitting him in the back of the neck with his sheathed sword, causing him to fall forward, and nearly knocking the blonde boy out. After finishing the strike, the masked whispered, "Kajijiki, coiling strike, eh?" Before Naruto could even hit the ground, let alone recover from the strike, the masked swordsman delivered a sharp knee to the gut and followed up with a spinning heel kick to the back, sending Naruto skidding across the ground. "Your strength is impressive, but when you cannot hit me, it's worthless," commented the masked swordsman as he watched Naruto struggle to get up. "Also, your moves are much too obvious, making them easy for your opponents to predict." "Jayun!" grunted Naruto, struggling to get up while holding his stomach in pain from the knee kick he received from his opponent. "Damn it, I can't even touch him, it just like," thought Naruto as images of Itachi and what happened in his genjutsu began to flash through his mind. "And oh, I can't afford to be thinking of that." Slowly picking himself up again, Naruto turned to the masked swordsman and started forming hand seals again. When he finished, he then shouted out, "Mokuton, Konoha Kamasori, would release, razor leaves." after which hundreds of tree leaves shot out from their branches and began to circle around the masked swordsman. My, remarked the masked swordsman, with hint of intrigue. But just as the spinning leaves were closing in on him, and were about to rip him to shreds, the masked swordsman lowered his sword so that it would drag across the ground, and began to spin around at high speed, creating a small spinning dust tornado that blew away the spinning leaves, temporarily blinding Naruto, and blowing him back several meters away. When the masked swordsman stopped spinning, and the dust died down, he simply said, "Benbu no Ikai, war dance of a single spin." But as soon as he had stopped spinning, the masked swordsman spun around and blocked a powerful forward stab from Naruto, who appeared behind him with his sword drawn. "Better, but I'm still not good enough," the masked swordsman remarked, before pushing Naruto's sword away and delivering another sharp knee to the gut. But no sooner had he done this, Naruto reverted into a wooden log, revealing he had replaced himself at the last second. After which the real Naruto appeared behind him with his sword raised, but just as he was about to strike, the masked swordsman turned around, allowing Naruto to catch a glimpse of the person's eyes behind his mask, and in that instant the devil mask was replaced by another person's face, a face that had haunted Naruto's nightmares for the past fortnight, causing him to freeze up in fear. Seeing Naruto freeze, the masked swordsman took advantage of Naruto's hesitation and hit him with his sheathed sword, sending the blonde boy flying back. Recovering quickly, Naruto landed back onto his feet, but when he looked back up to his opponent, he was forced to suppress a small shudder as he remembered the look he saw in the person's eyes, bright green eyes that were void of any emotion whatsoever. Yet they held an intensity that made it seem as if the person was looking right through him. It was a look that Naruto had only seen once before, when he fought Uchiha Itachi. Their eyes, they both have the same look in their eyes, Naruto thought with another shudder, and for a moment the masked swordsman was replaced again by an image of Uchiha Itachi. "Damn it, what the hell is wrong with me?" Naruto yelled inside his head, before he was sent crashing into a nearby tree, by a strong kick from the masked swordsman, who had appeared in front of him. "If you continue to hesitate and allow yourself to become distracted, you're liable to get yourself killed," berated the masked swordsman, who was staring coldly at Naruto. "Whatever issues you may have, I suggest you get over them, as your life is not the only one that hangs in the balance." Knowing that the masked swordsman was right, and at the same time becoming frustrated with how his opponent kept toying with him, Naruto took out several smoke bombs and threw them to the ground, covering the surrounding area with smoke, blinding the masked swordsman. "What's he up to now?" the swordsman wondered, while keeping his senses alert for an attack. Shortly after the masked swordsman got his answer, where Naruto appeared out of the smoke and attempted to impale the swordsman in the chest with his katana. "Takyo Yogi, treading water," the swordsman silently remarked, recognizing the sword move, before gracefully sidestepping the forward sword stab and using the Kajijiki technique to spin around and hit Naruto in the back of the head. But as soon as she had hit the blonde boy, Naruto exploded into a puff of smoke. "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique," the swordsman realized before catching another Naruto coming out of the smoke behind him. Wasting no time, the swordsman spun around and deflected the sword slash with his sheathed sword and then punched him in the stomach, causing Naruto to explode into smoke again. After destroying the clone, another Naruto clone appeared out of the smoke and swung his katana in a horizontal slash. But when the masked swordsman blocked the slash with his sheathed sword, Naruto pulled his own sword back and switched it from his right to his left hand behind his back, at impressive speed. Catching a glimpse of what Naruto was doing, the swordsman quickly jumped back and narrowly avoided Naruto's sword slash. "Nagarera Mizu, following water, well, if I had been careless, he might have gotten me there. It seems Kushina-chan has trained him well," the swordsman thought, smiling behind his mask. Hoping to gain some sort of advantage, the clone pressed forward and attempted to use the Mizu no Atsuen, rolling water, technique to catch his opponent off guard by switch his sword for his left to right hand at the last moment. Sadly for the clone, the masked swordsman was ready for this and ignored the feint slash and blocked the real one, by catching the clone's wrist as he swung his sword. After which the swordsman then hit the clone in the side with his sheathed sword. After destroying the clone, the swordsman caught a glimpse of something disturbing the smoke and flying through the air towards him. Realizing the danger, the masked swordsman tilted his head slightly, narrowly avoiding the flying sword that flew right past his head. Seconds later the masked swordsman jumped into the air, after hearing a whizzing sound coming from behind him. No sooner had he done this, a crescent-shaped blade of water flew right through the space he had just been occupying. After landing back on the ground, 2 more Naruto clones emerged from the smoke and attacked from both sides, one with a kunai and one with a katana. Knowing the danger he was in, the masked swordsman fell to his knee and performed a wide sweeping leg kick, knocking both clones off their feet. After which the swordsman finished them off with a single swipe of his sheathed sword. Attacking from both sides and using Bunkatsu Mizu, splitting water, and Okaira Mizu, falling water, good strategy, but he needs to coordinate his attacks more, the masked individual observed. Before deciding to get rid of the smoke, where he then swung his sword in a wide arc, blowing the smoke away. With the smoke now gone, the masked swordsman searched the surrounding area for any sign or Naruto, and quickly found the blonde boy standing several meters away, finishing a long series of hand seals for a jutsu. At the same time, the swordsman also noticed the surrounding trees and plants were beginning to wither and dry up, as if they were being drained of all their moisture. Looks like he's preparing a Suiton ninjutsu, and a large one at that, given the amount of water he is gathering. Once he had gathered enough water from the air and the surrounding plants, Naruto finished his hand seals and roared, Suiton, Suryudan no Jutsu, water style, water dragon bullet technique. Creating a massive water dragon that roared and charged straight for the swordsman at high speed, tearing up the ground and destroying any tree that got in its way. Oh my, now that is impressive. Looks like I might actually have to get a little serious, the swordsman remarked. As the water dragon neared, the masked swordsman unsheathed his 2-meter-long nodachi, holding his sheath in his left hand and the nodachi in his other hand, and right when the attack was about to hit him, the masked swordsman swung his sword sheath, and with one swing, destroyed the water dragon, causing it to burst into a shower of water. What the? Naruto cried, not believing his own eyes. But before he could even recover from what he had just witnessed, the masked swordsman brought up his massive sword, where for a split second Naruto swore he saw his opponent's eyes glow, and with one powerful swing of his nodachi, his opponent created a powerful shockwave that sent Naruto flying 50 meters away, along with every tree in front of him. Recovering quickly, Naruto performed a quick mid-air flip and landed back onto his feet, but before he could even comment on what just happened, he suddenly heard the swordsman's voice behind him. You open yourself up too much. And was then hit from behind in the back by his opponent's sword and sent flying forward, crashing right back to clearing where they started from. Wawa! Cried Naruto after crashing hard onto the ground, struggling to back onto his feet. Who the hell is this guy? And how did he block my water dragon like that? It seems you still have a long way to go, Naruto-kun, commented the masked swordsman, who appeared behind Naruto and was only a few meters away from him. You don't use your power properly, and rely too much on the overwhelming power of your attacks. You still have lots to learn. Just what the hell is with this guy? Naruto screamed inside his head as he looked at his masked opponent. I hope that isn't everything, the swordsman asked. Things are finally starting to get interesting. You actually managed to make me draw my sword. As Naruto continued to stare at his opponent, fear started to creep into him. I can't win this guy. He's just too powerful. At the same time, Naruto began to having flashbacks of his fight with Itachi, and how helpless and completely overwhelmed he felt when he fought the elder Uchiha. And for a moment, for just one singular moment, Naruto thought about running away. He was afraid. He was afraid of Itachi. He was afraid of this masked man. More importantly, he was afraid of dying. As if reading his mind, the masked swordsman suddenly spoke. Are you afraid? Do you want to run away? Naruto said nothing. I asked you a question. Are you afraid? When Naruto still didn't answer him, the masked man seemed annoyed. So this is the extent of the great Senju clan. Pathetic. The swordsman spat angrily. I had expected more from someone like you. You're not the same boy I had heard about, who risked his life to help protect Konohagakure, Hidden Leaf. Your ancestors weep from their graves for having such a cowardly heir. I'm not a coward! Naruto cried as he tried to deny the swordsman's accusation, but the fact was, he was afraid. Aren't you? Just a moment ago you were just thinking about running away. I saw it in your eyes. You were afraid and were desperate to cling to your miserable life, abandoning the princess, who you claim is your friend. If that is not the actions of a coward, then I don't know what is. Again Naruto did not answer, since it was the truth, even though it was just for a split second, he had wanted to run away. Glaring at the ground and tightening his fist in anger, which was shaking at the same time, Naruto cursed his own weakness, for even thinking of abandoning Rurikaio. You may have the ability, but you lack the will to act, that which is everything. Without that, all your skill and training is worthless," said the masked swordsman, causing Naruto to look up at him in surprise. "I heard about your confrontation with Uchiha Itachi, and by the looks of it, he didn't just defeat you, he broke you." "Broke me?" Naruto repeated, not fully understanding what his opponent was telling him. "Yes, he not only beat you physically, he shattered you mentally. When you fought him, he made you feel helpless and weak, as if you were nothing to him. He even made you start doubting yourself, causing you to hesitate and to become afraid to even fight, fearing that you might actually die or lose someone you care about." As the swordsman's words began to sink into Naruto, the blonde boy looked down at his hands, which were still shaking. "How can you hope to protect the princess, your family, or anyone for that matter if you start doubting not only yourself, but your own abilities?" the swordsman asked. "Regardless of how strong or talented you are, there is one key thing that separates the strong from the weak, and that is the will to fight when it seems hopeless. Anyone can fight a person who is weaker than them, or who they know they can beat. But it takes true strength and courage to take on someone who you know is stronger than you, and yet still fights on." Listening to the swordsman's words, and remembering how he needed save Rurikyle, Naruto remembered Haku's words from when they first met in Nami no Kuni, Wave Country. When a person has something important they want to protect, that's when they can become truly strong. He also remembered about what the Shodai and the others said to him, how he was the hope of their clan, and that they believed in him. "Damn it, he's right, I have acting like a coward, but not anymore," Naruto thought as he stopped his hands from shaking and pushed aside the memories of Itachi away. Enter Naruto ST1 Naruto main theme. Slowly Naruto began to pick himself up, while keeping his head down, which prevented his opponent from seeing his face. "Oh, what now, do you plan to run away?" the swordsman asked in a mocking tone, but was surprised when he heard Naruto chuckle. "Hey, you know you were right on the money about me. I haven't been myself lately, and I have been acting like a coward. And to answer your question, I am not going to run away. In fact, I intend to beat you," replied Naruto with a new determination in his voice. "Really?" asked the swordsman, who sounded amused by Naruto's statement. "And how do you intend to do that?" "By doing this!" Naruto roared, where he suddenly slammed his fist onto the ground, which exploded with tremendous force, uplifting the surrounding trees and destroying the area, forcing the swordsman away. My, the apple certainly doesn't fall far from the tree," the swordsman silently remarked in amusement. Despite being forced to jump into air by the power of Naruto's attack, and land a good 30 feet away from him. "I don't care if you're 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000,000 times stronger than me, I will defeat you and save Rurikyle, believe it!" shouted Naruto as he looked straight at his opponent with a new and determined look in his eyes. "Heh, so he's finally regained his fighting spirit," the swordsman remarked, seeing the strong revolve in Naruto's eyes. "Took him long enough, now let's see what he is really capable of. I might even have a little fun after all." But before he could do anything, the masked swordsman was forced to move again when Naruto drew his katana to create a giant crescent-shaped blade of wind that sliced right through a large tree behind him. "That was close," masked swordsman commented before catching sight of Naruto, who was charging straight for him. Once he was close enough, Naruto swung his sword at the masked swordsman, but at the last second used the Mizu no Atsuen technique and switched his sword from his right to his left hand in mid-swing. Seeing what Naruto was doing, the masked swordsman quickly moved back to avoid the sword slash. But to his surprise, he found a long diagonal slash across the front of his purple cloak. It was then that the masked swordsman noticed that Naruto's katana was covered in chakra, causing the swordsman to raise his eyebrows slightly. "Sneaky brat," at the last second when he was switching hands, he channeled his chakra into his katana, causing me to misjudge the blade's reach. "Impressive, you're more skilled with the sword than I gave your credit. But don't think that you're the only one who knows how to use chakra with a weapon," the masked swordsman responded, before he channeled his own chakra into his massive blade and yelled, "Isen flash!" as he swung it downward, creating an arc-shaped blade of chakra that cut right through Naruto, splitting him in half, who then puffed away, revealing he had been a clone. Realizing had switched himself with a clone, the masked swordsman quickly spun around and blocked several kunai with his sword sheath, which embedded themselves into the sword sheath. After which the masked swordsman swung his sword sheath and sent the kunai flying back right at Naruto, who was standing atop a large branch above his opponent. Acting fast, Naruto quickly ducked down to avoid the projectiles and then jumped off the tree branch, when he saw the masked swordsman jump towards him. Slicing through the thick tree branch that he had been standing on moments ago, with his massive nodachi, which was still covered in chakra. But no sooner had he done this, the masked swordsman noticed an exploding node stuck to the tree branch, which then exploded after he had cut it. Seconds later, the masked swordsman jumped out of the smoke created by the explosion, slightly singed but otherwise fine. But just as his feet touched the ground, he saw a dozen Narutos emerge from the nearby shrubbery, wielding their katana and racing towards him. Seeing the clones, the masked swordsman immediately sheathed his nodachi and fell into sword-drawing stance, and waited for the Narutos to come closer. Once they were close enough, the swordsman drew his nodachi in one swift motion and disappeared right in front of the group of Narutos, before reappearing right behind them. "Aido, way of Ai," said the masked swordsman as he resheathed his nodachi with a resounding click, after which all the Narutos fell to the ground. But when the swordsman turned around, he was surprised to see that instead of puffing away or returning to their natural element, like most clones, the group of Narutos simply faded away. "Genjutsu!" thought the masked swordsman in realization, but by then it was too late as a large wooden dome suddenly erupted from underneath him and enveloped him, trapping him within it. But as soon as the large wooden dome had encased itself around the masked swordsman, it shattered into piece, revealing the masked swordsman once again, who was slowly sheathing his nodachi again. After destroying the wooden dome, the masked swordsman simply said, "Aijiri ai beheading," where his sword clicked closed. At the same time, 8 Naruto clones burst out of the ground surrounding the mysterious swordsman and attacking from all sides. Unafraid by the surprise attack, the swordsman once again redrew his nodachi with a swiftness that should not have been possible with such a massive sword and used the Gunbu no Akai technique to create a dust-large tornado around him, blasting all 8 clones away and causing them to disappear in a puff of smoke. But just as the swordsman had finished his technique, several wooden roots sprung out of the ground and wrapped themselves around his legs, preventing him from moving. At the moment, another Naruto emerged out of the ground in front of him with his fist raised and charged up with chakra. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to avoid the approaching attack, and at the same time not having enough time to bring up his nodachi, the masked swordsman quickly brought up his sword sheath, which he held in his left hand, to block the punch. As soon as Naruto's fist made contact with the masked swordsman's sword sheath, a small explosion erupted, creating a small cloud of dust around the two. Within seconds of the explosion, the masked swordsman emerged from dust cloud flying back several meters, tearing up the ground as he struggled to keep his feet on the ground. Eventually the masked swordsman came to a stop, and was remarkably uninjured, although his sword sheath had been completely destroyed by Naruto's punch. "Now that's more like it. His strength may not be at the level of Tsunade-sama, but it is still something to behold. He actually destroyed my sword sheath and my arms numb from the force of the attack." Throwing away what was left on his sword sheath, the masked swordsman looked over to Naruto, who was standing in a small crater, and was surprised to see him disappear into a puff of smoke, revealing him to be a shadow clone. But before he could ponder on the matter further, the swordsman noticed a large number of the surrounding trees and shrubs were drying up and dying. It was then that the swordsman saw the real Naruto along with 2 more clones, hidden behind several trees and shrubs, which had now died from all their moisture being drained from them. Recognizing the hand seals that Naruto was using, the masked swordsman knew what was coming, but before he could do anything, Naruto finished his hand seals where a massive water dragon formed around him. At the same time, the 2 Naruto clones converted their chakra into their respected elements, where the first converted his chakra in lightning and the second into wind. When the 2 elements combined with the water dragon, the 3 Narutos shouted out, "Mizufu, Kanbo Rakurai, Psycho no Suryuden Denaki, Water, Wind, Lightning Combo, Supreme Electric Water Dragon." Once it was formed, the massive wind and lightning-enhanced water dragon charged straight towards the masked swordsman, tearing the ground as it moved and destroying everything that was in its path. "You really are something else, Senju Naruto, but now the time for play is over," said the masked swordsman as he readied his nodachi, where within seconds the massive water dragon was atop of him and exploded, cover much of the area in a vapor-like mist. And Naruto OST 1 Naruto main theme dash. Did I get him? A panting and sweating Naruto asked himself, while his 2 clones disappeared in a puff of smoke, since his attack used up a significant portion of his chakra. But before the vapor-like mist could even die down, a massive chakra arc erupted from it, and flew straight for Naruto, who only avoided it by a hair's breadth. "What the?" Naruto thought, before he saw the masked swordsman appeared right in front out of nowhere, swinging his massive sword to the left side of his neck with the intent of beheading him. But just before the blade could connect, a voice out of nowhere suddenly shouted, "Enough!" Where the masked swordsman halted his blade, an inch from Naruto's neck. "Huh, and just when I had finished warming up," sighed the swordsman sadly, while pulling back the large sword, placing it on his shoulder, while Naruto fell back on his rear over what had just happened. "Looks like he passed, don't you agree, Tsunade-sama?" At the mention of his mother, Naruto quickly turned to the direction that the masked swordsman was looking at and saw Tsunade, Shizen and an unharmed Rurikaio, looking very anxious, appear out of the tree line. Unknown to Naruto, the three had been watching his battle from a distance under an illusion that kept him from seeing them. Dumbfounded by the sudden appearance by the three, Naruto could only stare and say, "Ka-chan, Ne-chan, Rurikaio-chan." Naruto of course would have said more, but before he could, Rurikaio raced over to him, enveloping him in a tight hug, much to the irritation of Tsunade and the amusement of Shizen and the masked swordsman. "Naruto-kun, are you alright? Are you hurt anywhere?" the Fire Princess asked in a fast pace, while checking for Naruto any injuries. "I'm fine, Rurikaio-chan," assured Naruto, where he tried to say more, but was again interrupted by Rurikaio, who turned to the masked swordsman and glared at him. "You promised you wouldn't hurt Naruto-kun, you were too rough." In response to the blonde princess's rebuke, the swordsman just laughed. Foo, come now, Rurikaio-chan, Naruto is a tough boy, he can take a few little hits. And to be honest, I only said I would go easy on him." Stunned by how familiar Rurikaio was with her kidnapper, Naruto turned to the blonde princess. "Rurikaio-chan, you know this person?" "Of course, she's my favorite auntie, Aunt Kimi," Rurikaio replied, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Naruto, on the other hand, could only stare in disbelief and think, "Auntie?" as he looked back and forth between Rurikaio and her aunt, who was standing over the two. "Can someone please tell me what the hell is going on?" Naruto cried, not understanding anything. Sparing a sympathetic smile for her son, Tsunade decided to answer his question. "I suppose introductions are in order," at which point the masked swordsman removed his mask and pulled back his purple cloak, revealing that Rurikaio's kidnapper was indeed a woman. "Naruto, allow me to introduce you to the first daughter and princess to the Fire Daimyo, Princess Kimiko, too, who also just so happens to be Princess Rurikaio's aunt and godmother. A pleasure to finally meet you, Naruto-san," the now revealed Fire Princess said in an elegant and rich voice that was befitting of noble lady of her status, while smiling and bowing politely to him. Too shocked to say or do anything, Naruto just stared at the elder Fire Princess and thought, "Princess?" And after a few more minutes of staring at Princess Kimiko, Naruto was brought back to his senses, thanks to a hard smack to the back of the head, courtesy of Rurikaio, who decided to snap Naruto out of his stupor. "Ow!" Naruto cried after the smack, before realizing what he had been doing, and quickly apologized, although at the same time thinking, "How the hell do I keep getting into these types of messes?" Once he was back to his senses, Naruto quickly took in Princess Kimiko's now revealed appearance. The princess was a tall, slender yet shapely built woman with fair skin and green eyes, similar to Rurikaio's, and an attractive face. She had waist-length black hair, like the Fire Daimyo and his wife, with shorter bangs in a Heim-like style. She was dressed in rather simple attire that consisted of a white yukata with a purple sash, which matched her purple cloak, and black belt and wooden sandals. But despite her simple appearance, she held herself up in a dignified and graceful manner, befitting her royal lineage. In her hand she held her Hanya mask right and her Shiraseiya no Dachi in her left. 3. After full taking Kimiko's appearance in, Naruto turned to his mother. "Ka-chan, what is going on? Why did Rurikaio-chan attack us and kidnap Rurikaio-chan? And what did she mean I passed? Was this some sort of test?" "Yes," replied Tsunade. "You see, Naruto, many of us noticed the effects your fight with Itachi had on you, especially during your spars. You were hesitating more and seemed unsure of yourself and would often become distracted. So we came up with this plan in the hope of getting you to overcome your issues, which you did." Knowing this was true, Naruto just nodded. But even so, Naruto didn't like the way his mother and Shizen handled the matter. He was even more annoyed at the fact that Rurikaio was part of it, given how worried he had been for her. But before he could rebut his mother or elder sister, Kimiko intervened, seeing the anger form on Naruto's face, after learning everything had been staged. "Please do not be angry with your mother or the others, Naruto-san. This was all my idea and I was the one who convinced your mother and Shizen-san," Rurikayo-chan also had no idea of what was happening until I explained it to her after I had taken her. This was all your idea? Yes, I arrived shortly after my parents and their entourage arrived, where I met with Tsunade-sama and Shizen-san. During our conversation she mentioned the events with you and Itachi-san and the effects it had of you, and so I suggested this test to help you overcome your problem. I then secretly met with my parents, and they agreed to help by pulling back the majority of the guard. I guess that explains why no one came to help when she attacked Rurikayo-chan and me, Naruto thought. It also explains why Ka-chan and the others didn't come to help when I signaled them with my earring. But I still don't get this, Naruto asked angrily. Why did you have to make me go through all this? Couldn't there have been another way? Unfortunately, no, answered Princess Kimiko. I will admit it was a tad extreme, but given what I had heard. After your battle with Itachi, you began to doubt yourself, your abilities, and allowed your fear of being weak and helpless to take hold of you. To overcome that, you needed to face the same situation again, to be alone, facing an opponent who was vastly superior to you, and who held someone you cared about. Only then could you possibly find the strength to move past it and persevere, even if the situation seems desperate. Thinking back to the fight, Naruto remembered Kimiko's words from earlier, and the way she had been goading him. You may have the ability, but you lack the will to act, that which is everything. Without that, all your skill and training is worthless. How can you hope to protect the princess, your family, or anyone for that matter if you start doubting not only yourself, but your own abilities? Regardless of how strong or talented you are, there is one key thing that separates the strong from the weak, and that is the will to fight when things seem dire. Anyone can fight a person who is weaker than them or who they know they can beat. But it takes true strength and courage to take on someone who you know is stronger than you, and yet still fights on. Realizing what Kimiko had been really trying to do, the blonde boy let out a tired sigh, while Rurikayo helped him to his feet. I guess I really was afraid of letting everyone down. I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to protect Ka-chan and everyone else. Fear is nothing to be ashamed about, Naruto-san. Everyone is afraid at some point. In fact, it can be a good thing at times, since it prevents us from doing something foolish. It only becomes a problem when we allow fear to take hold of us and rule us. Kimiko answered with sage-like wisdom. I guess, Naruto returned. But it's just that, I can't help but worry what would happen if someone attacked us, or tried to hurt Ka-chan and the others to get to me. I don't want to ever feel or experience what I did in Itachi's illusion ever again. Naru-chan. Tsunade spoke softly, now seeing how much worry had been on her son's mind lately. You shouldn't place such heavy burdens on yourself. You may be a shinobi now, but you're only 12, it's my job to look out for you, you needn't worry about me. You've years before you have to worry about so much. That was what I have been trying to tell you. Tsunade-sama is right, Naruto-san, joined Kimiko. Don't take so much onto yourself. There is no shame in relying on others, especially when they want to help you. Understanding what Kimiko was telling him, Naruto simply nodded, but he soon turned his attention to his mother after realizing something. What would have happened if I had failed? If you had failed, I would have been forced to place you on the mandatory leave and restrict your movements to the village until such a time as I deemed you fit to return to active duty. Sighing again, Naruto just nodded, since he wouldn't have blamed his mother if she had, especially considering how he had been acting lately. Seeing how serious the atmosphere had turned, Kimiko decided to intervene and change the mood of the conversation into a pleasant one. By inviting the Senju family to have dinner with her family tonight, and celebrate Tsunade's coming appointment as Hokage. Not wanting to be rude to both the Fire Princess and the royal family, Tsunade and the others accepted, much to delight of both Fire Princesses. After which the group then slowly made their way back into the village. A few hours later. And that's what happened. Naruto finished after retailing his fight with Kimiko to Kushina, who was lying in her hospital bed, still recovering from her fight with Itachi and Kisame. After his returning to the village, Naruto had decided to go visit his sensei in the hospital. Even though he had finally come to terms with what had happened with the Akatsuki and accepted that there were some things he could do nothing about, he still felt somewhat guilty for his sensei's injured state. So Kimiko-chan finally knocked some sense into you. It's about time. I was beginning to think that I would have to beat some sense into you myself, if you kept acting like some emo. I wasn't that bad, Naruto retorted, where Kushina just shrugged. Well, maybe you weren't a totally emo, but close enough if you asked me, especially given how much you were moping. Shrugging, Naruto then looked back at his red-headed sensei, when he realized the familiar manner Kushina had referred the Fire Princess in. Do you know Kimiko Heim? Yeah, back when I was around your age, she often visited Konoha with her father, and we became fast friends. She was sort of a big sister figure to me when I was growing up. Not unlike how the Sandame's grandson Konohamaru views you. In fact, she was the one who got me interested in swordsmanship and helped me develop Arasujin no Mai, Dance of the Raging Water Goddess. 4. Seriously? Naruto asked in surprise, to which Kushina just nodded. I guess that explains how she was able to avoid and block my sword attacks so easily. She helped Kushina-sensei create it. She's really strong, Naruto remarked, as his thoughts turned back to Princess Kimiko. Trust me, Naruto, as strong as you think she is, Kimiko-chan is stronger. In fact, she could probably give Tsunade-sama a serious run for her money. After hearing Kushina's statement, Naruto would normally have thought that his sensei was being overdramatic, since his mother was credited of being the strongest kunoichi alive. But after fighting the Fire Princess, and seeing firsthand how strong she was, he believed his teacher. Although he was certain that his mother would still win in a fight between the two of them, he knew it would not be without cost, and that she would have a hard time fighting the Fire Princess, especially since she was no longer in her prime, unlike the princess. I still can't believe that she's the Fire Daimyo's daughter. She's not at all what I would expect from a princess, Naruto remarked, causing Kushina to smirk. Yeah, well, Kimiko-chan is sort of a black sheep in her family. She never enjoyed being royalty or dressing up in fancy clothes and things like that. Like me, she was more tomboyish, which was probably why the two of us got along so well when we were kids. She fell in love with the swords arts and convinced the Fire Daimyo to let her train, and then later trained in the samurai arts. So she's a samurai, like Kensai-sensei? Naruto said, remembering his former sword instructor. Yeah, nodded Kushina. During the last war with the other great nations, Kimiko joined the Crimson Guard and earned a pretty infamous reputation. She is pretty well known and feared, even in the shinobi nations, where many refer to her as the Akuma no Heim, the Devil Princess. Thinking back to when he and the others returned to the village and were walking back to the Fire Daimyo's residence, Naruto remembered seeing several shinobi stopping and staring at Princess Kimiko with a look of awe and fear. At first he thought that they simply recognized her as the Fire Daimyo's daughter, but now he realized that was only half true. They had recognized her as the famed Devil Princess of Hai no Kuni, a name that Naruto thought was fitting since she fought like a devil. If Princess Kimiko is so strong, why isn't that I haven't heard of her until now? Kimiko-chan doesn't really like much attention and prefers to stay out of the spotlight, and after the war she left to go traveling to see more of the world and to improve her swordsmanship. But even so, any serious shinobi, or samurai for that matter, would know of her, or at least heard of her, especially if the recent rumors are true. What rumors? That she now holds the title of Kensei, Sword Saint. 5. Kensei, what's that? Is it like the title of the Sannin? Naruto asked, never hearing of the title before. Sort of, answered Kushina. It's a title that is only given certain sword users, whether they be shinobi or samurai, and only given to the strongest sword user in the world, and to do that you must defeat the previous holder of the title. So she must have defeated the last holder. That's what they say. The last holder of the title was Yagyu Mifune, the general of Tetsu no Kuni, which is the samurai's version of Hokage, which tells you a lot about him. Again, Naruto was not surprised to hear this, as it only confirmed what he already believed about the Fire Daimyo's daughter, that she was not someone that should be taken lightly. What's with her sword then? When I fought her, it seemed different from other swords I've seen before. She was able to destroy even my strongest attack with just a swung of her sword and didn't even use any chakra, and she blocked my punch with just her sword sheath. Well, the sheath is made from a special tree that is grown and fed with chakra, not unlike the ones that are used to make affinity paper, which allow people to find out their nature affinities. Now, unlike those trees, these trees are a lot rarer due to the fact that the wood from these trees are a lot stronger, making them difficult to cut and shape. The wood is as strong as stone, but weighs the same as a normal piece of wood, and can still absorb a certain amount of chakra. That explains how she was able to block my enhanced punch with just her sword sheath, Naruto thought, as he had now solved one mystery. But what about her sword? Her sword is no ordinary sword, it's a Muramasa sword. A Muramasa sword? Repeated Naruto, not understanding the significances. Yes, or as most people refer to it as, Yodo Muramasa, Muramasa Demon Blade. Kushina explained. According to legend long ago, there was once a talented swordsmith by the name of Sengo Muramasa, who created some of the finest blades you could ever find, and could cut through or withstand almost anything. In fact, it is said that if a leaf were to simply land on the blade of a Muramasa, it would be split in two. But why do they call it a demon blade? Naruto asked, feeling a little nervous at the moment, remembering the number of times he had nearly met his end by said sword. Well, according to legend, while Muramasa was a skilled and talented swordsmith, he was also violent and ill-balanced and on the verge of madness, explained Kushina. She then paused for a moment, as talking about Muramasa reminded something she had once heard. About how madness and genius went hand in hand. Probably explains why so many gifted people like Orochimaru and others turned out the way they did. Kushina then spent the next minute or two thinking about other talented shinobi she had known, who also seemingly lost their minds, or simply turned twisted. But eventually she turned back to her original thoughts, and went to finishing her story. Now, according to story, when Muramasa was making his swords, he was supposed to have passed on all these negative fields into his blades, where they became cursed sword. Cursed? Yes, answered Kushina. It's said that whoever wields and Yodo Muramasa, not only would they become a fearsome swordsman with few equals, but they would be filled with an insatiable thirst for blood and battle that would eventually drive them mad and cause them to kill themselves. In fact, it rumored that when a swordsman sheathes in Yodo Muramasa, if they have not spilt the blood of someone else, the user is required to cut himself on it. It's also said that only the strongest of willed people can even hope to resist the urges of an Yodo Muramasa and not go mad. It was for that reason that so few Yodo Muramasa remain, since most people fear them and had them destroyed. Aren't you worried what will happen to Princess Kimiko? Naruto asked, as he was more than a little concerned about Princess, after hearing the sword's history. Smiling at this, Kushina reached over and ruffled Naruto's spiky hair in a kindly manner. You needn't worry, brat. Kimiko-chan is one of the strongest-willed people I know, and she wouldn't let any old sword control her. Although I would advise to try and stay on her good side, as she is not someone you want as an enemy. Having already known this, Naruto just nodded since he had already made a mental note to stay on the Fire Princess's good side, if at all possible. For the next half hour, Naruto and Kushina continued talk about Princess Kimiko, where Naruto mentioned how he and his family had been invited to dinner with the royal family and invited her to join them. At first, Kushina was reluctant to accept the invitation, stating that she didn't want to intrude. But Naruto insisted that it would be fine and went on to say that Fire Princess would no doubt enjoy seeing her again. After a few more minutes of coaxing, Naruto eventually broke the red-haired jonin and got her to agree to come. Although it didn't hurt that Kushina was already on the verge of going stir-crazy from her long stay at the hospital. Once Kushina had agreed to come to the dinner, Naruto decided to ask his sensei, something that had been on his mind for a while. Kushina-sensei, Naruto said slowly, gaining his teacher's attention. What can you tell me about Uchiha Itachi? At the mention of the traitorous Uchiha, Kushina's mood darkened, where a large frown appeared on her normally attractive face. Why do you want to know? Naruto of course couldn't blame her for becoming angry at the mention Itachi, given how he was part of the reason why she was here. Well, he's part of the Akatsuki now, and sooner or later I'll probably have to face him again at some point, so I thought it would be best if I know about as much as I can about him. At the mention of him having to face Itachi again, Kushina's frown grew and stared directly into Naruto's eyes, as if searching for something, which unnerved the blonde boy a little. Given how he was not used to his teacher staring at him so intensely and as seriously. But after about a minute or so she turned away and stared up at the ceiling, as if glaring at it for some reason. For another minute or so Kushina said nothing, and continued to stare at the white ceiling. But just as Naruto was about to say something, she suddenly spoke. I know Itachi about as well as anyone, although that doesn't say very much. Even at an early age Itachi was an inscrutable individual. Nobody, not even his own parents, could fully understand him, or know what he was thinking. But even so, nobody could question the fact that he was a gifted child, maybe even more talented than your father Naruto. At the mention of Itachi being possibly more gifted as a shinobi than his father, Naruto's eyes widened in shock. He had always heard from Jiraiya and others within Konoha that his father had been one of the most gifted shinobi who ever lived. Even his own mother, who hated his father for turning him into a Jinchuriki, acknowledged his skill, and stated that he had been stronger than her. Seeing the shocked look on Naruto's face, Kushina just nodded and continued. Itachi was always very intelligent for his age, and very perceptive and analytical. He was very quick-witted, controlled, disciplined and clear-headed. He showed great maturity, responsibility and intuitiveness, far beyond his age, and was he rarely caught off guard or deceived. In fact, I don't think I ever saw him look surprised in his entire life, even when he was in ANBU, but even then he seemed to have softness to him, especially when it came to Sasuke, where he would often spend time with him in an attempt to make up for their father's neglect. Neglect? Naruto asked curiously. Like most parents, who are blessed with a gifted child, Itachi and Sasuke's father Fugaku focused most of his time on Itachi. He believed that Itachi would bring even greater fame and glory to the Uchiha clan. This of course left little time with Sasuke. But even with their father neglecting Sasuke, Itachi and Sasuke were about as close to one another as brothers could be. So why did Itachi kill their clan? Nobody knows. Some people say that Itachi secretly despised his clan and left his brother alive so that he would be alone and be tortured by the memories of their clan being gone. Others say that Itachi went mad due to all the pressure he had been put under, and because of the trauma he suffered during Black Ops missions. A few, on the other hand, say that he simply decided to follow the same dark path as Uchiha Madara. When Kushina finished, Naruto's thoughts turned back to his meeting with the Shodai and the rest of his family. He then remembered what the Nidaime Hokage had told him about the Uchiha clan being a cursed clan, and how their feelings could turn them dark and cause them to fall into a deprived path. Could that be what happened to Itachi? Naruto thought before turning back to his teacher. What do you believe? To be honest, I don't really know what to believe. Kushina replied with a small sigh. Like I said, Itachi is an inscrutable person, nobody really knew him. But I know for certain he didn't simply go mad or broke under the pressure he was under. Our recent fight with him proved that. When I saw him, he was just as I remembered him, calm, cool, collective and aware of everything that was around him. I can only guess that there is more to what happened that night than what most people think. What do you mean? I always found it odd that no one ever heard or saw what was going on in the Uchiha district that night. Not to mention the fact that Itachi alone wiped out his clan and the entire military police force. As skilled as he was, even Itachi had limits. Then there's the fact that Itachi left Sasuke alive. Itachi was not someone who would do something on spur of the moment, or to be simply cruel. He always had a plan or a reason for what he did, meaning that there is something we aren't seeing. After hearing his teacher's reasoning, Naruto found himself agreeing with her, since there were things that didn't make sense, and made a mental note to try and figure out what really happened that night. Thinking about Itachi and what he was like before he fled Konoha, Naruto's thoughts suddenly turned to Sasuke. What was Sasuke like back before Itachi wiped out their clan? At the mention of Sasuke, a sad look appeared on Kushina's face, where once again she stared back up at the ceiling and said nothing for several minutes. Before Itachi wiped out their clan, Sasuke was very different from what he is now. In fact, he was a lot like you. Me? Repeated Naruto in surprise, to which Kushina nodded. When Sasuke was younger, he was a kind, sweet, and cheerful young boy, who always smiled and was polite to everyone he met. Think back to then, Kushina smiled, remembering the time she had visited her friend Mikoto and met Sasuke. But just as quickly her mood turned sad. But that all changed when Itachi killed their parents and their clan. It was probably made even worse since it was Itachi who did it, since Sasuke idolized Itachi when he was younger. After his clan was killed, Sasuke became cold, indifferent, cruel, cynical, and somewhat arrogant, focusing solely on killing Itachi and avenging his parents and clan. Didn't you try to help him? Wasn't his mother your friend? I tried, but unfortunately there was little I could do since my duties in ANBU took up most of my time, and anyone that tried to get close to Sasuke, he simply pushed away. For the most part, one have kept my eye on him during my off times, making sure that he was safe, and on more than one occasion I have thought of trying to take him in. Why couldn't you? Well, ignoring the fact that I was in ANBU, and even if I had retired from ANBU, I couldn't take him in since he was the sole surviving heir of a shinobi clan with an important bloodline limit. There are laws that prevented other shinobi clans and families from adopting or taking in those with bloodline limits into their families. These laws were created so that no one shinobi clan or family could steal another clan's abilities and skills for themselves or become too powerful. When Kushina finished, Naruto could only frown, and began to wonder if he had gone through what Sasuke did. If he had lost his family, would he have turned out the same way? After thinking about it for several minutes, Naruto quickly pushed such thoughts away. He knew it did not do well dwell on such matters and decided to turn the conversation away for the Uchiha tragedy. Hey sensei, yes? How do you feel about Ka-chan become the Godame Hokage tomorrow? Knowing how it had been his sensei dream to become the first female Hokage in Konoha, Naruto was curious as to how she felt about his mother becoming it instead of her. Smiling, Kushina turned to her student. If you're worried that I am angry or bitter about it, you don't have to worry, because I'm not. Tsunade-sama is a fine choice. I'll admit I am a little disappointed in not becoming the first female Hokage, but I can't deny that she is the better choice. Still, that doesn't mean that I have given up on becoming Hokage, said Kushina, where she slowly began to smirk. So don't think for 1 second that you will become Hokage before me, hey Yuron-sensei, responded a now grinning Naruto, where the two of them continued to talk and laugh for the rest of the afternoon. Later that night the Senju family, including Tonton and Kuramaru, and Kushina arrived at the Fire Daimyo's private residence. Due to the fact that they were having dinner with the royal family of Hai no Kuni, Shizen had insisted that they wear proper attire for the event, much to the annoyance of both Tsunade and Naruto, who hated dressing up in such attire. Naruto wore a simple light blue kimono, with dark blue belt, that held the kimono around his waist. Shizen on the other hand wore a formal pink and gold kimono where the upper portion of the kimono was pink while the bottom part and edgings were gold with flower patterns. Around her waist she wore a cream-colored obi with leaf designs and a small gold robe to help keep her kimono together. All in all, Naruto had to admit that his elder sister looked very lovely, but what surprised Naruto even more was that Shizen also wore makeup, which was exceedingly rare, given how Shizen rarely ever wore makeup. Like Shizen, Kushina's dress in a very stylish purple kimono adorned with flower designs and a matching obi around her waist. When Naruto first saw his sensei in her kimono, he had been stunned with how elegant she looked, where the dress matched well with her hair color, which fell down to her rear and had a small yellow flower tied behind her head. His mother, on the other hand, was probably the most stunning of the three. She wore an elegant orange kimono with leaf and floral patterns, along with a red obi around her waist tied in a large bow behind her back and a small green rope over it. Like Shizen, Tsunade wore a light shape of makeup and had done her hair up in a bun, which was held together by 2 hairpins, giving her a refined look, making her look every bit the princess people referred to her as. 6. When they arrived at the Fire Daimyo residence, they were greeted by Kimiko, who was dressed in the traditional attire of a miko that consisted of a purple hakama, a white haori with a sash-like belt, wooden sandals and a white ribbon to partially hold her hair in place. At first Naruto had been surprised by the rather simple attire that the princess was wearing. But he then remembered that Kushina had told him that Kimiko hated royal lifestyle and preferred simpler things. Upon seeing Kushina, Kimiko immediately raced over to her old childhood friend and hugged her tightly, which Kushina more than happily returned. Once Kimiko greeted everyone, she led the group into the building and into the dining room, where the royal family was already seated at the long dining table, which was laid with food that was fit for a feast. Both the Fire Daimyo and his wife wore their traditional robes and attire, while Rurikayo was dressed in a formal light pink kimono adorned with floral patterns, similar to the one she had worn when they had first met. Her hair was held back by a brown hairband with a red ribbon with 2 gold-colored embellishments tied on her left side. Upon greeting the royal family, Kimiko led the group to their seats. The Fire Daimyo and his wife were seated at the head of the table, with Rurikayo to their right, Kimiko to their left. Naruto was seated next to Rurikayo, along with Shizen, while Kushina and his mother sat opposite them next to Princess Kimiko. Dinner was of course very good, where even Tonton and Kuramaru were enjoying themselves. When Kuramaru first arrived, the young half-wolf was of course weary of the elder fire princess, and even growled at her a little, showing that he had not forgiven her for throwing him into the pound. But all that changed when Kimiko handed him a rather large sirloin steak. Needless to say, it was obvious that all was forgiven in the young pup's mind, who happily dug into the steak. As the group continued with their meal, Tsunade and the others praised on how delicious the food was and give their compliments to the chief. It was then that Madame Jimmy mentioned, to the surprise of everyone, that Kimiko had been the one who had cooked and prepared the meal. "You cook?" Kushina asked in surprise. "Of course," the Fire Princess said, smiling. "I have been traveling for some time, and I do need to eat like everyone else. And I thought it would be nice to cook for everyone, since it's been a while since I've seen any of you." "Well, you certainly have a talent for it," replied Kushina, taking another bite from her meal. "You'll make a pretty good bride." Ho ho ho, now Kushina-chan, don't be saying things like that, you'll make me blush. Kimiko returned, pretending to be embarrassed and playfully swatting her friend's arm. But speaking of being a bride, tell me, have you taken any steps? At this remark, Kushina almost choked on the piece of meat she had been eating before finally swallowing it, where she then turned to her friend. No, I haven't really found anyone that has interests me, the redhead replied with a slight blush. Not feeling exactly comfortable talking about her personal life, or lack of thereof, especially in front of the fire daimyo and his family. Oh, don't be embarrassed, Kushina-chan, there is nothing wrong with that. Although I should warn you, time is ticking and you're not as young as you once were, said Kimiko in a teasing tone, causing a small tick to appear on Kushina's head, who was slightly irked by the remark. Knowing what type of game her friend was playing, Kushina decided to fight fire with fire. Hey, you're one to talk, you're not getting any younger yourself, Kimi-chan, emphasizing her old nickname. And is that a gray hair I see? To her credit, the elder fire princess did not react to the remark and continued to smile, as if nothing was wrong, but if one looked closely they would see a small tick form at the back of her head as well. For the next few minutes the two women continued their verbal spar with one another, making small teasing comments and remarks about one another's age, weight, height, hair, temperament, and other things, all under the guise of a simple friendly conversation. The rest of the group of course caught on to what was going on between the two women and decided to watch them, finding it to be a great source of entertainment. Although at times Naruto almost thought the two of them would clash swords with one another, given how much they were going at it, even if it was just friendly teasing. There were even times where Naruto could have sworn he saw lightning spark between them. But after a while the two relented on their teasing of one another, and soon turned their attention to Naruto and Rurikayo, much to the dismay of the two blondes. So, Rurikayo-chan, said Kimiko with a smile that was far too sweet and in a tone that was equally as sweet. Tell me, is there anyone that has taken your interest? No, she denied, although it was obvious to everyone that there was someone, given how quickly she denied it, and how red her face had now become. Oh really? Asked Kimiko with an annoying smirk. Yes, Rurikayo huffed with no small amount of annoyance. And even if there was someone we liked, we do not see how it is any of your business, auntie. 7. Oh come now, Rurikayo-chan, don't say that, said Kimiko in the same sweet tone. There's nothing wrong with me being curious about my favorite niece. We are your only niece, which makes you even more important to me, so why don't you tell us? We won't tell, that is, unless said person is here, continued Kimiko, who was still smiling evilly at her niece, who then glanced at Naruto, turning an even brighter shade of red. Seeing the glance, Kimiko and Kushina's smiles grew, making them seem all the more sinister in the eyes of the two blondes. Shizen, the fire daimyo, and Madame Shirjimi on the other hand just chuckled as Kushina and Kimiko began to torture the two children, finding the scene very amusing. The only one though that didn't seem to enjoy the line of questioning was of course Tsunade, who maintained a blank facade and calmly drank some sake that was given earlier, doing her best to ignore what was happening. Although every so often her right eyebrow would twitch ever so slightly, indicating her displeasure, and it only got worse as Kimiko and Kushina continued their teasing of Rurikayo and Naruto. Could it be that you have a thing for Naruto-kun here? Cooed Kimiko, smiling like a cat who caught the canary. This comment of course resulted in Naruto almost spitting out the water he had been drinking, resulting in him having a coughing fit. Rurikayo on the other hand screamed, "And Kimi!" and turned even redder, where most thought that she would blow steam out of her ears at any second. This reaction of course caused everyone, minus Tsunade, Naruto and Rurikayo, to burst out laughing, much to the embarrassment of the two adolescents. But just when they thought things couldn't get any, Kushina decided to join in. Oh well, she better watch out since Naruto here is quite the player, and she has quite the bit of competition already. Really? Asked Kimiko, who seemed rather interested at the news. Oh yeah, excluding the rather large number of fangirls who are after him. There are several girls that stand out who are quite smitten with him already. Oh my, please do go on, encouraged the elder fire princess, who was finding the news quite interesting, not to mention entertaining. Given the murderous look Naruto was giving his sensei, while still recovering from nearly choking on his water. Well, there is Hyuga Hisahi's eldest daughter Hinata, the niece of Inuzuka Tsum, Yamanaka Inoichi's daughter Ino, who also happens to be the leader of his little fan club. Then there is a Hayatan user named Haku from Kiri, as well as Hattori Mei, Sansho no Hanzo, Hanzo the salamander, granddaughter. And we of course can't forget Yujito-chan now, can we, Naruto? Said Kushina with clear mirth in her eyes, when she saw the angry look Naruto gave her that told her he would get her back for this. Oh my, said Kimiko, giggling a little, while thinking about how much fun she could have with this bit of information. She could also see that her niece was rather annoyed with the fact that she had competition for Naruto's affection. I told you before, Sensei, it's not like that, they're just friends. Oh really? So does that mean you tongue kiss all your female friends and grope their breast in public? Kushina retorted with an evil smirk, which only grew when Naruto turned cherry red and started to sputter, as he tried to think of a comeback to her remark. At the same time, Rurikayo also turned red again and glanced at Naruto, before she started to shake her head in denial when images of Naruto doing things like that started to appear in her head. This of course caused a great deal of laughter to erupt at the expense of the two young blondes. Fortunately though, their salvation came when Tsunade, who was already irked by the fact that another girl was after her baby boy, decided to change the topic of the conversation. For the next hour or so, the group talked about different things, such as Tsunade's upcoming inauguration as the Godame Hokage, her plans for the village, how long the Fire Daimyo and his family would be staying, and other things. Eventually though, the group decided to move outside to the garden porch and enjoy the cool night air, where Naruto and Rurikayo played in the garden with Kurimaru and Totan, while the adults watched them and drank the sake they had brought. He's quite an interesting young man, your son, Kimiko remarked, watching Naruto run around the garden as Rurikayo, Totan and Kurimaru tried to catch him. That he is, Tsunade returned with a small smile as she slowly drank the sake in her plate. In fact, he reminds me a great deal of his father, especially in regards to looks, finished Kimiko with a knowing smile, causing Tsunade to spit out her sake and stare at the younger woman in shock, with a look that screamed, "How the hell do you know? I don't know what you're talking about," Tsunade said quickly as she tried to hide her shock, while at the same time glanced worriedly at the Fire Daimyo and his wife. Thankfully, either of them had heard their daughter's comment, where their attention was focused on Shizen and Kushina, whom they were talking to. Ho ho ho, oh my Tsunade-sama, you truly do have the worst poker face I have ever seen, Kimiko laughed, before turning to look at Naruto, who was still playing. To be perfectly honest, it's not terribly difficult to figure out. I met Minato-san many times over the years and the physical resemblance between the two of them is too strong for them not to be related. In fact, the only reason I can come up with as to why no one else has figured it out as well is because most choose to ignore the resemblance, believing it a coincidence. Not that I blame them, of course, since the very idea of the Yandame Hokage and you having a child together is unbelievable to say the least. Tell me, Kimiko asked as she turned to Tsunade, how is it that Naruto came to be? Surely you and the Yandame Hokage weren't having an illicit affair, were you? Seeing the hunger look in the Fire Princess's eyes, Tsunade knew that the female samurai was dying to know the full story behind Naruto's birth. Feeling uncomfortable with sharing her personal history, Tsunade turned away from the younger woman and began to pour herself more sake. I'm afraid that is a rather personal matter, Kimiko-sama, and I would not feel comfortable telling. Sadly though for Tsunade, her obvious embarrassment and refusal to tell Kimiko what happened between Minato and her confirmed what the Fire Princess had already suspected. Of course I understand, Tsunade-sama, replied the Fire Princess as she poured herself a new drink. But does that then mean that the reason you and Minato spelt together is because the both of you got drunk? No sooner had Kimiko finished, Tsunade once again spat her sake out in surprise, and gave her the same shocked look as before, causing the younger woman to smile as she took another sip of her own sake. I'll take that as a yes, replied the still smiling Kimiko, and upon seeing the dumb confused look on Tsunade's face, the Fire Princess decided to tell the Slug Princess how she figured it out. Again, it wasn't very difficult to figure out. As I said earlier, the idea of you and Minato-san conceiving a child together is unbelievable, given the various different reasons, and yet it still happened. So I asked myself, how did such an unexpected union happen? And I came up with only 3 possibilities. The first was that you, Minato-san, or the both of you together, secretly planned and organized the incident in the hope of not only resurrecting the Senju clan, but also in the hope of producing a powerful child together. The second possibility was that you secretly artificially inseminated yourself with the Yandame Hokage's sperm. Both ideas were of course highly unlikely, given how neither of you were the type to do either of those things, which of course left only one possibility, that at some point 14 years ago, Naruto is nearly 13, you and Minato-san met up, and given how much you enjoyed sake, The two of you got drunk and spent the night together, resulting in Naruto-san. Your denial and obvious embarrassment when I asked you how Naruto-san was conceived just confirmed it. When Kimiko finished, she was amused to find the soon-to-be Hokage staring at her with a disbelieving look. Eventually, though, Tsunade recovered from surprise and just shook her head. Damn girl must be part Nara, she's too smart for her own good. But before she could comment on Kimiko figuring out the truth herself, the elder Fire Princess once again spoke. You also need not worry about me leaking out the information on who Naruto's father is. I am well aware of the problems it could cause you, your family and Konoha, should the information be learned by certain people. So I will maintain your secret and tell no one, including my parents, although I am certain they would keep it secret if you explained your reasons for it. Thank you, said Tsunade, who was indeed relieved to hear that Kimiko would keep the identity of Naruto's father hidden. As for the Daimyo-sama and Shijimi-sama, I do not doubt they would keep it secret, but the fewer people know about who Naruto's father is, the less likely it will leak out. I understand, but still you should be proud, he is a fine young man, and he is already quite strong, Kimiko remarked, remembering her fight with Naruto, where he broke her sword sheath. Something that was not easily done, given how her sheath was made out of a special wood from trees that were grown and fed with chakra, making their wood very strong, which in turn made the sheath not only hard to replace but expensive too as well. But fortunately, she had a spare sheath made in the event that something happened to the original, hence it mattered little. Oh, I am, Tsunade replied with a smile. And he's only going to get stronger in the future. Nodding and smiling in agreement, Kimiko then turned to look back at the kids, where she and the others spent the rest of the evening, chatting, drinking and having an all-around good time. The next day, the whole village was bustling with activity, where crowds of people had gathered at the Hokage's mansion for Tsunade's inauguration as the Godame Hokage of the Hidden Leaf. Inside the mansion in the council room, which had been done up for the inauguration, a large body of people waited patiently for Tsunade arrived. The audience had been split up into two groups, each standing at opposite ends of the room, facing one another, allowing for a straight open path from the doorway to the altar, between the two groups. Among the people in the room was of course Naruto, who had been accompanied by Shizen, Tanten, Kuramaru, and his two senseis Yamato and Kushina, who Tsunade finally allowed to leave the hospital and return to duty. Upon entering the room, Naruto and his group made their way over to the altar, which had been set up for the ceremony, and stood near it, with Konohamaru and Asuma, who had arrived before them. Being related to the former Hokage and soon-to-be Godame Hokage, Naruto, Asuma and Konohamaru were allowed to stand next to the altar. After greeting Konohamaru and Asuma, Naruto began to look around the room, which was filled with the various clan heads, both major and minor, and a large number of high-ranking shinobi, like Guy and Kakashi. He also saw several members of the Konoha and Fire Councils, along with several other important-looking officials. As he continued to look around, Naruto also saw Rurikayo and her family, who nodded politely to him when they saw him. At the same time, Naruto also noticed that several of the jounin were giving Princess Kimiko, who was dressed in her normal attire, minus the hood and mask, nervous looks, indicating that they not only knew her, but feared her. Something that Naruto found perfectly understandable. Looking around further, Naruto also noticed that some of his friends were here as well, which wasn't entirely surprising either given how each of their fathers, or mother in one case, was a member of the Konoha Council. The first of his friends that Naruto saw was Ino, who waved over at him, as she stood next to her parents. Ino's father Inochi, Naruto had of course recognized from the council meeting from earlier. Although the woman next to him, Naruto did not and figured that she was Ino's mother, who he guessed was a civilian given her attire. Ino's mother had light brown eyes without pupils, similar in shape and size to her daughter, and had brown hair which is tied into a bun with a red ribbon in it. She had strands frame both sides of her face, hanging over her ears from behind. She was fair-skinned, like her daughter, although had slight wrinkles, which Naruto noticed near her mouth. Her attire consisted of a dark teal elegant dress, which sported an aquamarine-colored gem below the collar. Standing next to Ino's family were Shikamaru and Choji's families, and upon seeing him, both boys acknowledged him. Although unlike their teammate, they were more subtle about it and simply nodded to him. Standing behind both boys were their respected parents, and although Naruto recognized their fathers, he was again unfamiliar with their mothers. But it wasn't hard to discern which of the two women were Choji and Shikamaru's mothers. Choji's mother was a full-bodied woman, which made it blatantly obvious that she was his mother. She had short, black hair and eyes which were accentuated by orange markings at each corner. She wore a light shade of lipstick, a pair of red, stud earrings along with a high-collared purple blouse which had gold trimmings and a pair of matching pants, and heeled sandals. Shikamaru's mother was of average height of a woman. She had long brown hair, which was kept in a low ponytail with 3 strands framing her face. Looking at her, Naruto could see a strong resemblance between her and Shikamaru, which made it easy to tell that she was his mother. She also wore the standard outfit of a Konoha shinobi with a matching flak jacket and uniform to her husband, which clearly indicated that unlike Ino and Choji's mothers, she was a kunoichi, or at least a former one. Looking around to see if he could see anyone else he knew, specifically Sasuke, who he had hoped to talk to, but never had the chance to due to recent events. Being the last heir to one of the founding clans of Konoha, Sasuke would have been invited to the ceremony. But there was no sign of the last loyal Uchiha in the room, which sadly was to no great surprise to the Senju heir. According to what Shizen and Kushina had told him, after leaving the hospital, Sasuke spent most of his time either at home or training in his clan's private training ground. Knowing that there was nothing he could do about it now, Naruto decided to continue to look for any of his other friend. Eventually he saw Shino and his father Shibi, who were standing in darkened corner of the room, almost completely out of sight of everyone. Seeing them, Naruto gave them a polite nod, a smile, to which both Aburame responded with a barely registered nod, which was to be expected of the two. After acknowledging the 2 Aburames, Naruto's attention turned again, after hearing an excited yelp from Kuramaru. Turning in the direction Kuramaru was looking at, Naruto saw Kiba and his family, standing near the doorway, with their respected canine partners. Seeing the family, Naruto smiled and waved at the family, who all waved and smiled back at him, or in Naku's case, blushed and waved. Shortly after, Naruto turned to the doorway and saw the Hyuga clan representatives enter the room. Among them were of course the Hyuga clan head Hyuga Hayashi and Hinata, as well as a young girl, who looked to be around Konohamaru's age, making Naruto guess she was Hinata's sister. With them as well were 2 elderly-looking Hyuga men, dressed in similar robes to Hayashi, who Naruto figured were members of the Hyuga Council that he had heard about from the Sandaime. During the council meeting Naruto had paid little attention to Hayashi, but upon getting a better look of the man, Naruto had to admit he looked every bit the imposing noble figure that people made him out to be. Upon seeing the man, Naruto remembered the story Neji had told him about how his father and Hayashi had been twin brothers and how Hayashi had sacrificed Neji's father to save his own. Naruto also began to wonder if Hayashi really was the type of man Neji made him out to be, but soon decided to save his final judgment until he actually met and spoke to the man. After entering the room, the Hyuga clan representatives made their way near the altar, almost directly opposite Naruto and his group. Upon seeing the Senju heir, Hinata, who was dressed in an elegant white kimono with pink flower patterns, blushed bright and smiled shyly at him, before turning away, to fight down her blush. Her father on the other hand simply stared at him with a calculating stare, as if trying to figure him out, like some kind math problem, which unnerved Naruto a little. But he eventually decided to ignore the Hyuga clan head and turned his attention to Hinata's sister, who gave him the same calculating look as her father, although nowhere near as intense. Like Hinata, her sister was dressed in a matching kimono. She had the same large white eyes as Hinata, although unlike Hinata, her physical appearance was more like their father, and possessed the same long dark brown hair as him, which fell to her lower back and was parted in bangs where a single lock of hair fell into her face. As Naruto watched at the Hyuga representatives, he noticed that the 2 Hyuga elders staring coldly at him, as if trying to intimidate him in some manner. Unafraid of the 2 elderly men, Naruto stared right back at the 2 men, showing that he not someone who could be easily intimidated. For the next minute or two, a stare-off began between Naruto and the 2 Hyuga elders, who after seeing that they could not intimidate Naruto, related and turned away from him. Seeing this, Naruto smirked at his own small victory. He knew that his defeat of Neji had not gone well with many in the Hyuga clan, especially with the way he had humiliated them in the Chunin exam. But even so, he didn't really care. With the exception of Hinata, he didn't hold the Hyuga clan in very high esteem, and if humiliating them a little brought them down a peg or 2, then that was simply a bonus. As more and more people entered the council room for the ceremony, Naruto took notice of one particular individual who hobbled into the room with a cane. This individual was of course easily recognized, since everyone in the room was familiar with the infamous Shimura Danzo, who was more commonly referred as Shinobi no Yami, the darkness of the shinobi, due to his militant and archaic views on the role of a shinobi. Danzo was as a frail, old-looking man. He had black shaggy hair, and his right eye was bandaged, indicating that he had lost it at some time. He had an X-shaped scar on his chin, and wore a white shirt, with a black robe over the top of it, covering from his feet to just over his right shoulder, indicating he had also lost his right arm as well at some point in time. But despite his feeble-like appearance, Naruto and others were still weary of him, since in the shinobi world, appearances were deceptive, and just because he was old, it didn't mean he was weak. As Danzo made his way to the altar, he caught sight of Naruto and his group and slowly made his way over to this. Seeing this, Shizen placed her hand on Naruto's left shoulder and gripped him tightly in a protective manner. At the same time, Asuma moved Konohamaru over closer to him, while Kushina moved closer to Naruto. Yamato made no movements, although frowned slightly when he saw the old war hawk and kept his eyes focused on him. Tanten and Kuramaru on the other hand moved in front of Naruto and looked ready to attack the old man, indicating that they consider him a threat. When Danzo reached them, the old man could clearly see that everyone in the group was on edge. "What do you want, Danzo?" Kushina asked with barely disguised hostility. Paying the former ANBU captain little heed, Danzo kept his eyes trained solely on Naruto, which made the blonde boy feel uncomfortable. Despite his frail-like appearance and being only of average height, Danzo possessed an intimidating presence that made him seem bigger and more dangerous. "Senju Naruto, it is a pleasure to finally meet you again, given how we had little chance to speak last time," said Danzo. "Danzo-san," Naruto replied without any emotion. "I understand that you were dealing with some rather difficult trauma from your recent battle with Uchiha Itachi. I hope you have recovered?" Surprised by how Danzo knew of his emotional problems after his fight with Itachi, Naruto struggled to keep from frowning and keep his face blank. "Yes, I have fully recovered now, thank you for asking. I am pleased to hear that, given recent events, Konoha needs every capable shinobi it has, not only to rebuild, but to defend it and its people." Danzo then turned around to look at the gathering people. "This is quite an auspicious day. One Hokage steps down and another takes his place. You must be very proud of your mother." "I am." "That you should. Your mother is finally living up to her noble lineage." This statement of course caused several of the others to frown, as they had caught the carefully placed insult. But before anyone could make any kind of retort, Danzo continued. "Also, it is possible that next time Konoha has this ceremony, it will be Tsunade who is stepping down, and it will be you who will take her place." "That is my intention," Naruto returned, while doing his best to keep his face void of any emotion, so not to give anything away. "Given your performance at the Chunin exam and the recent invasion, I am certain you will one day. You showed remarkable strength and courage when faced with difficult obstacles." Still keeping his face blank, Naruto replied, "I simply did what any shinobi of Konoha would have done, or should do. I defended my village and my home." "Indeed," remarked Danzo, who like Naruto kept his face void of any emotions, letting nothing slip. Although just for a split moment, the blonde boy could have sworn he saw something like approval shining through his eye when he heard Naruto's words. "But still, you've already proven to be a remarkable young man, given your recent victory over the Nibi Jinchuriki in the Chunin exam and your victory over the Shikaku Jinchuriki in the invasion, which saved many lives. Their names are Yujito and Gaara," Naruto said calmly, although there was a hint of anger in his voice, after hearing the way Danzo referred to them. "I believe you can say their names, Danzo-san." He did not shy away from Danzo's sharp gaze. In fact, he stared right back at the elderly man, showing his nerve, causing Shizen to tighten her grip on Naruto's shoulder. The old warhawk's lips grew so thin they seemed to disappear. "HN," he grunted. "So I can." And then broke his gaze from Naruto's, and after a minute or two of silence he spoke again. "I was rather impressed with your fights in the finals, specifically your futon, wind-release skills. You have a great deal of talent in futon." "Thanks," Naruto replied. "I had a good teacher." Where he then glanced over at Asuma, who smirked back. Sparing a minor glance for the son of his former rival, Danzo turned his attention back on Naruto. "Indeed," he said. "But even so, if you are interested in learning how to use your futon skills to their full extent, I am certain I could help you, as well as other areas." "Thank you, but I have enough teachers for the time being," Naruto politely refused. Betraying nothing, Danzo simply nodded. "Very well, but should you change your mind, the offer will remain open indefinitely." He then turned to the altar and stared Hokage's hat and robes, which sat on the altar. Being Hokage is no easy thing, and although your mother has my qualities that would make her a reasonable Hokage, one still cannot help but wonder if she is up to the task, especially given her troubling issues in the past and the fact that she left the village. Again the group caught Danzo's small insults to Tsunade, where most of them glared angrily at the old man, who simply stared back at them. Shizen and Naruto were especially angry by Danzo's words, since those issues, that Danzo had so calmly put it, were the deaths of Nawaki and Dan. People who Tsunade loved, and whose loss still affected her today. It made even more infuriating to them, given how they were related to said people. Naruto himself was struggling to rein in his temper, where he could feel his blood boiling from within, and wanted nothing more than punch the one-eyed man right in his wrinkled old face. But after a few minutes Naruto calmed himself down and looked directly into Danzo. I can assure Danzo-san my mother's issues are, as you say, in the past, and therefore can no longer hurt or affect her, and she will more than prove herself worthy of the title. A belief that not only does the Sandaime and the Fire Daimyo share, but also the Jonin Council, who unanimously agreed that my mother was the most suitable candidate on the list to become Hokage. Naruto was then gratified to see Danzo's left eyebrow twitch slightly, indicating that he had irked the infamous Warhawk. Naruto was of course not the only one who noticed this, as Kushina, Asuma and Shizen had all seen it as well and smirked. They knew Naruto had hit Danzo in a sore spot, since he had now been passed over as Hokage for the third time, which no doubt bothered him. We shall see, replied Danzo before turning around and hobbling over to the opposite end of them, next to the altar. I really don't like that guy, said Naruto once Danzo had left. I don't think there's anyone in the village who really likes him, Kushina remarked. Some may respect him in some manner, but that's about it. Most people just fear Danzo, although he loves the village and would do just about anything for it. The problem is that nobody really trusts him, added Asuma. He also doesn't know how to inspire loyalty in people, that's why he has been passed over so many times to be Hokage, or at least that's what my pops say. The only way Danzo can get people to follow him is if he manipulates them or brainwashes them when they're young, said Kushina, before turning to Naruto and smiling. Nice going with him there, brat. I almost thought you were going to punch that one-eyed bastard. I almost did, but I didn't want to spoil Ka-chan's day with me sending one of the elders into the hospital. You did well, Naruto-kun, said Shizen. But still you should be careful. Danzo is a dangerous man, but still I'm surprised by how forward he was when he offered to train you. It's not like him to do something like that, especially since he knows that Tsunade-sama would never allow him to be near you. Danzo knows how valuable Naruto is, and he knows that we know he wants him. This is just his way of saying that even though Tsunade-sama has become Hokage, he still hasn't given up on getting Naruto to join his side, answered Kushina. Heh, scoffed Naruto. Like hell I would ever join a creep like him. Don't underestimate Danzo, Shizen warned. He has ways of getting to people, and is unafraid to use underhanded means to achieve his goals. Agreed, joined Yamato. Even the Sandaime-sama is wary of him. Yeah, well that doesn't mean I will join him anytime soon, or let him insult Ka-chan whenever he wants, returned Naruto. But before he could say anything further, he noticed the crowd's attention turned to the doorway. When Naruto and the others looked, they saw the Sandaime and his two former teammates Mitokado Hamura and Udatane Koharu entering the room with Tsunade walking behind them. When Tsunade entered the room, everyone immediately noticed her new appearance for the ceremony. Instead of her usual hairstyle, Tsunade had done her hair up in a large bun, with a hair comb and two large hairpins in it. But thing that caught most people's attention was the elegant kimono jacket, which she wore over her normal attire, giving her a refined look that seemed fitting not only for a Hokage, but for a member of esteemed Senju clan. The kimono was primarily white with red flames-like motifs on the edges and long red frills dangling from her long sleeves with the kanji for the will of fire written vertically down the back, and closed by a red rope that was tied around her waist. 8. Naturally everyone had noticed the similarities between Tsunade's kimono and the Heori that the Yondaime Hokage was known for wearing, and figured that this was her way of paying homage to the now deceased Hokage. But actually, the kimono had been Naruto's idea, who had it made for her and gave it as a gift to wear for the ceremony. When Tsunade saw the kimono, she had immediately questioned her son on the design, to which he replied, Gigi told me a while back that each Hokage inherits the will of fire from the previous Hokage, and since Tsunade was the Yondaime, and you're now the Godaime, by having you wear the same kind of flames as Tsunade on your kimono, it shows that you have now inherited the will of fire from him. Later, when she told the Sandaime, the old Hokage could not help but laugh and commented on how Naruto was already thinking like a Hokage. After Naruto had given her the kimono, Tsunade had been a bit hesitant in wearing it, and had considered not wearing it for the ceremony. She still hadn't forgiven Minato for turning their son into a Jinchuriki, and inadvertently making him a target for the Akatsuki and others. But after the invasion, she found her anger for the former Hokage lessening, since it had been thanks to the Kyuubi that Naruto was still alive. After much thought, she decided to wear the kimono, not only for Naruto's sake, but also as a small sign of respect for the father of her son. Once Tsunade, the Sandaime, and the elders reached the altar, they began the Hokage ceremony, which involved Tsunade swearing an oath to protect the village and its people and uphold the ideals that it was founded upon for as long as she was Hokage. After which she drank the ceremonial tea, where the Sandaime then placed the Hokage's ceremonial necklace around her neck, followed by the Hokage's hat. Upon which he then declared her Godaime Hokage of Konohagakure, Hidden Leaf, to audience, who cheered and applauded. After the ceremony, Tsunade, the Sandaime, and the elders made their way up to the rooftop of the Hokage's mansion, where Tsunade then declared herself the Godaime Hokage to the people below, who also cheered loudly to their new Hokage. A few hours following Tsunade's inauguration as Hokage, Naruto received word from his mother to report to Hokage's office. When he arrived, he was surprised to find Shikamaru and Sai standing at the double doors with Shizen, who now acted as his mother's assistant. Given how the Sandaime's secretary seemingly resigned the day before. 9. Upon seeing Naruto, Shizen immediately smiled. "Oh, Naruto-kun, you're here, good, they're waiting for you inside." "They?" asked Naruto, who still didn't know why he had been called here and why Shikamaru and Sai were here, who seemed just as confused. But before any of them could even ask the young Kunoichi, Shizen opened the double doors to the Hokage's office, revealing Tsunade, sitting at the Hokage's desk, still dressed in her ceremonial attire, with the Sandaime and the Fire Daimyo standing on opposite sides of her. "Hello again, Naruto-kun," greeted the smiling Fire Daimyo. "Hey Aji-san, old man," said Naruto before covering his mouth and crying. "Oops," after realizing he had done. "Naruto!" cried an angry Tsunade, as she couldn't believe her son called the Fire Daimyo old man, again. Shizen, on the other, had simply groaned and covered her eyes. Cringing at his mother's angry voice, a now panicking Naruto quickly raised his hands and began to wave them. Sorry, it was an accident, it just slipped out." Fortunately, though, before Naruto could apologize any further, the group heard the distinctive sound of the Fire Daimyo chuckling. Ho, worry not, Tsunade-san, no harm is done. In fact, I have rather missed Naruto-kun calling me that." Seeing that Fire Daimyo was not angry, Tsunade sighed and glared at her son, who grinned embarrassingly and scratched the back of his head. The Sandaime, although, just chuckled, since things were never dull around his surrogate grandson. Hoping to hurry things along, so that he could go back to his cloud gazing, Shikamaru raised his hand to get Tsunade's attention. "Excuse me, but why exactly did you call us here?" "Right," said Tsunade, since thanks to the brief distraction she had almost forgotten the reason she had called the three boys here. "Well, the reason I called you three is because—" But before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by an ear-splitting "HHYYYAA" from the village below, followed by an angry "NNNARRRUUTTTOO." After hearing the scream, everyone immediately turned to the perpetrator, who was grinning ear to ear when he first heard the scream. It was a grin that Shizen, Sarutobi, and Tsunade knew all too well, having seen it one too many times after Naruto pulled off a successful prank on someone. Sighing tiredly, Tsunade simply stared at her son. "What did you do this time, Naruto, and who was it?" "Oh, nothing much, just a little payback on Kushina-sensei for last night." A still grinning Naruto shrugged. Knowing that there would probably be retaliation for this later on, from the female Uzumaki, Tsunade and Shizen groaned and slapped their foreheads. The Sandaime and the Fire Daimyo, on the other hand, simply chuckled. Shikamaru just shook his head and muttered something about troublesome blondes, while Sai looked bemused, wondering what Naruto did to the former ANBU captain. After a few more minutes of chuckling from certain people, the occupants of the office eventually got back to the matter at hand, which was the reason for why Naruto, Shikamaru, and Sai were called here. Now, as I was saying, before being interrupted, where Tsunade glanced at her son, who simply smirked. The reason why I have called you three here is to present you with these. Where she then took out 3 green flak jackets. Given how well the 3 of you performed in not only the Chunin finals, but also in the recent invasion, and adding recommendation of various judges, Kages and your Jonin senseis, I am pleased to present the 3 of you with these flak jackets and the rank of Chunin. No sooner had Tsunade said this, Alright, erupted from Naruto, who then punched his fist into the air and began cheering. Seeing how happy and excited Naruto was, the adults in the room couldn't help but smile, where Shizen ruffled his hair and bent down and kissed his head. Much to the embarrassment of the blonde boy, who blushed red and moaned, "Nei-chan," which made the woman laugh. Smiling at her son, Tsunade knew how much this meant to her son, and it made her extremely proud to be the one to give him his flak jacket as a Chunin. Normally, they would have waited for a few days to do this, but due to an important announcement that the Fire Daimyo was to make, who would be leaving tomorrow, it was decided that they would give the boys their ranks today. As Naruto continued to cheer about becoming Chunin, and how he was one step closer to becoming Hokage, Tsunade glanced at Shikamaru, who simply looked bored, if not slightly annoyed, which was typical of a Nara, and Sai, who still had his fake smile on. The Sandaime had already filled her in on who Sai was and who he really worked for and what his real mission was, and although she was reluctant to make Sai a Chunin, she could not deny the boy's skill and abilities, and if she refused him after being recommended by several judges, daimyos and the Mizukage, it would cause too much suspicion. After receiving their flak jackets from Tsunade, Naruto suddenly remembered something he had heard from Shizen not too long ago. "Hey Kachan, what happened to all the money that you won from betting on me in the finals?" At the mention of her winnings, a large cloud of depression hung over the female Hokage. "I lost it all," she moaned, where she then began to sulk over the amount of money she had lost, causing nearly everyone in the office to develop large sweat drops at the back of their heads. "How did that happen?" Naruto asked, wondering how his mother could have lost so much money so quickly. At this question, Tsunade turned and glared at the Sandaime, who seemingly developed a coughing fit to disguise his mirth over the whole sordid affair. "It seems that there is a little clause when betting in the finals that someone forgot to mention." Where she glared at the Sandaime again, who was still coughing. "The clause states that all beats are finalized and cannot be taken back, even if a scheduled match does not happen, and if no winner has been decided, the money from the beats goes straight to the village. I did warn you not get too carried away, Tsunade. You could have at least warned me about that, you scam artist." Tsunade rounded as she glared murderously at her former sensei, and had almost strangled him when she learned of the clause. Upon hearing what happened, Naruto and Shizen simply groaned and shook their heads, as Tsunade's bad luck had struck again. Sai and the Fire Daimyo on the other hand seemed amused and smiled at the affair. Then again Sai tended to smile most of the time. Shikamaru though simply rolled his eyes, finding it too troublesome to care. Eventually though, the group decided to move on from Tsunade's lost winnings and to other matters. The female Hokage then told Sai he could go, but asked Shikamaru and Naruto to stay, stating that the Fire Daimyo wanted to talk to them about an important matter. When Sai left the office, the Fire Daimyo then spoke. "Before the two of you leave to celebrate your well-deserved promotions, I would like to make you both an offer." "What sort of offer?" Shikamaru asked with a slight frown. "Although I am unsure if you have heard, several years ago there was an incident involving my personal guard, the Shugenin Junichi, 12 gentlemen guardian ninja. 6 of the members attempted to overthrow me and replace me with someone they could control. But fortunately they were stopped by the other remaining members, one of whom happens to be your sensei Shikamaru-san," causing the young Nara to raise his eyebrow in surprise. "Sadly though the resulting battle all but destroyed the guard, save for your sensei, Sarutobi Asuma and one other, and for the past few years I have been attempting to rebuild the group. That is why I would like invite you both to join Shugenin Junichi, since I was very impressed with your battles in the finals, and I believe you would make excellent members." Naturally, upon hearing the Fire Daimyo's offer, both boys were shocked, since being a member of the Shugenin Junichi was considered a great honor in Hai no Kuni. Even Shizen seemed stunned by the news, where she let out a gasp before and covered her mouth with both hands. The only ones that didn't seem surprised by the announcement were Tsunade and the Sandaime, who already knew what the Fire Daimyo was going to say, given how he had told them earlier on. When he first told them, Like the others, the two Hokages had been shocked, since to become a member of Fire Daimyo's elite personal guard was a rare and prestigious honor that was not given to just anyone. But to be recruited at the tender age of 12, after only just becoming Chunin, was unheard of, although it showed just how highly the Fire Daimyo thought of the two boys' skills. Tsunade had wanted to deny the Fire Daimyo, saying that Naruto was still too young. Although secretly it was also because of a selfish need to keep her son close, since one of the main reasons she became Hokage was so that she could watch over Naruto and protect him. But before she could say anything to the Fire Daimyo, the Sandaime intervened, knowing what Tsunade was thinking and asked to speak to her privately. Once they were alone, he then told her of how he too had once tried to stop his son Asuma from joining Shugenin Junichi, believing he was not yet ready and that it was better if he stayed in Konoha. Also like her, he did not want his son to leave and wanted to keep him near him. But sadly Asuma lashed out at him for interfering with his life and accused him of wanting to prevent him from stepping out of the Sandaime's shadow. Shortly after, Asuma left to join the Shugenin Junichi, and rarely spoke or wrote to his father, causing a great rift between the two of them. Hoping to prevent Tsunade from making the same mistake he did, Sarutobi told her that Naruto was a shinobi now and that he old enough to make his own choices and to let him decide what he wanted to do with his life. The Sandaime also went on to say that if she continued to try and keep Naruto close to her, it will eventually cause him to rebel and drive a wedge between them. Not wanting to have Naruto resent her, and seeing the wisdom in her teacher's words, Tsunade relented and agreed to let Naruto decide if he wanted to accept the Fire Daimyo's offer and to support him if he did. After the Fire Daimyo made his offer, both boys remained silent for several minutes, as they considered the Daimyo's generous offer. The offer was of course very tempting for Naruto, since for a long time he had desired to step out of his family's shadow and do something that would distinguish himself from them, where people acknowledge him for his own deeds, and not for his family's. Becoming a member of Shugenin Junichi would do that for him, since no one in his family had become a member Shugenin Junichi. It would also not interfere with his dream of becoming Hokage, since after a few years he could retire from the group and return to Konoha and work on becoming Hokage. The downside though was that he would have to move to the capital and away from his family and friends. Although he had only been in Konoha for about 8 months, it had already started feeling like home to him, and he did not like the idea of leaving. There was also the fact that he still had things to do in Konoha, like mastering his Mokutan powers, completing his sword training with Kushina. Not to mention finding the Valley of the Four Winds, which the Shodai had mentioned to him, along with other things he needed to do here. After a great deal of thought, Naruto eventually came to a decision. "Thanks you for the offer, but my place is here in Konoha, with my family and friends." "Same here," replied Shikamaru, who like Naruto felt like his place was here in Konoha, helping to protect his family and friends. Not to mention the fact that the young Nara thought the whole ordeal in becoming a member of the group would be too troublesome to deal with. "Are you too sure about this?" asked the Sandaime, although both he and Tsunade were secretly delighted with the boys wanting to stay in Konoha. Neither of them wished for the two boys to have any regrets. "Your being offered is a rare and great opportunity, which is not given to everyone." "Yeah, we're sure," replied Naruto, where he and Shikamaru nodded. "Huh," sighed the Fire Daimyo, who seemed a little disappointed with the boy's answer, but not surprised. "I figured that would be your answer, but I wanted to at least try. Regardless though, the offer will remain open for some time. So if either of you should reconsider, there will be no issues in you joining the guard." Nodding in understanding, both boys thanked the Fire Daimyo and said that they would inform him if they changed their mind. "Nevertheless, I suppose this works out best for everyone." "What do you mean?" Tsunade asked. "Oh yes, how silly of me to have for forgetting," said the Fire Daimyo, who seemed amused by his own forgetfulness. "As the Sandaime has no doubt mentioned to you, given the recent invasion, many of my advisors and other lords have grown concerned that Konoha has become lax in these peaceful times. Even with your appointment as Hokage, there are still those who are skeptical. Hence I have decided to have my granddaughter Princess Rurikayo remain here for a time, as a sign of my continued confidence and support of Konoha." Stunned by the news, most of the occupants of the office could only gap, although Tsunade soon came around and spoke. "Excuse me, Daimyo-sama, but are you sure about this? She is your granddaughter after all." "Oh, are you saying that you would be unable to protect my granddaughter?" the Fire Daimyo asked. No, of course not," Tsunade replied quickly. "I was just thought you would prefer to have her stay with you and the rest of your family at the capital." Well, although it is true that both my wife and I would enjoy having our granddaughter near us, Rurikayo-chan has been rather persistent in wanting to see other places, and given how she already has friends here in Konoha, who can show her around, it works out perfectly. In fact, when I mentioned the idea to her, she seemed rather ecstatic by the news. Yes, I've no doubt she was, said Tsunade as she turned to her son and gave him a clearly forced smile, making said boy gulp and laugh nervously, where he began to wonder if it wasn't too late to take the fire daimyo up on his offer. The following morning, Naruto and his family, the Sandaime and the elders, gathered at the main gate with Rurikayo and her guards Kenryu and Enryu to say goodbye to her grandparents. Accompanying them was also Princess Kimiko, who decided to return with them to the capital for a short time to visit her brother. As Naruto watched Rurikayo bid farewell to her grandparents and aunt, the blonde boy, along with many other shinobi nearby, were struggling hard not to laugh at his Jonin sensei Kushina, whose hair had gone from red to bright green and her skin had turned bright orange. Needless to say, the former ANBU captain had been quite shocked when she saw herself in the mirror after stepping out of the shower yesterday. 10. It was only afterwards that Kushina discovered that Naruto had switched her regular shampoo with green dye and added orange dye to her apartment's water tank, which resulted in her current appearance. As Kushina listened to the various snickering and laughter, the former redhead was wishing that she was still in ANBU, just so that she had her mask to hide her embarrassment. Knowing that was impossible right now, Kushina settled with just glaring at her student, who was making a miserable attempt at hiding his own amusement, and swore vengeance. After a few minutes, Naruto was suddenly pulled into a bone-breaking hug by Madame Shirjimi, who rambled on about how she was going to miss him and telling him to take of Rurikayo. As the fire daimyo's wife continued to hug him, the blonde boy could almost feel his spine about ready to snap, making him wonder if Madame Shirjimi somehow possessed the same superhuman strength as his mother and him. Fortunately though, before that could happen, the fire daimyo arrived to Naruto's rescue and had his wife let him go. After which he then offered his hand, which Naruto politely took and shook. It was good to see you again, Naruto-kun. I'm certain we will see each other again soon. I hope so too, Daimyo-sama, replied Naruto, making sure to address the fire daimyo by his proper title. Please, if you like, you can keep calling me Aji-san, as I will make a special exception just for you, said the fire daimyo with a kind smile. Really? Said Naruto in surprise, not noticing the stunned look on everyone else's faces. Thanks, Aji-ow, cried Naruto, as he felt his mother smack him hard on the back of the head. Naruto! You will address the fire daimyo by his proper title, scolded Tsunade, but he said it does not matter, you will still address him with respect, retorted the busted woman angrily. Seeing Tsunade scolding her son, the fire daimyo couldn't help but chuckle, since the two Senju were always a great source of amusement for him. After the fire daimyo said goodbye to Naruto, Princess Kimiko walked over to him and, like her father, offered her hand to Naruto. It was a pleasure meeting you, Naruto-kun. Likewise, Kimiko-sama, replied Naruto as he took the elder fire princess's hand and shook it, but as he did, he suddenly felt her hand tighten around his, nearly crushing it. You will of course take good care of my niece? Asked Kimiko, who kindly smiled down at the young Senju heir. But as she smiled down at him, a dark menacing aura began form and hover around her, turning her kind smile into something sinister. Of course, said Naruto quickly, while sweating up a storm, as he got the underlining warning within Kimiko's words. But his nervousness only grew when Kimiko's grip tightened and moved down closer to him. Good, as I would hate to hear of something happening to her when I return to visit, replied Kimiko, where when she said this, her dark aura took on the form of a devil, true to her moniker, making her that more intimating. Not trusting his mouth, Naruto gulped audibly and fervently nodded his head, after which Kimiko let go of Naruto and joined her parents, where he then watched them board their palanquins and begin their journey back to the capital. As Naruto watched the royal family and their entourage walk away, the blonde boy could not help but wonder what sort of mess he had gotten himself into their time. Chapter 37 Sword Kanehigakure. Inside one of the treatment rooms of Konoha Hospital, a young blonde spiky-haired boy was busy healing a young 6-year-old girl, who had seemingly fallen off a tree while trying to rescue her pet kitten and injured her left arm. The young blonde wore a long white sleeveless coat with decorated flames-like motifs on the edges and the symbol of the Senju clan on the back. On his back he carried a medium-sized katana with a sling across the chest. Underneath the coat he wore a pair of simple black shinab pants with a bandage around his right leg and a brown shinobi utility belt around his waist, along with a pair of black boots. On his upper body he wore a Chunin flak jacket with a short-sleeve fishnet shirt and an open short-sleeve black top underneath. On his right hand he wore a black fingerless glove and white bandages wrapped around his left. He wore a typical shinobi headband around his head with the symbol of the hidden leaf on it, although his cloth was black instead of the typical blue color that most shinobi had. The young blonde also wore an assortment of jewelry which had been gifts from various people. The jewelry consisted of a crystal gem around his neck, a sliver ring with a phoenix design on his right ring finger, a chain earring on his right ear and a bracelet made out leather robe, with a large dog's tooth and beads attached to it, on his right wrist. This boy was Senju Naruto, only son and heir to Senju Tsunade, the Slug Princess, and now Godame Hokage of Konohagakure. After finishing treating the small girl and bandaging her injured arm, he looked up at the girl and smiled kindly at her. Now then, all better, and here's something for being so brave. Naruto then took out a small red lollipop from his coat pocket, and gave it to the girl, who happily took it. Thank you, Naruto-san, said the girl as he hopped off the exam table. No problem, just next time when Ginger climbs up a tree again, call your mom or dad, okay? I will, promised the girl, before racing over to her mother, showing her the lollipop Naruto had given her. Thank you, Naruto-san, said the mother, after taking her daughter's hand. It's okay, replied Naruto, waving the woman off, before handing her a few rolls of bandages. Just make sure to change the bandages every night before she goes to bed and make sure she doesn't overexert herself. By the end of the week, she'll be climbing trees again. Let's hope not, said the mother as she smiled down at the young girl before thanking Naruto again as they left the room together. Bye Naruto-san, thank you for making my arm feel better, said the girl as she and her mother walked away. Bye, said Naruto, smiling and waving back at the girl. It was times like these that made him glad he started training to be a medic. It always made him happy seeing the happy looks on people's faces, when he helped heal them or someone they cared about. My Naruto-kun, still charming every girl you meet, whatever will we do with you? Spoke a mocking voice from behind. Recognizing the voice, Naruto smirked and turned around to see his godmother/elder sister standing behind him, holding a clipboard in her hand. Ha ha, very funny Nei-chan, retorted Naruto. I was simply being nice, that's all. Yes, and yet that does seem to be the reason why you have so many female admirers, doesn't it? Replied Shizen, smiling, which grew when she saw Naruto glaring mockingly at her. Eventually the teasing was set aside and Shizen got back to the matter at hand. So how was she? Nothing serious, said Naruto. Just a sprained arm from falling off a tree, when she climbed it to rescue her pet kitten. Good, replied Shizen. Now that you're finished here, you can report the Hokage's mansion. Tsunade-sama has asked for you. Ka-chan? What for? She did not say, only that she would want to talk to you about something. Maybe she's actually going to let me go out on a mission at last? Naruto remarked with an excited look on his face, since he hadn't been allowed to go on an official mission since before the invasion. Oh, are you getting bored with working here already? Asked Shizen, raising her left eyebrow. You've almost caught up on your medical studies, which you have clearly been ignoring ever since you came to Konoha, stated the dark-haired woman with a stern look, causing Naruto to look slightly embarrassed and somewhat ashamed, since it was true. He had been so preoccupied with settling into Konoha and training for the Chunin exam, he had fallen behind in his medical studies. Yeah, sorry about that, replied Naruto, smiling embarrassingly. But a lot has happened in the past couple of months, and it's not like I don't enjoy helping the people here. It's just that I haven't been allowed to leave the village since before the Chunin exam, and if I want to get any stronger, I need to get more experience. Letting out a tired sigh and shaking her head, Shizen could only smile at Naruto. He had always been an active and outgoing boy. The fact that he had gone this long at staying in the village without driving everyone crazy was miraculous to say the least. But even so, she knew it would be only a matter of time before Naruto would start demanding to be sent out on a mission, especially now that he had been made Chunin. It's fine, said Shizen, as she smiled down at him before placing her hand on his head and ruffling it up his hair, much to his annoyance. Now go on, you know how Tsunade-sama doesn't like to be kept waiting. Nodding his head, the young blonde quickly bid goodbye to his elder sister and took off to the Hokage mansion, After traveling through the village, Naruto soon arrived at the Hokage's office, and upon hearing, "Enter," from his mother when he knocked on the double doors, he entered the office. But to his surprise, instead of finding just his mother in the office, he also found Jiraiya, who was sitting on the windowsill of an open window, with his usual silly grin. "Heia Ero-senin," said Naruto, which immediately caused Jiraiya's grin to fade. "Damn it, brat, when the hell are you ever going to stop calling me that? Same time when you stop being a pervert, which is never," replied Naruto, smiling cheekily at his godfather, who then started grumbling about kids today having no respect for their elders, nor appreciating genius. Ignoring the Toad Sage's grumbling, Naruto turned to his mother. "So Kaa-chan, what's the problem? Are you finally going to let me go out on a mission?" "Actually yes," answered Tsunade. "The pervert over here," looking at Jiraiya, "has just told me that it seems that the Akatsuki have moved you off their priority list for the time being." "Why's that?" asked Naruto, at which point Jiraiya answered. "Well, I have two guesses. The first would be that the Akatsuki know the sort of attention they would attract by taking you, and that is something they would like to avoid happening for the time being. Right now most of the major villages are ignoring them and are focusing on their own affairs. But if they took you, the other villages would instantly take this as a sign that they are targeting Jinchuriki and believe that they are going to use you to help them capture the remaining other Jinchuriki, which would cause the other villages to tighten security on their own Jinchuriki. And the other possibility? The Akatsuki know that at your currently level, you won't be of much use to them, so they are waiting until you learn to use your Mokuton abilities better, and be of actually use to them." "But wouldn't it make more sense to take me and then train me themselves?" asked Naruto. "Not necessarily. It's not like there are many Mokuton users or instruction manuals that help improve your Mokuton powers. Plus, from what I can gather, the Akatsuki are in no big hurry in capturing the remaining other Jinchuriki." "What do you mean?" "According to my intel, the technique that the Akatsuki use to extract the Biju from their hosts takes time to prepare. In fact, it takes a few years. Meaning that for the time being, they will hold off on their mission in capturing Jinchuriki and focus on other matters. So until then you're in the clear," explained Jiraiya, at which point Tsunade spoke up. "But even with this, that does not mean that we will let our guard down. Just because you are their primary target, doesn't mean they will not make another attempt to capture you. Nor does it mean that the other villages won't make a move on you as well. So what does that mean for me in regards to going on missions? Given our limited manpower at this time, I can't afford to have Kushina or Yamato, let alone both of them, accompany you on every mission, since I need them for other high-priority missions. I had thought about having you join one of the other teams, but right now they are all on standby, given how their Jonin senseis are all on their own missions. So I have decided to give you your own mission." "You mean this will be a solo mission?" Naruto asked with some excitement in his voice, since he didn't think his first mission as a Chunin would be also his first solo mission. "Yes," replied Tsunade, smiling a little at her son's excitement. "It's a C rank mission, meaning that it shouldn't be too difficult, nor should it take too long for you to complete." "What does it involve?" Naruto asked, while trying to keep his excitement at bay. "It's a simple bodyguard mission in Shano Kuni, Tea Country. The mission was requested by an old friend of mine, Wasabi Jirocho, who is head of the Wasabi clan. He will explain the full details of the mission to you when you arrive at his home." Nodding his head in understanding, Naruto then excused himself from the office, so that he could begin packing for the mission. Once Naruto had left the room, Jiraiya turned to his former teammate. "You sure you want to send him off on his own like that?" "Not really, but he needs to," answered Tsunade with a sigh. "Oh?" replied Jiraiya, who was curious by what Tsunade meant. "It's just something Sarutobi-sensei told me recently, about how I can't protect Naruto forever and how I need to let him grow and experience things for himself. Otherwise he can never get stronger and may later resent me for controlling his life so much." "Heh," laughed Jiraiya. "Yeah, the old man is usually right when it comes to these sorts of things. But don't worry, from what you told me about the mission, it should be a piece of cake for him. He'll back in a couple of days without so much as a hair out of place." "I hope you're right," said Tsunade, sighing a little, since she still couldn't help but worry. "I am," assured Jiraiya, seeing how worried Tsunade was. "The brat is already the strongest person in his age group and he is as tough as they come, so don't worry." "I suppose," replied Tsunade, sighing again. "It's just that it's so hard. He's not my little Naruchan anymore, he growing up. Don't worry, Haim. In a few years' time you'll be up to your neck in little grandkids, probably sooner at the rate of girls the brat is attracting." replied Jiraiya, smiling proudly over how popular his godson was with the ladies. Over my dead drunken corpse that will happen, roared Tsunade, where for the next hour Jiraiya listened to the angry rants of Tsunade about how she wouldn't let those little harlots get their claws into her baby boy. Jiraiya although just laughed and smiled throughout the whole rant, as despite her newfound acceptance that Naruto was growing up, he knew his old teammate would remain overly protective of her son, especially when it comes to girls. A few days later in Chan no Kuni, after making good time across Hai no Kuni, Fire Country, and being less than a day away from the Wasabi clan estate, Naruto decided to stop and have a snack at a local tea shop. Accompanying him was Kuramaru, who Naruto decided to take with him, given how Kuramaru was a Niken, ninja dog, and would need not only training in how to fight but experience. He also figured that if they needed to track or find someone, Kuramaru would be of great help. So boy, how about we take a break, huh? Naruto asked. After receiving a bark of approval from the small half-wolf, they ended the shop. Moments after Naruto had taken a table, the shop owner came over to take his order, where he asked for some ashiruko, sweet red bean soup with a rice cake, along with some odangos, dumplings, and tea. As Naruto waited for his order, a young boy, wearing a dark green cloak and straw hat, who seemed to be just leaving, walked over to him. To be drinking ashiruko so carelessly on a beautiful day like this, being a shinobi must be an easy occupation. I don't seem to remember asking your opinion, Naruto retorted coldly. Smirking arrogantly, the boy continued his taunt. Konohagakure no Sato, the village hidden in the leaves, must be a really peaceful place, especially when they're all stupid looking like YOW. Having heard enough of the arrogant boy's insults to his owner, Kuramaru walked over to the boy and bit his right leg. Ow! What the fuck? Let go of my leg, you stupid mutt, let go! Yelled the boy, as he waved his leg around, trying to throw Kuramaru off. But the young pup held on and bit harder into the boy's leg, causing him yell even louder. Kuramaru, let him go! Ordered Naruto. Heeding Naruto's command, the young pup quickly let go of the boy's leg and walked back to Naruto, who petted the pup head gently. Good boy. That damn mutt, you should put that thing on a leash! Yelled the boy as he held his bleeding leg and glared at the half-wolf cub. Kuramaru doesn't need a leash. He bit me, rounded the boy. I suppose you do have a point there, said Naruto, smiling down at little friend. Now Kuramaru, you shouldn't have done that. You don't know where he's been. Who knows what kind of germs he might have, so be more careful from now on, okay? In response, the young pup nodded its head and barked, indicating that it understood. The boy on the other hand looked murderous, as he hadn't missed Naruto insults towards him. This is exactly why I hate shinobi, said the angry boy. If you know what's good for you, leave Chan no Kuni now, because if I catch you wandering around much long, I won't let you or your miserable mutt leave unharmed. TSK, tough talk, scoffed Naruto. But if you think I can be intimidated by some loud-mouthed punk like you, then you're sadly mistakes. So I suggest you scram while you still can, otherwise my little friend here might decide to make you his chew toy again. In fact, he might even aim a little higher next time, if you get my meaning? Getting the hint, which was only made more apparent by the evil-looking smirk Naruto was giving him, the boy wisely chose to take his leave. But not before giving Naruto and Kuramaru one last glare. Shortly after the boy left, the lady arrived back with Naruto's order, along with 2 receipts. Curious, Naruto looked at the receipts. The first one was his own order, but the second one had a completely different order. Excuse ma'am, but I think you made a mistake. Why are you giving me 2 receipts? Oh, that boy that just left said that you were a friend of his and that you would pay for his order. What? Yelled Naruto in anger. That damn bastard, that was his plan all along. Furious at how he had been tricked, Naruto quickly paid for the orders, despite having eaten nothing, and raced after the boy. Which way did he go, boy? Naruto asked, trusting his canine friend to find their target. After sniffing the air for a moment, Kuramaru quickly caught on to the boy's scent and indicated the direction he went. Wasting no time, Naruto quickly took after the boy with Kuramaru following closely behind him. As Naruto pursued his target, he was surprised by how much ground the boy had covered so quickly, and figured he had some sort of special physical training. Ha, what a moron! Laughed the boy, pleased with how he tricked Naruto into paying for his meal. But as the boy continued to congratulate himself, a small tree branch suddenly sprung out of the ground, causing him to trip and fall into a bush and down a small hill before crashing into a tree. Oh, god damn it, moaned the boy as he painfully lifted himself up. What the hell did I trip over? Just my luck. Ha, some would call that karmic payback. Recognizing the voice, the boy looked up the tree he had crashed into and was surprised to see Naruto and Kuramaru standing atop it. Unaware of the fact that Naruto was the cause of him tripping. You sure have got a lot of nerve trying to pull a stunt like that on me. Realizing he had been caught, the boy quickly fell to his knees and began to cry. I'm sorry, I was just in a bind, my wallet was stolen a while ago and I was so hungry. So when I saw you I decided to take advantage of you, please forgive me. Hearing the story, Naruto and Kuramaru jumped down the tree and started feeling sorry for him. That was until the boy suddenly flipped back onto his feet and removed his leg warmer, revealing training weight, which he then removed. "Ha, catch you later, loser," smirked the boy before he took off with incredible speed. Shit, this guy is just like Bushibrow. Hell, he could probably give Bushibrow a run for his money. But he's still not getting away, Naruto thought before forming some hand seals. Heh, there's no way he'll catch me now, the boy said to himself, but just when he thought he was safe, a large earth wall suddenly appeared out of the ground in front of him, causing him to crash into it. Ow! The boy cried as he ran into the wall and fell to the ground, holding his head in pain. God damn it, I didn't think that dimwit would know Doton ninjutsu. I'd better get out of her before he catches up to me. But before he could move around the earth wall, he suddenly felt a pair of hands grab his legs and pull him underground, leaving only his head above it. What the? Cried the boy, who couldn't understand what happened, but quickly got his answer when a smirking Naruto popped out of the ground, tossing a small wallet up and down in his hand. Recognizing the wallet, the boy glared angrily at Naruto. Give that back, that's my wallet, you damn thief! Huh, the only thief here is you, retorted Naruto before taking some money out from the wallet. But don't worry, I just taking what you owe me, nothing more. Glaring at Naruto, the boy was about to retort, but before he could, he felt a warm trickle fall down the side of his head. Turning, the boy then got a face full of urine, courtesy of Kuramaru, who took it upon himself to punish the boy further. GGGAHH! Screamed the boy in revulsion, when he realized that Kuramaru was relieving himself on his head, some of which even ended up in his mouth when he screamed. You damn mutt, I'll kill you! Roared the boy as futilely struggled to free himself from the ground. Once he was finished, Kuramaru then barked happily and walked back to Naruto, who smiled down at Pup and petted him on the head again, saying, Good boy. He then tossed back the boy's wallet and gave him a cheeky wave goodbye before disappear in whirl of leaves with Kuramaru, leaving the boy to stew in his anger and humiliation. The following day after the incident at the tea shop, Naruto arrived at Wasabi Clan Estate, where he was brought to a large room to meet the head of the clan. Greetings, my name is Wasabi Jirocho, and on behalf of my clan I want to thank you for coming here and accepting the mission. Not a problem, I was happy to take it. My name is Senju Naruto and this is my friend Kuramaru, replied Naruto, where he then indicated to his small friend who barked in greeting. Upon hearing Naruto's surname, Jirocho raised his left eyebrow. Senju Naruto, so you're Tsunade-sama's son. I had heard rumors that she had a son, but did not know if they were true or not. I am, and my mother also sends her respects. Nodding in acceptance, the elderly man then decided to move on to the reason he has hired Naruto, and had him sit down and rest. Tell me, Naruto-san, do you know of Todoroki Taisha dedication ceremony? To do what? Asked Naruto, never hearing of the ceremony. It is a ceremony that began long ago due to a legend. According to the legend, when we dedicate the treasure balls of Ryuko to the Todoroki Taisha, the storms will settle. Now it has become a customary event that happens once every 4 years. Initially, it started out as an event to dedicate the treasure balls, but over time, it became a festival race, where the person who comes in first will dedicate them, explained Jirocho before a serious look appeared on his face. But recently it has begun to take on another form. In this port city, Degarashi, there are 2 clans. There is our clan, the Wasabi clan, and the other is the Wagarashi clan, and though this is embarrassing to say, our 2 clans have been feuding with each other for many years and constantly fought over the city boundaries. Sadly, even the civilian population got caught up in our battles, where many were hurt. Things got so bad that eventually even the feudal lords and the daimyo got involved, and forced both clans to halt the fighting, after which a bargain was struck to keep the peace. What sort of bargain? Naruto asked. The bargain was that instead of fighting, the boss of the city would be decided through events. Upon hearing this, realization then dawned on Naruto, as he began to understand what was going on. Then that means the event to decide who the boss of the city would be, yes, answered the Wasabi clan head. Todoroki Taisha dedication ceremony. 4 years ago the Wagarashi clan won the last race by hiring a shinobi, and this year again they have hired a shinobi. That is why I sent word to your mother, the Godame Hokage-sama, requesting that she would send someone here to help us. Once he had finished, to the surprise of Naruto and Kuramaru, Jirocho then kneeled down to the floor. Please, I beg you, let us your strength. My clan cannot afford to lose this race again to the Wagarashi clan. Don't worry, old man, leave it to us. Besides, it wouldn't look go if I let an old friend of my mom's down, said Naruto, reassuring the older man. Grateful to Naruto for taking the mission, Jirocho thanked the blonde boy and smiled back at him. So who is it that we have to guard? Naruto asked, but as soon as he did, he saw Jirocho frown. His name is Marino Idate. I had planned to have him here with me when I met you, but he has yet to return from an errand I sent him on. Learning of this, Naruto also frowned. Do you think that the Wagarashi clan is somehow responsible? While at the same time thinking, Marino? Where have I heard that name before? It sounds familiar. That is indeed possible, and I would not put it past them, said Jirocho, whose frown deepened. I have sent some of my men to search for him, although I have. But before the Wasabi clan head could finish, he was interrupted by a knock on the shoji door that led out to the garden. Yes, answered Jirocho, turning to the silhouette that was behind the door. Boss, it's me, Idate, I've returned, answered the person behind the door, who sounded very familiar to both Naruto and Kuramaru. Where have you been? I sent men looking for you, berated Jirocho, who seemed angry, but at the same time relieved to hear Idate. I'm sorry, boss, I got into a little trouble on my way back, and I was held up for a while. It's fine, now come in, there is someone here I want you to meet, said Jirocho, waving his subordinate in, who then slid the door open. When the door opened to reveal Idate, Naruto was shocked to see that Idate was in fact the same boy he and Kuramaru had met earlier on. In turn, Idate was also shocked to find that the person who was supposed to guard him was the same person who buried him up to neck in the ground and left him there. You! Cried Idate, glaring angrily Naruto and Kuramaru, who simply glared right back, or in Kuramaru's case, growled. Oh, so you know each other, that certainly saves time, remarked Jirocho, who seemed pleased, ignoring the fact that the two boys were glaring at one another. Yeah, we know each other, but I wouldn't say our meeting was congenial or anything, replied Naruto. You buried me in the ground and then had your dog piss on me, yelled Idate. Do you know how long it took me to dig myself out? Not to mention I still can't get the smell of your dog's piss off me. Heh, well maybe that will teach you from trying to scam the next person, Naruto retorted. As for the smell, well if you asked me, I think it's an improvement. Angered by Naruto's retort, Idate turned to Jirocho. With all due respects, boss, I don't believe we need to bring in this outsider here. I can win this race and handle whatever Wagarashi clan throw at me by myself. Heh, just like how you handled things yesterday? Naruto sneered, causing Idate to go red with anger and glare at him. If I had known that I would be protecting you, I wouldn't have taken the job. But luckily for you I have already agreed to the old man's request, and I never go back on my word, that is my ninja code. Old man? Repeated Idate. How dare you! Boss Jirocho is a very, very, very great man who'd put his life on the line to protect this city anytime. You will address him with proper respect. That is all right, Idate, I don't mind, assured Jirocho. I'm sure Naruto-san meant no harm. When Naruto simply nodded. But still, boss, how can we trust him? He is not of the clan. For all we know, he could turn on us at any time. That is enough, Idate. You will show him respect. This is Senju Naruto, son of the now Godame Hokage Senju Tsunade, who also happens to be an old friend of mine, so his trust without approach. He's the son of the famed slug princess of Konoha. Idate thought in surprise, knowing exactly who Tsunade was. But after a moment or two, he quickly got over his surprise and turned to his leader. Very well, boss, if that is your decision, I will accept it, said Idate before excusing himself, saying he needed to clean himself up and prepare for the coming race tomorrow. Once Idate had left, Jirocho turned to Naruto. I apologizes for him. Idate is a good and loyal subordinate, he just sometimes become too overprotective. It's fine, said Naruto, waving off Jirocho, since he didn't really care what Idate thought of him. Shortly after, Naruto excused himself and decided to take a walk around the city, and maybe get a souvenir for his mother and Shizen. After leaving the Wasabi clan estate, Naruto toured around the city, looking around at the stands and shops. But wherever he looked he saw that many of the shops and stands were charging very high prices. I know this place is a popular spot for traders and tourists, but the stuff here is pretty expensive, Naruto thought as he picked up a small charm that he thought his sister would like. They're expensive, I know, I apologize for that, said the stand woman, who saw Naruto frowning at the prices. I don't like selling things at prices like that, but ever since the Wagarashi clan boss took charge of the city, I have had little choice. How so? Asked Naruto, but before the woman could answer him, they suddenly turned to the sound of a large crash. Turning, Naruto saw 3 thugs standing over the shopkeeper of a small tea shop directly opposite them. The shopkeeper was on the ground, seemingly apologizing to them for some reason. I am sorry, but it's just that I need you to pay or else I can't pay Boss Kuroka later on, pleaded the man. Hey, you don't get it, old man, said one of the thugs, who was cracking his knuckles. We are of the Wagarashi clan, which means we don't have to pay for anything. Hey, how about we teach this old guy a lesson and make sure he knows his place, said another one of the thugs. Yeah, I think you're right, let's, said the first thug, who then lifted up the shopkeeper by his shirt and prepared to punch him. But before his fist could even hit the elderly man, it was stopped by Naruto, who appeared between the two men and caught the punch in his right hand. Who are you? Asked the thug in surprise, while he struggled to pull his fist back, but Naruto's grip was iron tight. Someone who doesn't like bullies. Now I suggest you pay this guy what you owe him and then get lost before you get hurt. No, please get away, they're from Wagarashi clan, you'll get hurt, warned the stand woman. You damn bastard, cried the third thug as he and his partner moved forward to help their leader. Unwilling to watch the brave blonde boy being beaten up by the 3 thugs, the stand woman and the shopkeeper closed their eyes, where they could only hear the sounds of fighting and screams. Shortly afterwards, the man and woman opened their eyes and were stunned to find Naruto standing over the 3 thugs, without so much as a scratch, while the 3 thugs were on the ground covered in bruises and blood. After taking their wallets, Naruto then told the 2 other thugs to pick up their unconscious leader and to get lost. You damn brat, you got lucky today, but we let you off easy, said the second thug, as he lifted his leader up. Yeah, that's right, said the third thug, as he helped his partner up with their leader. The next time we see you, we'll beat you to a pulp. Having heard enough of the 2 men's trash talk, Naruto simply cracked his knuckle, in the exact same manner as his mother, causing the 2 men to get scared and run away, shouting that they would get him back for this. Here, said Naruto as he helped the shopkeeper up off the ground and handed him the 3 men's wallets. This should more than cover their bill. Thank you, young man, I owe you my life, said the old shopkeeper, who was truly grateful to Naruto for saving him. Don't sweat it, I was happy to do it, I can't stand thugs like those guys, replied Naruto, waving the old man off. But still, that was amazing, you're a very strong young man, said the stand woman who had walked over to them. I'm guessing those guys are part of the reason why things seem so bad here, Naruto remarked, where the woman simply nodded. Yes, Boss Kuroka has everyone in the city pay protection money. If we don't pay, he sends his men to destroy our homes, our shops and threaten or assault us and our families. He also lets his men run around to do whatever they want without any kind of punishment, explained the woman, who frowned as she remembered all she had seen. Extortion, huh? Naruto thought, liking the Wagarashi clan less and less. Hopefully though, continued the woman, we'll have Boss Jirocho of the Wasabi clan win this year's race, allowing him to take charge of the city. After saying goodbye to the stand woman and the shopkeeper, Naruto headed back to the Wasabi clan estate. But not before silently promising that he would make sure that the Wasabi clan won the race. He may not like Idate, but would make sure he would win, so that Boss Jirocho could take charge of the city and free the people from the Wagarashi clan's hold. The following morning, before dawn, Naruto accompanied Jirocho, Idate and the rest of the Wasabi clan to the temple, where the race would begin. As they made their way to the temple, Naruto learned from Boss Jirocho that the race would begin at Degarashi port. Idate and the Wagarashi clan representative would then have to make their way by boat to Todoroki Shrine on Nagi Island, which was also the halfway point of the race. Once there, they would then have to get one of the 2 Ryuko treasure balls, and then race down to the neighboring island Azu, and to Todoroki Shrine. Those were of course the only rules, meaning anything else was allowed, such as shortcuts, interception and maneuvers behind the scenes, like hiring shinobi to protect or attack runners. During the explanation, Idate had again stated that he didn't need Naruto's help or protection and that he could win this race himself, stating that Naruto and Kuramaru would only get in his way. In response, Naruto simply told Idate that he didn't take orders from him and he would do what he wants, which of course annoyed the elder boy further. Once everyone had gathered at the shrine, Idate and his opponent Hikyakuya Fukasaku lined up at the starting point. But when the announcer began the race, to the surprise of everyone, instead of heading for the boats that were made ready for the runners, Idate turned and began to run away from the boats, and started to run north. With no time to waste, Naruto and Kuramaru quickly took after Idate, wondering at the same time what the elder boy was doing. Damn it, what the hell is he thinking? Why is he going in a completely different direction? After chasing after Idate for almost 2 hours straight, Naruto finally caught up to the elder boy. Idate, hold on, what are you doing? Why aren't you following the course? Don't you want to win for the old man? Leave me alone, I know what I am doing, said Idate before speeding off again, with Naruto and Kuramaru following closely behind. After a while though, Idate noticed that he was under some kind of genjutsu, making him go circles, when he noticed that he passed the same tree twice. Damn it, someone placed a strong genjutsu here, Idate realized. But it's still nothing I can't handle. Where he formed the hand sign for Genjutsu Kai, illusion technique release, to dispel the illusion. But just when he dispelled the technique, he heard Naruto cry. Hold on, Idate, wait! Ignoring the blonde Konohanin, Idate continued on. Moments after doing this, Idate suddenly lost his footing, and found himself falling off a cliff and into the sea. Fortunately though, before he could hit the water below, Idate felt something grab his left leg and stop him. Looking up, Idate saw that the person who had saved him was Naruto. He was even more surprised to see vines coming out of his arm, which had grabbed hold of his leg. Geez, this guy is so much trouble, Naruto muttered as he pulled Idate up. Once Naruto had finished pulling him back up, he then retracted his vines, unnerving Idate a little. TSK, we lost a lot of time now, because of all this, grumbled Idate. A little gratitude would be nice, Naruto scoffed, receiving a bark of agreement from Kuramaru. We wouldn't be in this mess if you hadn't been so cocky and listened to me when I tried to warn you about the Magen, Nija Kokonia Reizu no Jutsu, demonic illusion, double false surroundings technique. The only reason you even saved me is because it's your mission to protect me, so I don't need to say thanks, yelled Idate, who was furious at what Naruto said, which was made even worse since Naruto was right. Annoyed by how infuriating the boy could be, Naruto was beginning to wish he had just let him drop, but that wouldn't look good for his first solo mission, so after taking a deep calming breath, Naruto stared right back at Idate and spoke. You're right, it is my job to protect you, so if you don't want to die and if you want to have a chance of winning this race, then I suggest that you stick close to me. Also, continued Naruto, if you don't mind, maybe could fill me in and why exactly you ruining in this direction instead of boarding the boat like you were supposed to. It's because it's the fastest way to Nagi Island, moron. But no sooner had Idate said this, the boy suddenly felt a sharp pain from the rear, causing Idate to scream out in pain. Turning around, Idate saw Kuramaru, with his teeth embedded deeply into his exterior. H! Get him off! Get him off! Cried Idate as he tried to shake the dog off. Kuramaru, let him go, we don't have time for this, said Naruto, although secretly he was congratulating his little friend. Once Kuramaru had let go, Idate turned around and glared at the small pup, which was less imitating given how he was still hold his rear in pain. Now then, if you don't mind, perhaps you can fill us in your grand plan to win the race? That is, unless you want to insult us again? Asked Naruto. Sparing one last glare at Kuramaru, Idate huffed in annoyance, knowing that he was wasting time the longer he fought with Naruto and his dog. The elder boy decided to fill the two in. Right around this season, a seasonal wind blows in this area. I noticed it when I saw the cloud movements at the starting time and realized that the winds were coming. Moreover, there's a current that moves straight towards Nagi Island at the northern port, which will allow us to get ahead of Fukasaku's boat. Hell, I have to admit that pretty smart, Naruto remarked, who was actually impressed. Heh, unlike you, I actually have some brains, replied Idate, although as soon as he said this, Kuramaru began to growl again, causing Idate to hold his rear and move back. Keep that mud away from me. I'll try, but it would help if you toned down the arrogance, and maybe insult me a little less, since as you can guess, Kuramaru doesn't like it when people badmouth me in front of him. Naruto explained, where Kuramaru barked in agreement. Fine, Idate said, before taking off with Naruto and Kuramaru. After about another hour of running, Idate, Naruto and Kuramaru arrived at a small fishing hut and borrowed a small fishing boat from an old fisherman. Once boarded, the three set sail for Nagi Island. As they sailed to the island, Naruto decided to ask Idate something that had been on his mind for a long time. Since we still got a little time, how about you answer a question I have? And what would that be? Asked Idate, not looking back at. What village are you from? You obviously have had shinobi training, given your speed and how you detected the first layer of the Niju Kokoni Erase no Jutsu and freed yourself from it. Becoming nervous, Idate kept his sights focused on the island ahead of them. It was just a small village, you've probably never heard of it. Really? Said Naruto, becoming more suspicious of the elder boy. Tell me it, I might know. What does it matter where I am from? I'm part of the Wasabi clan now, my past isn't worth mentioning. I suppose, replied Naruto, although was now certain that Idate was hiding something. Hoping to change the topic of discussion, Idate spoke again. This year's Chunin exam must have been pretty easy. What do you mean? Asked Naruto. Well, given the flak jacket that you're wearing, and how you're by yourself, you must have made Chunin, answered Idate. Which means the exam this year must have been a joke for you to make it, or maybe it was because of your mom. Must be nice, having such a big shot for a mother. Upon hearing the insulation, Naruto glared at the boy and gripped the steering rudder tightly, nearly breaking it. There was nothing about the Chunin exam that was easy, and I earned my rank. Naruto spat angrily, furious at what Idate had insinuated, where he thought back to the events of the Chunin exam, and remembered the various battles and challenges he had faced. But that was when he was hit by a sudden realization, where he then stared back at Idate. Idate, your surname is Marino, right? Yeah, what of it? Asked the boy, still not bothering to even look back at Naruto. You wouldn't happen to be related to Marino Ibiki, would you? At the mention of Ibiki, Idate suddenly turned to look at Naruto in shock, and before he could even stop himself, he shouted, How the hell do you know my older brother? Realizing what he had said, Idate covered his mouth, but the damage had already been done, as he had just confirmed what Naruto had figured out. Ha, so you are from Konoha, and Marino Ibiki is your older brother. Furious at how he let it slip that Ibiki was his brother, Idate decided to come clean. Fine, you got me. I'm from Konoha like you, now tell me, how do you know my brother? Your brother was the first examiner in the Chunin exam, and from what I know, he is also the head of the Konoha's torture and interrogation force. So he is alive? Asked Idate, who seemed relieved as he walked over to Naruto. Of course, replied Naruto, but just as he was about to say more, an arrow suddenly hit the deck of the ship. What the? It's an ambush! Yelled Naruto, where he saw another boat heading towards them from behind, firing arrows. As the boat drew next to them, a familiar team of AIM shinobi jumped on board. So it's you guys again. Nice to see you too, brat, said Kaguri. You know these guys? Idate asked, while moving next to Naruto. Yeah, sort of. Back during the second part of the Chunin exam, my team and I met with them. They tried to ambush us, but we beat them. Yes, but now it seems we have a chance to pay you back, not only for defeating us, but for also stealing our chance at becoming Chunin. Spat Kaguri. Like you three amateurs would have made Chunin. Believe me, I did you guys a favor. Even if you had made it into the preliminaries, you would have been creamed, if not killed. We'll see about that, said the AIM genin, where he used Oboro Bunshin no Jutsu, Hei's clone technique, to make copies of himself and his teammates. This technique again, thought Naruto. Idate, Kuramaru, stay behind me. I don't want any help from a shinobi. Spat Idate as he pulled out his knife to defend himself. Are you really that thick-headed? Cried Naruto, not believing how stubborn and foolish Idate was being. Kuramaru, I needed you to find the real one, said Naruto, knowing that his canine friend could smell out the real one. Barking in acknowledge, the young pup began to use its keen sense of smell to locate the real AIM nin hidden among the clones, who were slowly moving toward Naruto and Idate. Once he had found the real AIM nin, Kuramaru then raced over and bit the real Kaguri in the leg. Oh wow! You mangy runt! Roared the AIM genin in pain, while trying to shake Kuramaru off his leg. But by the time he did, Naruto was right in front of him, and hit him with a strong kick to the face, sending the genin flying off the boat and into the water, causing the clones to disappear. Good work, boy, Naruto said as he smiled down at Kuramaru, who simply barked back, telling Naruto that he was welcome. On board the AIM boat, Kagari quickly jumped out of the water and back onto the boat, joining the rest of his team, who were far from pleased by what happened, especially since Naruto and Ide were getting away on their boat. Damn that Senju punk, growled Oboro, before turning to Kagari and Mubi, who simply nodded. After preforming several hand seals, Oboro then yelled, Suetun, Koku no Jutsu, water style, black rain, causing oil to rain down on top of Naruto and Ide's boat. After which Mubi then used his crossbow to fire a flaming arrow onto the boat, lighting the oil, and engulfing the boat in flames. Upon seeing the fire, Ide suddenly froze for a moment, but quickly snapped out of it when he heard Naruto call him. Ide, did you hear me? W what? I asked you, do you know how to swim? Yeah, good, said Noro. Because if we don't leave the boat now, we're finished. Give me a break, you're probably planning on making me a decoy. What the hell are you talking about? You're probably planning on using me to draw the enemy's attention so that you and your stupid dog can escape. God damn it, we don't have time for this shit, yelled Naruto, where he then grabbed hold of Ide's shirt. WWWH, what are you doing? Let me go! I'm saving your miserable life whether you appreciate it or not! Naruto shouted and used his superhuman-like strength to throw Ide high into the air and into the water. Kuramaru, you go as well, and make sure that idiot doesn't drown or anything! Naruto shouted, receiving a bark of acknowledgement from the pup, who jumped into the water after Ide. Shortly afterwards, Naruto jumped into the water himself, and watched as their boat burned and sunk beneath the sea. With little time to waste, Naruto began to make his way to Nagi Island, but just as he was nearing the island, he suddenly felt someone grab his leg and pull him down underneath the water. After being pulled underwater, Naruto found himself restrained by Oboro and his team, who then began to pull him down to the bottom of the water, where he would drown. Knowing he needed to escape quickly, Naruto used his enhanced strength to break free of Oboro's hold and then punch and kick the other two away. Before the AIM genin could grab him again, Naruto then formed a single hand seal and thought, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique, causing the surrounding space to be covered in bubbles, blocking the AIM genin's view. But once they had settled, there were now a dozen clones around Naruto. At the same time, Oboro and his team created several Mizu Bunshin, water clone, of themselves and surrounded Naruto and his clones. Heh, idiot, Oboro thought. Kage Bunshin is meaningless in an environment like this. When under the water, there is no better technique than the Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu. Even if you try to fight, we specialize in underwater combat, and will easily outlast you thanks to our breathing masks. But just before Oboro and his team could attack, Naruto used Bunshin Daibakuha, Great Clone Explosion, to detonate the clones. After the clones exploded, the surrounding space became covered in bubbles again, blinding Oboro and his team and destroying the clones. At the same time, Naruto was shot up to the surface by the force of the explosion, where he then channeled chakra to his feet, so that he could stand atop the water. Knowing he didn't have long before Oboro and his team recovered and pulled him back into the water, Naruto created a dozen more clones, where they then drew their katanas and began to spin around, using the Sekai no Mizu, swirling water, technique to create several large water spouts, drawing the AIM genin out from water and up to the surface and into the air. Once they were out of the water, Naruto's clones stopped their spinning, causing the water spouts to end, allowing the three AIM genin to fall back down, who could do nothing while in midair. But before any of them could hit the water, Naruto and his two remaining clones appeared above them and finished them all off with his Gekikyaku, hammer kick, move, enhanced by his super strength, sending the three genin crashing to the water below, knocking them out. 2. With the AIM genin defeated, Naruto then deactivated his clones and quickly made his way to the island to find Kuramaru and Ide. Shortly after Naruto had thrown him off the boat, Ide made his way to the island. Buh! Damn bastard, he could have killed me when he threw me like that, Ide said as he crawled out of the water and onto the rocky shore, where it was now raining. But as soon as he was out of the water, he noticed someone standing over him. When he looked up, he was surprised by who he saw. Rokusho Aoi. Aoi was of average height, with short green hair and wore a gray and blue sleeveless jumpsuit that matched his eyes and a pair of black shinobi sandals. He carried a large umbrella on his back that was held up by a large belt that went across his chest and a black glove with bandages on his left hand and an arm warmer with bandages on his right. He also wore a standard shinobi headband around his head, complete with the symbol of Amigakure, hidden rain, on it. Well, hello Idate, it's been a while, hasn't it? Said Aoi with a sinister-looking grin. Aoi, what are you doing here? Idate asked, not believing out of the people he had to meet it would be Aoi. I would think that would be obvious. I'm here to make sure that the Wagarashi clan wins the race, answered Aoi. But I will admit I was a little surprised when I learned that you were with the Wasabi clan. Last time I saw you were running away, which is what you do after all. Shut up, yelled Idate. I'm nothing like you. Oh no, you're the same kind of person as I am, replied Aoi. Not only did you betray your village, but you also betrayed your own brother. You're the lowest kind of person, who believes in no one and thinks of nobody but himself, a traitor. And like all traitors, continued Ao, where he tossed his umbrella up into the air and took out a set saban needles and threw them at Idate. You must die! But, before the needles could hit, a brown blur appeared in front of Idate and blocked the needles. Realizing he hadn't been hit by the needles, Idate opened his eyes and was shocked to see Kuramaru in front of him, now lying on the rocky shore whining in pain from the needles that pierced his body. Kuramaru! You dumb mutt, what were you thinking? Cried Idate, not believing what had just happened. Well, now that is a surprise. What a stupid thing to do, sacrificing yourself for a worthless piece of trash like him, Aoi remarked, smiling cruelly at the injured pup and then at Idate, who was still staring at Kuramaru in shock. Seeing that Idate was distracted, Aoi then threw another set of saban needles and hit Idate in his arms and legs. Once the needles hit their targets, Idate could already feel the effect of the poison, which coated the needles, taking effect, preventing him from moving. I see that you're still as worthless as Eve Idate, Aoi remarked, smirking coldly at young boy. Shut up! Idate yelled angrily, as he tried to stand up, but was kicked in the face by Aoi, causing it to bleed. Heh, it seems that you don't quite understand your place yet. Cowardly trash like you are not allowed to have even the slightest bit of pride. Turning back to Kuramaru, Aoi decided to get rid of the small pup and kick the poor half-wolf several meters away, across the rocky shore. Kuramaru, ack! Cried Idate, before crying out in pain when Aoi turned back to him and kicked him again. Heh, you should be more worried about yourself instead of that mutt, said Aoi with a sadistic grin as he stomped on Idate's stomach. After about another minute or so kicking and stomping on Idate, Aoi decided to finish the boy off. Seeing this, Idate closed his eyes in acceptance, knowing he was finished. Sorry boss, I failed you. But just before Aoi could stomp his foot down on Idate's neck, several wooded spikes sprung from the ground around Idate, forcing Aoi to jump back. Moments after doing this, Aoi was forced to jump into the air to avoid a fast-moving arc of wind that came from the right, causing him to move further away from Idate. When he landed back on the ground, he was surprised to see Naruto standing in front of Idate, with his sword drawn. And Naruto? Said Idate in surprise, when he opened his eyes. Naruto of course did not respond and glared coldly at Aoi. At the same, said Shinobi smirked in amusement. Blonde hair, white coat with red flames and the ability to use Mokutan, you must be Senju Naruto. So you know me, huh? Of course, replied Aoi. You've already made quite the impression in the shinobi world, given your performance in the Chunin exam and the recent invasion of Konoha. Son of the famed Namakuji Tsunadeheim, Slug Princess Tsunade, who is also now the new Godame Hokage of Konohagure, Hidden Leaf, and heir to the renowned Senju clan. Not to mention, the first natural-born Mokutan user since your esteemed ancestor the Shodai Hokage. You're especially famous in my village given your recent victory over Hattori Mai, the granddaughter of our leader, Sansho no Hanzo, Hanzo the Slamander. When Aoi finished, Naruto showed no reaction, although Idate looked stunned by the news, having no clue that Naruto was so famous in the shinobi world. Since I know who you are, I suppose it is only right I should introduce myself as well. My name is... But before Aoi could finish, Naruto suddenly spoke. I already know who you are, Rokusho Aoi, spatting out his name as if it was flit. You're Rokusho Aoi, former Chunin and instructor in Konoha, accused of selling secrets to Amigakure, Hidden Rain, and later fleeing the village after stealing a forbidden scroll and a valuable relic. I'm impressed, you know quite a bit about me. In fact, I'm a little flattered. Don't be. The only reason I even bother knowing the name of trash like you is because you're on my list. Really? Said Aoi, smirking a little. And why is that? You know damn well why. The relic that you stole was the Raijin no Ken, Sword of the Thunder God, the Naidame Hokage's sword, my great-granduncles. The fact that trash like you has it, and is using it, is not only an insult to him and my village, but to our entire family, and I intend to take it back. Hell, that's pretty big talk for a brat, mocked Aoi. Angered by this, Naruto was about to attack, but then realized something, and glanced back at Idate. Idate, where's Kuramaru? I sent him after you, he should have been here before me. Before Idate could answer, Aoi spoke. If you're talking about the mangy mutt, he's over there. Where he then pointed to where Kuramaru was. He got in the way and so I taught him how to behave. When Naruto turned to where Kuramaru was, he could see the small injured form of the pup laying on the ground, unmoving. You bastard. You hurt Kuramaru. Naruto roared, ready to kill the former Konohanin. You only have yourself to blame, bringing in a little runt like him on a mission like this? Aoi remarked, while smiling mockingly at Naruto. But don't worry, he won't suffer long. Those needles in his and Idate's bodies are Amigeku's special poison needles. No matter how strong their bodies may be, they'll leave this world in minutes. Damn it, that means I don't have time to fight him. Naruto thought, knowing if what Aoi said was true, he needed to get away from the Ainin and treat Kuramaru and Idate before it was too late. With no time to waste, Naruto quickly took out several smoke bombs and threw them at Aoi. Not wanting to get caught up in the smoke, Aoi quickly jumped back. What's he up to? Is he trying to run away? But just as he was thinking this, 3 more Narutos bust out of the smoke and charged Aoi with their katanas. After skillfully dodging several of their slashes, Aoi quickly jumped up into the air and took out his umbrella and channeled his chakra into it before swinging it, creating a large shockwave of water. That hit the 3 Narutos and caused them to revert into water and blow away the smoke. Mizabunshin, realized Aoi, as he landed back on the ground. He also then noticed that the real Naruto was gone, along with Idate and Kuramaru. Tisk, tricky brat, the Ainin remarked, when he realized that the smoke and the water clones were all diversions, so that Naruto could escape with the other 2. Aoi had considered following after the 2, but then decided that it wasn't worth it, believing that Idate would be dead shortly and with him gone, so were the Wasabi clan's chances of winning. With Naruto and the others after escaping Aoi, Naruto carried the unconscious Idate and Kuramaru through the nearby forestry. Once they were safely hidden, Naruto carefully pulled out the needles, but as he was doing this he noticed that Idate was looking extremely pale and that both his and Kuramaru's breathing was rapid, indicating that they were short of breath. Unsure of the poison that Aoi had used, and given how he didn't have enough time to perform a proper diagnosis, Naruto knew he would have to try something risky if he wanted to save them in time. Taking out one of his own poison Saban needles, Naruto remembered one of his lessons with Shizen. Enter flashback dash. Okay Naruto, said Shizen while holding a large medical book in her hand. Let's see how good you are at poisons. We'll start off with amatoxins. Okay, amatoxins is a deadly poison extracted from certain types of mushrooms, most notably Amanita phalloides. It can be absorbed through the skin, ingested or inhaled, and attacks the liver, kidney, and even the heart. It can cause respiratory tract, headaches, dizziness, nausea, shortness of breath, coughing, insomnia, diarrhea, gastrointestinal disturbances, back pain, urinary frequency, and several other things including death. Answered Naruto. Good, and the antidote? Milk thistle, correct, said Shizen before turning to the next page. Alright, then let's try aconite. Aconite comes from a plant called devil's helmet. It can be absorbed through the skin or ingested. It can take effect within 20 minutes to 2 hours. It can cause vomiting, colicky diarrhea, intense pain, and then paralysis of the skeletal muscles and eventually death if left untreated. And the antidote? Lidocaine is considered an effective treatment. Very good. Now what about strychnine? Strychnine comes from the strychnine tree or poison nut, and can be inhaled, swallowed, or absorbed through the eyes or mouth and takes effect within 10 to 20 minutes of exposure. It can cause severe nausea, vomiting, convulsions of muscles, spasms, loss of consciousness, immense reflex sensitivity, and eventually death. Antidote? Trick question, since there is no specific antidote for strychnine. But the treatment of strychnine poisoning involves an oral application of an activated charcoal infusion which serves to absorb any poison within the digestive tract that has not yet been absorbed into the blood. Correct again, said Shizen, who was pleased by Naruto's answers. But tell me, what if you were in a situation where you were dealing with an unknown poison, in an unfamiliar terrain, and you didn't have time to perform a proper diagnosis of it before it killed your patient? I don't know. Well, the best course of action in a situation like that is to use poison. Huh? But wouldn't that make things worse? Asked Naruto. Not necessarily, replied Shizen. It has been known that certain types of poison can counteract other types of poisons. At the very least, it can slow the other poison down long enough for you to cure it. Now, of course, it is not without risk and it should only be used under dire situations. And flashback, given the situation he was under now, Naruto knew that this was the best possible chance he had in saving Kuramaru and Idate. After placing the needles in specific spots in their bodies, Naruto then waited to see if anything would happen. Within minutes of putting the poison needles in, the two started convulsing, forcing Naruto to restrain them. Thankfully, though, it didn't last very long, where after a few minutes they began to settle, and after several minutes their breathing became more relaxed and color slowly began to return to Idate's face. Seeing that they were past the worst of it, Naruto decided to perform a full diagnosis of the two, ensuring that there was no lasting damage. Once he had finished and made sure the two were well enough to move, Naruto brought them to a nearby cave to hide from the rain and lit a fire, so that he could finish treating them and allow them to recover. After about 2 hours, Idate slowly began to wake and found himself staring at the cave ceiling. "So you're awake?" said Naruto, who was sitting opposite Idate, staring into the fire, with a still sleeping Kuramaru lay next to him. Slowly, Idate began to lift himself up, but found it difficult due how stiff and sore his body felt. "Easy," said Naruto, when he saw Idate trying to move. "You're still pretty banged up, and your body still hasn't recovered from the effect of the poison. What happened to Aoi?" "Gone," replied Naruto. "After he poisoned you, I managed to escape with you and Kuramaru. Luckily for you, I'm a medic, so I was able to treat you and Kuramaru in time. If I hadn't, the two of you would probably be long dead by now." "I see," said Idate, who then looked away from Naruto and Kuramaru, feeling somewhat ashamed of himself. After a minute or two of silence, Naruto spoke again. "How do you know Aoi?" Upon hearing Naruto's question, Idate turned to the Senju Heir, and at first thought about not answering. But given how Naruto had now saved him for the third time, not to mention what Kuramaru did for him, the boy figured it was time to come clean about his past sins. He owed Naruto and Kuramaru that much at least. "He was my sensei back when I was in Konoha, and as you already know, he betrayed Konoha and became a jonin in Amigekyo no Sato, the village hidden in the rain," answered Idate. He then went on to explain how after he failed the Chunin exam, Aoi had tricked him into stealing the Raijin no Ken and a forbidden scroll that held several powerful jutsu, at the promise of becoming a Chunin. When Idate finished his story, Naruto could not help but remark on how similar the story was to what happened with Mizuki and Kiba several months back. "You do know that by telling me this, I am obligated to take you back to Konoha, where you will probably be imprisoned for several years, as technically you're a missing nin." "Yeah, I figured as much," replied Idate, as he was resigned to his fate, as not only had he let his leader down in losing the race, but had let his brother down when he helped Aoi and abandoned Konoha. "Good, now before that let's go," said Naruto as he stood up. "What do you mean?" asked Idate, looking up at Naruto in surprise. "The race, of course, idiot." "But the race is over. By now Fukazuka has already gotten his ball from Madaraoki Shrine and probably halfway to Todoroki Shrine by now. There's no way we'll be able to catch up to him now." "We won't know until we try," said Naruto as he stood up. "The race isn't over until the last person crosses the line." "It's impossible." "It's only impossible if you don't even try," Naruto retorted. "You told me you failed the exam because your brother failed you. Do you want to know why?" "Why?" "You failed because you don't value those around you, and think of only yourself." "What?" asked Idate, not understanding Naruto. The answer to the question, it wasn't to see if you had the courage to do the question, it was to see how you valued your comrades' lives. When you stayed for the question, it showed that you were willing to sacrifice one of them for personal gain. That is your problem, Idate, you don't value those around. When Naruto said this, Idate remembered his brother's words after he, Idate, failed the Chunin exam, which were all starting to make sense now. Seeing that he was starting to get through to Idate, Naruto decided to keep going. "You have a chance now to make up for your mistakes, and repay old man Jirocho, who placed his fate in you, back. Not to mention Kuramaru, who risked his life to protect you. But you can't do that if you simply give up and let those bastards from the Wagarashi clan win." "But how can I?" asked Idate. "I can barely move, let alone run." "I'll carry you," said Naruto, who then stood up and offered his hand to Idate. You? Yeah, after what happened to Kurimaru, there's no way in hell I'm going to let the Wagarashi clan win this. All you have to do is trust me. Looking up at Naruto and seeing how confident he was, Idate could not help but be encouraged by the blonde boy's words, which seemed to fill him up with a resolve that he had never had before. All right then, said Idate, decided to trust and believe in Naruto, where he took the blonde boy's hand, who then lifted him up onto his feet. After creating a shadow clone to watch over Kurimaru, Naruto then deactivated his Fuinjutsu, Shurshuro Mamazukshiru, sealing technique, for limbs waiting seal, before lifting Idate onto his back and racing off to Madaraoki Shrine. Thanks to increased speed, it didn't take Naruto long to reach the Madaraoki Shrine, and after ascending the long flight of stairs to the shrine, Idate, who had now recovered from the effects of the poison, grabbed the orb and headed out on his own 2 feet, with Naruto following closely behind. About an hour after leaving Madaraoki Shrine, Naruto and Idate reached the bridge that connected Nagi Island and Izu Island, and at the same time saw Fukazuka crossing it. But just as they were about to cross it, Aoi appeared in front of them. You've gone far enough, said Aoi, who then took out a kunai and used it to cut the rope lines to the bridge, causing it to fall, and prevent Idate and Naruto from crossing. No! Cried Idate. Damn you! Cried Naruto, as he charged forward and attacked Aoi, who quickly jumped into the air and flipped over Naruto and Idate, landing several feet behind them. It seems I have underestimated you. I thought for sure Idate would be dead by now, remarked Aoi, as he turned to face the 2 boys. Knowing they didn't have time to waste on Aoi, Naruto created another shadow clone of himself, and then had it use Vine Whip to fire several vines from its arm across the gap, and wrap onto the trunk of a tree. Idate, grab onto my clone, he'll swing you over to the other side, ordered Naruto, as he drew his katana from his back and watched Aoi. But what about you? I can't leave you here to fight Aoi by yourself. Don't worry about me, I can take him, replied Naruto. Besides, like I told you, I have business with this trash. Now go, the old man is counting on you. Knowing that Naruto was right, and deciding to trust him, Idate quickly went over to the clone and grabbed hold of him. You're not going anywhere, said Aoi as he threw several poison-topped Saban needles at Idate. Seeing this, Naruto quickly intercepted the Saban needles and skillfully deflected them with his katana. Kick his ass, Naruto! Yelled Idate before the clone swung them over to the other side. Don't worry, I intend to, replied the blonde, after seeing his clone and Idate had safely reached the other side and taken off after Fukazuka. With Idate now safely away, Naruto then turned to Aoi, who surprisingly didn't look upset with Idate getting away. In fact, he looked generally pleased. For someone who has just failed in their mission, you don't look to be very upset? Whether I fail in this mission matters little, as I have gained a much greater prize, you, replied Aoi, as he stared at Naruto with an evil-looking smirk. If I return to Amigakure with you, I will be hailed as a hero. Perhaps even the lovely Mai-chan will turn her affection toward me once she learns that I defeated you, finished the smiling Aimnin. At the mention of Mai, Naruto suddenly started to laughing. Ha! If you actually believe that, then you're an bigger idiot than I thought. Even if you did defeat me, there's no way Mai-chan would even look at slime ball like you. She'd beat the living crap out of you first. Annoyed by Naruto's taunts, Aoi sneered back at the blonde boy. Watch your month, brat. You may think you hot shit because you did reasonably well in the Chunin exam and because your mother is the new Hokage. But you're still just a pawn to Konoha, a commodity to be used for the village, nothing more, so why don't you just do yourself a favor and surrender? TSK, no way in hell would I ever surrender to traitorous scum like you. I rethink that if I were you, brat. You're just a lowly Chunin, while I'm a Jonin, an elite shinobi. You don't stand a chance against me. Scoffing at Aoi's remark, Naruto stared directly into the Aimnin eyes. Give me a break! Rank means squat. It's what a person is capable of that matters most. Besides, the only reason you're a Jonin is because you knew you couldn't hack it in Konoha, and so you ran off to a second-rate shinobi village like Aim. Hell, you couldn't even steal the Raijin no Ken and the Forbidden Scroll yourself. You had to get Idate to steal it for you. The fact is, Aoi, you're just a pitiful, small-minded man, who sold out his village and comrades, simply because you're not as special as you thought you were. Furious by what Naruto said, Aoi leaped forward and yelled, "You little shit!" As he went to strike Naruto, who was more than ready for him and dodged the punch and then slashed Aoi in the side, forcing the Aimnin to move back. Realizing that Naruto was playing on his emotions, Aoi began to calm himself down, and then pulled out his umbrella and opened it up before throwing it into the air and yelled, "Juro Saban, Saban shower," releasing a hail of Saban needles from the umbrella. "Try and dodge these," cried Aoi. Acting fast, Naruto jumped back and preformed 3 quick one-handed hand seals and shouted, "Mokuton, Mokujihiki, wood release, wood locking wall," creating a large thick wooden dome around himself, protecting him from the needles. Moments after creating the dome, Naruto burst out of the ground underneath him and slashed him with his katana. "Gah! You damn brat, you'll pay for that," roared Aoi, as he held his now bleeding chest. Although he had been able to react quickly and avoid the sword, he still received a diagonal slash across his chest, which was bleeding lightly. "Then bring it," retorted Naruto, as he took a basic sword stance. Angered by how he was losing to a mere brat, the former Konoha shinobi decided to get serious and took out the Raijin no Ken, activating it, where it hissed loudly as the yellow energy blade appeared. "You want this sword, brat? Well, here it is, so come and take it." "Gladly," yelled Naruto and helped leap forward and attacked. For the next few minutes, the two shinobi fought each other in a fierce sword fight, trying to gain the upper hand over the other. As the fight dragged on, it became apparent to Naruto that defeating Aoi would be more difficult than he thought, thanks to the Raijin, which withstood all his strikes and slashes. Even when he used Hien no Jutsu, flying swallow technique, to increase the cutting power of his katana, the Raijin cut right through his chakra. Realizing he needed to change tactics, Naruto jumped back and began to gather the moisture from the surrounding air and the grass around his sword. Once he had enough water, Naruto then lifted his sword up and shouted, "Bunkatsumizu, splitting water!" as he swung his sword down, creating a high-speed arc-shaped blade of water, which flew straight for Aoi. Acting fast, Aoi quickly brought up the Raijin and used it to cut right through the high-speed water attack. "Heh, not bad, brat. It seems the rumors about you being good were true after all. But it still doesn't change the fact that you can't beat me, since the wielder of the Raijin is basically invincible. PFF, you're deluding yourself if you believe that. It doesn't matter how strong a weapon is. My sensei told me that a weapon is only as good as the person who's using it." "Well then, if that's the case, let's see who's right, your sensei or me," retorted Aoi, as he raced towards Naruto. At the same time, Naruto took out several small smoke bombs and threw them at Aoi, where they then exploded and covered the surrounding area with smoke. "Damn him," thought Aoi as he fell into a defensive stance and watched for any disturbance in the smoke. He of course didn't have to wait long, where he noticed some movement to his left, out of the corner of his eye, and blocked a deadly sword slash from Naruto. "Not good enough," sneered Aoi, where he then used the Raijin's electric power to produce electrical rings of energy to envelope Naruto and lift him up into the air, while continuously shocking them. "What's wrong? Where all that bravado you just had?" Aoi laughed, as he listened to Naruto's screams of pain, before throwing him away. Shortly after doing this, Aoi emerged from the smoke, which was beginning to dissipate, and slowly walked over to the barely conscious Naruto. "I told you were no match for me," said Aoi, smiling maliciously at Naruto, who then smiled back at Aoi, before exploded into a puff of smoke, revealing him to be a Kage Bunshin. At the same time, the real Naruto emerged from the smoke and raced towards Aoi, who, after realizing he had been tricked, turned around and barely managed to avoid the blonde boy's slash by jumping away. But for his trouble, he received a light slash on his right arm. "Who's not a match for whom now? Unlike you, I actually earned my rank," Naruto mocked, causing Aoi to glare angrily at him. "You relay too much on the Raijin and its power, but then again it was the only reason why they made you a Jonin in aim." "Shut up!" yelled Aoi, as he threw several Saban needles at Naruto, which he evaded by jumping away. But as soon as his feet touched the ground, Aoi appeared and swung the Raijin down on Naruto, who barely blocked the attack with his katana. But when he did, Aoi began to push down even harder, allowing the Raijin to slice right through Naruto's sword, cutting it in half. It was only thanks to his quick reactions that Naruto was able to avoid being cut in half himself, where all he received was a cut on his Chunin vest when he jumped back. After dodging the slash, Naruto looked down at his now ruined katana, with a mixture of shock and sadness. Seeing this, Aoi grinned. "What's wrong? Are you upset that I destroyed your sword? Are you going to cry?" Ignoring Aoi taunts, Naruto continued to stare down at his destroyed katana, but after a moment or two, he dropped the remains of the sword and glared angrily at Aoi. Enter Bleach OST Hollow Dash. You just made a big mistake, team. That sword you just destroyed was a precious gift from some friends of mine. And for that, I'm going to make you regret ever taking this mission. Naruto yelled before channeling an immense amount of chakra into his fist and slamming it into the ground, causing it to explode from the excess shock, forcing Aoi to jump into the air. Shit, so the stories are true. He really does possess his mother's inhuman strength, Aoi thought, as doubt at being able to beat Naruto started to fill him. But as soon as his feet had touched the ground, Aoi found himself forced on the defensive as Naruto appeared above him, holding a long wooden sword in his hand, which Aoi figured he made using his Mokuton bloodline limit. Acting quickly, Aoi brought up the Raijin to block the downward slash, but was forced to his knees by the force of the attack when Naruto combined the momentum of the slash with his immense strength. He then followed up with the enhanced reverse spinning heel kick to Aoi's right side, breaking several of his ribs and sending crashing into a nearby tree. Hua! Cried Aoi as he coughed up some blood, before he was forced to move to avoid a deadly arc-shaped blade of wind from Naruto that sliced right through the tree. For the next few minutes, Aoi was unable to do anything but dodge attack after attack, as Naruto used his superhuman-like strength and Sarashifu, wind slash, technique, to keep the aim completely on the defensive. Eventually Aoi found himself cornered, as Naruto maneuvered him to the cliff edge, leaving him no room to retreat. Gathering his chakra to the tip of his wooden sword and converting it into wind, Naruto then swung his wooden sword down and yelled, Idaina Surashifu, Great Wind Slash, creating a large crescent-shaped blade of wind, which flew straight for Aoi. Seeing the powerful technique, and knowing he couldn't avoid the fast-moving attack in time, Aoi brought up the Raijin to block the attack. When Naruto's attack and the Raijin made contact, Aoi struggled to hold the powerful futon technique at bay, and was pushed back closer and closer to the cliff's edge. But after about a moment or two of struggling, Aoi was finally able to cut through the wind blade using the Raijin. Ha! I told you it's useless. As long as I wield this sword, I'm invincible, cried Aoi, as he smiled in jubilation, which was abruptly halted when Naruto appeared right underneath him, with his sword in hand. And I told you that you rely too much on that sword, Naruto retorted. Right before he swung his wooden sword into Aoi's stomach, shattering it, and sending Aoi flying off the cliff. End Bleach OST hollowed. After sending Aoi flying off the ledge, Naruto quickly channeled his chakra to his feet to help him stick to the ground, and then used Fine Whip to catch both Aoi and the Reiju no Ken before they hit the water below, and pull them back up. Once Aoi was safely back up, Naruto created several wood binds to restrain Aoi, before picking up the Reiju no Ken and placing it in his pouch. At the same time, the now captured Aoi coughed up some blood and glared at Naruto. Cough, why did you save me? Upon hearing Aoi's question, Naruto looked down at the former Konohanin. I'm a medic. I don't like taking lives, and only kill when I have to. Hearing this, Aoi just sneered back at the blonde boy. Hey, guess those stories about you being a soft-hearted fool were true after all. You may have the talent and skill, but you don't have what it takes to become a shinobi. But to Aoi's surprise, Naruto did not get angry at his insults. In fact, he smiled. I wouldn't be so sure of that if I were you. In fact, you're going to wish I had killed you. What do you mean? Asked Aoi, getting a bad feeling, since there was something menacing behind Naruto's smile. Death is too good for trash like you. I'm taking you back to Konoha, Naruto explained, at which point his smile grew. Since there is someone there who I am sure would love to see you again. You might remember him, Idate's older brother Ibiki? At the mention of Ibiki, Aoi turned chalk white, and began to struggle against his binds, knowing exactly what would happen to him once he reached Konoha. Especially since Ibiki was the head of Konoha's torture and integration division, and would no doubt make him his personal plaything. Seeing Aoi struggle against his binds, Naruto gave the aim jonin a sharp punch to the face, knocking him out, before picking up the remains of his broken sword and making his way to Todoroki's shrine. Standing at the dock of the northern port of Nagi Island, Naruto waited patiently for any sign of his transport. Standing next to him was Aoi, who was sleeping, courtesy of some sleeping pills Naruto gave him, and being held up by two members of the Wasabi clan. Also standing next to him was Kurimaru, who thankfully made a complete recovery. Looking down at his little friend, Naruto couldn't help but smirk when he saw the small pup relieve himself on both of Aoi's legs. It had been several days since the shrine race had ended, and Naruto was eager to return home. When he reached Todoroki's shrine, dragging the still unconscious Aoi, Naruto had been greeted by Idate and the Wasabi clan, who were pleased to see that he had won his fight with Aoi without injury. Naruto in turn was happy to learn that Idate had won the race. He was also pleased to hear that the Wagarashi clan were to be disbanded by order of the Tea Daimyo himself. He had been secretly investigating of them, and learned of their corruption, which included bribing the Tea Daimyo's minister to help them keep control of the port. The minister, of course, had now been removed from his position and was ordered by the daimyo to renounce all his wealth and was forced to become a monk, leaving the port city in the capable hands of boss Jirocho and the Wasabi clan. After the race, Naruto joined the Wasabi clan in their celebration, following which he sent word to his mother reporting that he had successfully accomplished his mission, and had captured Aoi and needed an escort to bring him back to Konoha. As Naruto waited, his attention was soon drawn to a familiar voice calling out to him. Turning, Naruto saw Idate, along with boss Jirocho and the rest of the Wasabi clan, walking towards him. "Hey Idate!" greeted Naruto. "Have you come to see us off?" With a somber look, Idate shook his head. "No, actually I have decided to accompany you back to Konoha and turn myself in." "Idate, you know what will happen once you return to Konoha?" "I do," replied Idate. "I've caused you a lot of trouble, and I've been running for too long. It's time I stopped and faced the consequences for my actions." Looking at the elder boy's face, Naruto could see the determination in Idate's eyes, which told Naruto that he was serious. He was no longer the cowardly, arrogant boy he had met at the tea house. He had changed, and become a better person. Knowing that Idate would not change his mind, Naruto nodded his head in understanding. Shortly after, Naruto and the others caught sight of the Konoha ship, and when it docked, they saw Marino Ibiki, along with 2 other shinobi, walking off the ship and down the boarding plank. Seeing his brother, Idate was of course stunned. But before he could say another, his elder shinobi walked over to Naruto and spoke. "As requested, we've come to help you escort your prisoner back to Konoha." "He's right here," said Naruto, handing Aoi to the 2 shinobi accompanying Ibiki. "Just him?" the scared man asked, glancing at his younger brother for just a moment. "Yep, just him," replied Naruto, where he then glanced at Idate, who was surprised by what Naruto had said, and winked at him. "Very well," said the scared man before he turned around to his men. "Let's hurry up and go." As Ibiki and the others made their way back to the ship, Idate suddenly stepped forward and called out to him. "Brother, wait! Brother! Is this kid related to you, Ibiki-san?" asked one of the shinobi, carrying Aoi. "No," replied Ibiki, who didn't even glance back at his younger sibling. "I had only one brother, and he died 3 years ago. He's mistaking me for someone else." Shrugging, the 2 shinobi simply accepted their leader's answer and carried the sleeping Aoi onto their ship. When Ibiki glanced back, the 2 eyes met for a moment, where Idate nodded and smiled, understanding what his brother was doing. Ibiki in turn showed no such acknowledgement, where he simply turned around and boarded the ship. Smiling at this, Naruto and Kurimaru quickly bid goodbye to Idate and others, before boarding the transport ship. Shortly after the ship left, Ibiki, who was leaning against the mast of the ship, spoke. "Hey kid, thanks." "For what?" "For calling me here to collect Aoi. I've had a score to settle with him for a while now." Smiling, Naruto nodded, knowing what Ibiki was really thanking him for. "Not a prob." Nodding his head again, Ibiki then made his way down into the ship, where his men were holding Aoi. But before going down the stairs, Ibiki glanced back at Naruto again, who was now looking out into the sea. "The Hokage's son is certainly an interesting kid." The man, though, with a small smile, remembering how his younger brother no longer had the eyes of a coward. They had changed, he had changed, and he now had the look of a man. After a moment or two, Ibiki turned around and then climbed down the stairs, where a now fully awake and terrified Aoi waited for him, tied to a small chair with the 2 Konoha shinobi flanking him. Seeing this, a sadistic smile slowly formed on Ibiki's lips, making the scarred man look even more frightening. "So Aoi, where shall we start first?" Several days later, it was another beautiful day in the village hidden in the leaves. The sun was shining down on the village, the birds were singing, children laughing and playing. But that all came to abrupt halt by a sudden loud "No!" that echoed across the village from the Hokage's mansion. The source of the cry came from none other than the new Godame Hokage, Senju Tsunade, who was currently glaring at a group of men standing in front of her. These were of course no ordinary men. They were the council of elders from the Hyuga clan, and were led by the retired head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Haruma, father to the current head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi. Glaring furiously at the 5 Hyuga elders, the Senju matriarch couldn't believe the sheer audacity of the men. They had simply walked into her office, without so much as an appointment, and handed her a marriage contract for her son with the Hayashi's eldest daughter Hinata. "With all due respect, Hokage-sama," said one of the Hyuga elders, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Tsunade. "I said no. Surely, Hokage-sama, you can see the benefits of a union between our two respected families?" said Hiruma. "Benefits?" Tsunade sneered. "The only benefits I see in this arrangement are for you." "Excuse me?" said Hiruma, pretending to not know what Tsunade was talking about. "I may be blonde, Hiruma-san, but I'm not stupid. You're afraid that the Hyuga will lose status in the village should Naruto marry and succeed in rebuilding our clan. That's why you're doing this. You believe that having the new Senju clan rebuilt from the union of your granddaughter and my son will allow you to keep your clan's precious status. I find your allegation highly insulting, Hokage-sama," said Hiruma, who seemed rather annoyed by what Tsunade said, especially since it was true. "I can assure you, we have nothing but the best intentions at heart. Our proposition is simply to strengthen Konoha. A union between both our families could only make us stronger. Our clan can even help and support you in many different matters, especially when rebuilding your clan. Furthermore," added another Hyuga elder, "after the humiliation and insult your son has done to our clan in the Chunin exam, I would think this would be ideal solution. Not only did he reveal some of our clan's weakness, but he also stole one of our clan's most prized techniques." "Stole?" repeated Tsunade, who still couldn't believe the arrogance of the 5 men. "My son stole nothing. The Kaze no Bosiki, spinning wind, technique he created may have been based on your Kaiten, revolving heaven, technique, but it is a wind technique, and last I checked, your clan doesn't use wind techniques. Also, in case you have forgotten, that match was watched by countless shinobi from various different villages. From just watching that match they would have seen the same weaknesses my son saw. So if you don't want your weaknesses being revealed or seen, then maybe you should stop having your clan members from entering the Chunin exam, or at least do something to cover those weaknesses up." Angered by Tsunade's words, several of the Hyuga elders looked like they wanted to say something. But before any of them could, the female Hokage spoke again. "Furthermore, I find it rather odd that you 5 are all here trying to arrange a marriage between your heiress and my son instead of Hayashi? He is after all the girl's father and is the official head of your clan." Ignoring Tsunade's subtle insult, Hiruma calmly stared back at the younger woman, showing no emotion whatsoever. "Yes, well, as you're no doubt aware, as head of our clan, my son Hayashi has many duties which he must perform, and they take a great deal of his time. As such, we have the authority to act on his behalf." "I see," Tsunade replied, while silently scoffing at the Hyuga elder's obvious lie. "Like I'd believe that. Well, even so, I still will not agree to this arrangement," said Tsunade as she took up the marriage contract and ripped it in half, right in front of the Hyuga elders. "When my son does choose to marry, it will be his choice and it will be with someone he chooses." "That is rather hypocritical of you to say, Tsunade-sama dash," one of the Hyuga elders remarked. "Given how you accepted an arranged marriage between the late Yondaime Kazekage's daughter and your son. That arrangement is simply symbolic. Once Naruto is 18, the marriage will be called off. Also, I did not agree to it. Naruto agreed to it himself, and even then he only did it so prevent a war between Suna and us," stated Tsunade. When Tsunade finished, the Hyuga elders were preparing to argue further, but before they could say anything, Tsunade cut them off. "I think I've entertained your suggestions long enough, and will respectfully refuse them, so if you don't mind, please leave as I still have much work to do." Angered by how Tsunade had just dismissed them, the 5 Hyuga looked like they wanted to argue. But after a moment or two, they wisely decided to leave the office without incident. Once they had left the office, and exited the Hokage's mansion, one of the other elders turned to Hiruma. "That did not go as well as we had hoped." "Yes, but it was not unexpected. I had hoped the Hokage would have seen the wisdom of forming a union between our two clans. But that now seems impossible at this given time," said the former Hyuga clan head before turning to another one of the elders. "Send word to Danzo that we agree to his terms, and we will assist him in his plans, so long as he assists us in return." "Can we really trust Danzo?" asked the elder, knowing Danzo's reputation. "Danzo wants to become Hokage, and to do that he needs the support of the Hyuga. I don't see much of a problem," spoke another Hyuga elder. He's already aided us with re-establishing the Clan Restoration Act, which improves our chances in forming a union between Hinata and the Senju heir. Scoffing, Hiruma glanced back at his fellow elder. Danzo only does what is best for him, or what he believes is best for Konoha, therefore he cannot be trusted. The only reason he helped in re-establishing the Clan Restoration Act is because he is hoping that the boy will produce more Mokuton users like himself. He did not do it to help us. In fact, this makes things more difficult. Agreed, spoke a different elder. With the Clan Restoration Act now in play, even if Hinata does succeed in marrying the boy, she will still have to contend with any other girls the boy marries. Our best chance right now is to have Hinata become his first wife, that way we could form some type of control over the boy. But to do that we will need Danzo's assistance, and he needs us to become Hokage. Yes, but there is one problem with this plan, spoke the final elder who had remained silent throughout most of the conversation. Tsunade-sama, she will not be easily deposed as Hokage and will have her son be on guard around Hinata. She will also watch any girl who tries to get close to him closely, and stop any union that she does not like. Furthermore, the boy is quite clever and seems to be just as stubborn and willful as his mother. He will not be easily manipulated. That is indeed true, Hiruma agreed. But anything worth having is not easily attained. We will simply have to be careful. I will talk to Hayashi again later, and have him encourage Hinata into furthering her relationship with the boy. Knowing her, it may take some time, but that is probably for the best, for if we move too quickly, everything we have planned could be ruined. Indeed, said one of the other elders. Even if Danzo becomes Hokage, he will only be in term for a few years. If we succeed, the future of Konoha will belong to the Hyuga. Nodding all in agreement, the 5 Hyuga elders then made their way back to their clan compound, where they would plan out their next move. With Tsunade, after the Hyuga elders left her office, Tsunade closed her eyes to calm herself down. Her meeting with the elderly men had tested her patience to the limits, where on more than one occasion she had been tempted to throw each of them out her office window. Yet despite her irritation with the elders, the meeting had not been a total loss, since the Hyuga elders had inadvertently revealed a possible ally to her, Hayashi. The fact that they had come here without the Hyuga clan head, and lied about why he had not come with them, told Tsunade that they did not fully trust him. If that was true, and if she could convince Hayashi to assist her, she would have an inside man on the Hyuga elders' plans, who could keep her a step ahead of them. But at the same time, she needed to take things slowly, and plan her moves carefully, since the Hyuga were a tight clan, even with their internal disputes. She knew that convincing Hayashi to spy on the Hyuga elders for her would not be easy, especially since Hayashi's own father was one of them. There was also the strong possibility that Hayashi would have his own goals, and not knowing them made things even more difficult for her, since he could easily mislead her with false information. After a few minutes, Tsunade was suddenly brought out of her musing by a knock on her door, answering with an "Enter." The female Hokage was pleased to see her son, who had just returned to the village, enter the room. "Hey Kao-chan, you asked for me?" "Yes, I did," Tsunade replied, and she placed the letter down. "It seems your mission was more eventful than I had anticipated, capturing a B-ranked missing nin, recovering the Raijin no Ken, all on the same mission." Grinning, Naruto nodded and scratched the back of his head, a habit of his whenever he was nervous or embarrassed. "Yeah, I guess I'm lucky that way." "So I've noticed," Tsunade remarked, frowning slightly, since her son did indeed have a talent for finding trouble, even when he was sent on a simply C-rank escort mission. "Perhaps you can fill me in on what exactly happened?" Nodding, Naruto spent the next 20 minutes recounting the events of his mission. When he finished, Tsunade was quite pleased with how well Naruto had handled himself on the mission, especially since he had recovered her granduncle's sword. "I trust that the traitor Aoi is safely detained?" Smiling, Naruto nodded again. "Yeah, Ibiki-san was really eager to get him to the interrogation center." "I can imagine," Tsunade remarked, where a small smirk formed on her lips, knowing the history between Ibiki and Aoi. But before she could comment further on it, Naruto took out the Raijin no Ken and placed it on her desk. "Here, Kao-chan, this belongs here, where it'll be safe." But to Naruto's surprise, instead of taking the sword, Tsunade shook her hand and pushed the sword back to him. "No, it's yours now, you earned it." "Huh? You were the one who defeated Aoi and recovered it, and from what I understand you need a replacement sword, given how your previous one was destroyed in the fight, so you should have it." "Really?" asked Naruto with some awe, not believing that his mother was actually going to let him keep the Raijin no Ken. "Really?" said the smiling Tsunade. "The sword should stay within the family, and I think the Nidain would approve of you having it." Ecstatic at being allowed to keep the sword, Naruto quickly picked it up before moving around her desk and hugged his mother tightly, thanking her repeatedly. Smiling, the Senju matriarch hugged him back and told him he was welcome. In Aim no Kuni, Rain Country, in an old abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Amagakure, a group of rebel Aim shinobi were gathered together in the large open space of the warehouse, planning their next move against their village's tyrannical leader, Hattori Hanzo, more commonly known as Sansho no Hanzo. But as they were going over their plans, a hail of shuriken and kunai suddenly shattered through the windows of the old warehouse, causing the group to duck for cover. At the same time, several smoke bombs were thrown in and exploded, filling the building with smoke, blinding the group of shinobi and causing further confusion. Moments later, a large company of shinobi entered the building by jumping through the broken windows and engaged the rebel shinobi. "It's a raid!" cried one of the rebel shinobi. "Take defensive measure and force them back out," ordered the rebel leader, rallying his men to him and engaging the enemy shinobi. Shortly after, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing that their enemy were not only shinobi loyal to Hanzo, but many of them were also from the Hattori clan, Hanzo's clan. As the fight continued, several rebels felt the ground beneath them tremble, but before they could even wonder what was causing it, a giant mouth suddenly burst out of the ground underneath them and swallowed them up whole. Turning to the direction of the three shinobi, the rebels were shocked to see a giant reptile emerge from the hole. "Is that a giant salamander?" asked one rebel. "That isn't just any salamander, that's Abusa." Turning to his men, the rebel leader quickly started shouting out orders to his men. "Quickly, all of you put your masks back on. If Abusa releases his poison gas in here, we're all finished." While putting his breathing mask back on, the rebel leader began to curse silently. "Damn it, if Abusa is here, so Hanzo." As if hearing his name, the leader of Amagakure burst through the warehouse roof and landed on the ground, accompanied two other shinobi. The first was his right-hand man Kandachi, and the second was a hooded figure carrying a massive broadsword on his back. No sooner had Hanzo and his companions arrived, the famed shinobi took out his trademark Kusarigama and immediately went into action, wrapping his chain around a rebel shinobi and cutting said shinobi's head off with his sickle. "It's Hanzo, run!" cried another rebel shinobi, before he was stabbed in the back by Kandachi. After removing the rebel shinobi's head, Hanzo caught sight of another rebel racing towards him from behind. "Now you die, Hanzo!" roared the rebel shinobi. But before he could reach the masked man, he was intercepted by the hooded figure who accompanied Hanzo and Kandachi and blocked the rebel shinobi's kunai stab with his massive sword, while holding it with just one hand. "That's as far as you go," said the hooded figure. "Who the hell are you?" growled the Aimnin, before he looked underneath the mysterious figure's hood and saw his face. "You're—" But before the rebel shinobi could even finish his sentence, the hooded figure pushed the man back, and with one mighty swing of his sword, cut the man in half. "Huh, trash, like you aren't fit to even speak my name." After dealing with the rebel nin, the hooded swordsman turned and saw three more enemy shinobi heading towards him. Lifting up his massive sword with his one hand, the hooded swordsman channeled his chakra into it, and with yet another swing of his sword, created a powerful shockwave that blasted the three shinobi away and into the building wall. Before any of the men could recover from the attack, the hooded swordsman formed a single hand seal and spat out a massive stream of superheated fire, turning all three men to ash. Seeing three of his men being burned alive by the hooded figure, while the rest were being slaughtered by Hanzo and his followers, the rebel leader knew that any further fighting was pointless. "Everyone, fight your way through and make a break for it. Meet up at the emergency escape point." After hearing their leader's orders, the remaining rebel shinobi attempted to fight their way to freedom. Most, though, were ruthlessly cut down by Hanzo and his forces, including the rebel leader, who was killed by the hooded swordsman. Not long after, the battle ended, and Kandachi walked over to Lord Sitrep, growled the elderly man, while he put away his Kusarigama. 24 rebels dead for capture," reported Kandachi. "Ours? 5 dead, 6 wounded, 3 of them are serious, the rest are minor, our medics are taking care of them." "The group leader?" Here, spoke hooded swordsman, while throwing the severed head of the rebel leader at Hanzo's feet. Nodding in satisfaction, Hanzo looked around the ruined warehouse, littered with dead shinobi. "Where is my—" "I'm here, Hanzo-sama," spoke the girl, dragging 2 unconscious rebels into the warehouse. "These 2 attempted to escape after they fought their way out." Nodding his head, Hanzo then took another look around the carnage before him, as if looking for something. With this now destroyed, the rebels have lost all their major bases and their ability to fight has been severely crippled, said Kendachi, who seemed rather pleased with everything. Perhaps, said Hasno. But we have yet to find their leader, their true leader, the one they call Pain. I'm beginning to believe that he does not exist, and is just something these rebels tell one another to give them false hope. The hooded swordsman remarked. For the past month we have hit over a dozen of their bases and inflicted heavy losses on them, and he has yet to make even one appearance. Furthermore, none of the prisoners we have taken have ever met him, or even know what he looks like. All they do is go on and on about how powerful and great he is, like he is some sort of god. But we do have a description of his lieutenant, interceded Mai, who decided to join the conversation, ignoring the annoyed-looking stares she received from Kendachi. The hooded swordsman, on the other hand, seemed somewhat amused by her brazen attitude. Hanzo, though, did not seem to care, and chose to say nothing about it. Ha, scoffed Kendachi. You're referring to this Tenchi angel? A woman with beauty that cannot be compared, with hair as blue as the sky, and white wings that allow her to soar up into the heavens. If you asked me, she's just something else these rebel scum made up. Possible, remarked Mai. But even so, we cannot simply ignore the possibility that she does exist. Before Kendachi could respond to Mai's comment, her grandfather suddenly spoke. Mai is correct. We cannot take that chance. You will both continue your search for this Pain. Nodding his head in acknowledgement, the hooded swordsman spoke again. If this Pain really does exist, he is either a coward or a weakling, letting his followers do all the fighting, never showing his face to us or them. Perhaps, said Hanzo. But even if the stories of him and this Tenchi are nothing but fantasies dreamt up by the rebels, the fact is, someone is behind this new faction of fanatical rebels, controlling them and filling their heads with dreams of peace and of a better life. So as long they're alive, they're a threat to us and this village. Acknowledging their leader's words, the three shinobi nodded, after which Hanzo decided to head back to his tower, and was accompanied by Mai, Kendachi, the hooded swordsman, and some of his guards, leaving the remaining shinobi to clean up the mess. When Hanzo and his company arrived back his tower, a young Aim Chunin made his way over to him. Seeing him, two of Hanzo's guards stepped in front of their leader, blocking the young man's path. Report, ordered Hanzo as he stared down at the young Chunin, who was now kneeling, with his head looking down. Hanzo-sama, Aoi's genin team has just returned from their mission in Cha no Kuni without him. Was he killed? No, he was captured, according to Oboro, the genin team leader. The Wasabi clan hired a Konoha shinobi to guard their runner from Aoi and his team during the race. A single shinobi defeated Aoi and his team. Was he a jonin? Kendachi asked. No, he was a young chunin according to the genin report. Ha, I always knew that fool Aoi was nothing but talk, sneered Mai. She had never liked the arrogant Aim shinobi, who only became a jonin because of the Raijin no Ken's power. And what of the Raijin no Ken? Hanzo asked. That was also retrieved by the Konoha shinobi, answered the Aim chunin. After hearing this, Hanzo frowned. The news of Aoi's capture was no great lose to the Aim leader. At best, Aoi's skill level was average. The loss of the Raijin no Ken was more severe, since it was a powerful weapon. Scoffing at the news of Aoi's capture, the hooded swordsman spoke. TSK, that fool got what he deserved. He relied too much on the Raijin no Ken. I don't know why you even let him keep a weapon like that. It was part of the agreement when he agreed to spy for us. Hanzo growled out, now regretting his decision in letting Aoi keep the sword. Do you know the name of the chunin who defeated Aoi? Kendachi asked, thinking that if they knew who it was, they might be able to recover the Raijin no Ken from him. Hi, replied the Aim chunin. Senju Naruto. Naruto-kun? Said Mai, whose mood brightened up at the mention of her fiancé. That brat again. Kendachi silently cursed. So he defeated Aoi, not bad for a newly promoted chunin, the hooded swordsman remarked. What would you expect? Replied Mai. There's no way my Naruto-kun would lose to a weakling like Aoi. Kendak, of course, was about to remark on this. But before he could say anything, Hanzo intervened, dismissing both Mai and the hooded swordsman, while having Kendachi accompany him to his office with his guards. After arriving in office, Hanzo took his usual seat facing the entrance to his office. While his guards took their positions around the room, Kendachi in turn sat on a small mat directly in front of his lord. Looking at Kendachi, Hanzo could tell that there was something bothering his subordinate, and decided to let him speak. Something concerns you, Kandachi, tell me. Hanzo-sama, given what happened with Aoi, I believe it would be prudent for us to act against Tsunade-sama's son. Given his achievements during both the Chunin exam and in the recent Konoha invasion, we cannot afford to leave him alone, especially now that he has the Raijin no Ken. When Kandachi finished, the Lord of Amigakure nodded in agreement. What you say is true, the boy has already surpassed even my wildest expectations of him. If he is left alone to fully mature, he will no doubt become a formidable foe in the future. Then should we send some men to eliminate him? No, with his mother now the new Godame Hokage, such actions would no doubt cause war between us and Konoha, and given our current internal conflicts, we would not survive. But we must do something. I have already taken steps towards dealing with the boy. My lord? Asked Kandachi, not fully understanding what Hanzo was talking about. Kandachi, do you know why I sent my granddaughter to try and eliminate the boy? Well, ignoring that she was the right age to enter the exam without drawing suspicion, Mai is also one of our most prominent and skilled shinobi, and was trained personally by you. True, but I also sent her because she is granddaughter, answered Hanzo. But seeing that Kandachi still did not understand what he was planning, he explained further. When I sent Mai to kill the boy during the Chunin exam, I knew there was still a possibility that she might lose to him. Given that possibility, I had a contingency plan in place, using one of the old traditions of my clan. You're referring to tradition, where the kunoichi of your clan marry only men who can defeat them in battle, said Kandachi, remembering what Mai had said after her fight with Naruto. Yes, Hanzo answered. The plan was to use that tradition to put political pressure on Konoha, and threaten war if the boy refused. Knowing how eager Sarutobi is to avoid war, I was certain Konoha would agree to the arrangement. Once they were married, Mai would kill the boy quietly, making it look natural and then return to us. But now that the boy has revealed that he has Mokutan, I have decided to change the plan slightly, where I will have Mai impregnate herself with his child before killing him, allowing AIM and Out Clan to attain the Shodai Hokage's legendary Mokutan bloodline limit. An excellent plan, my lord, said Kandachi as he bowed to his village leader. But if I may, what of his mother? Now that she is the Godame Hokage, she will no doubt resist the union, and will be suspicious of our motives. That is indeed possible, but with the right incentive, we may be able to find a way around her. The fact that Mai declared our clan's tradition during the Chunin preliminaries helps us, since Konoha will be less suspicious of our true motives, and believe we are just following our clan's traditions. Hanzo-sama, if I may, can we actually trust Mai to follow up with your plan? Kandachi asked, but as soon as he had said this, the Vertine Jonin received a dangerous glare from his lord, indicating that he has crossed a dangerous line. Are you saying that my granddaughter would betray me? Hanzo asked in threatening tone. Suppressing a cold shiver, Kandachi gathered his courage and spoke. And then never, my lord, Mai's loyalty is without question. I was just suggesting that she may be too infatuated with boy and may hesitate, that is all. During the preliminaries she was rather taken in with the boy, and when Oto and Suna attacked Konoha, she got involved in the invasion and assisted him. Mai is a loyal kunoichi, and she will do what she is told, regardless of her personal feelings towards the boy. She wouldn't dare disobey me, and she will come to understand that this is what is best for our village. Not wanting to anger his leader any further, Kandachi remained silent and simply nodded his head. Shortly after, Hanzo took out a scroll from a small cabinet behind him and handed it to Kandachi. Have our fastest messenger hawk take this to Konoha. It is a letter to Tsunade, telling her that I wish to meet with her to discuss a possible alliance between Konoha and our village. You are going to meet her yourself? Kandachi said in shock, since Hanzo had not left the AIM in almost 20 years. Yes, by going to these talks personally, Tsunade is more likely to accept the meeting. Nodding his head in understanding, Kandachi quickly left the room to deliver the scroll to the messenger's office. When Kandachi left the room, Hanzo found himself looking forward to the meeting, and seeing the young Senju Heir with his own two eyes. Believing it would be an interesting meeting.